parce que j'ai voulu bouger un truc, j'ai appuyé sur le bouton rouge, donc j'ai fermé. Oui, je vais. Du coup, j'essaie de revenir sur le slide. Sauf que ton internet, ah non, l'internet ira. that 8:30 was a stretch, so we'll get going at 22, okay? As everybody seems to be arriving in now, which is great, okay? No, it is. Okay, so welcome back to day two. I think day one was certainly the most eventful that we've had at TADSummit. It was a excellent morning and excellent presentations through the afternoon, although we were certainly plagued by quite a few internet hiccups. Unfortunately, the internet is still playing up. We don't have a fixed line, so we're using the Wi-Fi for the live streaming. So again, I apologize. It's almost like inviting people and then telling them not to use the toilets when you can't use the Wi-Fi, but it is what it is. Also to avoid, we only have one remote presentation from TELUS, and that's in the afternoon. And what we've done is we've got a 4G modem, so and we've been testing that, so we're happy that that's up and reliable. So hopefully we won't see all the problems that we had yesterday. So thanks for making it in a little bit early. What I'd like to do is to ask if the WAZO team, if you could come on down and give your keynote. Oh, you can. No, we share. Yeah. You prefer? Yeah. Okay.
So hi everyone. Many thanks for making it that early this morning. It's really appreciated to begin the day with you. Fresh start. So we are the WAZO team, and I'm on stage here with Sylvain Boilly. Many of you know him already as a strong open source advocate and the father of the technology WAZO. And I'm Jérôme Pascal, I'm the CEO of the company. We come here after the presentation day yesterday, and there were a few interesting key takeaways. It's a very enthusiastic time to be in programmable telecom today. The merging of telecom and IT brings technology development, it brings innovation, and it also brings new solutions. It's very, very interesting to see those new ways to consume telecommunication solutions. But there is still a lot of work to do in this industry. There is still some lock-in, some technology trap. There are still some pricing model issues when you go at scale as a client. And in this challenging contest, we are very pleased to have the opportunity to introduce you to WAZO, and I leave the speak to Sylvain. Will tell a bit about our history.
Hello, everybody. So yesterday, there is a lot of people who explain the journey of our company. So we want to explain you what is WAZO and where it comes from. The last year in TADSummit, we represent more business slides. So today it's business and technical. It's a mix around the both to help you to understand what is WAZO and where it comes from. So the project started a long time ago in 2005. My first project was started because I created my first company in 2004 in Paris. Now I live in Quebec. It's a little different. Yesterday there is a lot of snow in Quebec. And we find in 2005 there is many PBX. It's for the vendor always all people are locking, and it's really difficult to configure the PBX, and there is many user applications, one for agent, one for for people who want to click to call, etc., etc. And we decided to create a new project. So at the beginning, named Xivo. It's an anagram of voix in French, and based on Asterix project. At the beginning, we see a big opportunity because the VoIP started in France, and there is no many people in this segment, so that's why we start this project. But this project started as a PBX, so only a PBX with a TDM interface cards and VoIP phone. For the second part, so a few years after, we saw the cloud and the as-a-service era. And the unified communication coming, many new applications, click to call, application for configuration will be web interfaces and hosted PBX, Centrex. I don't know, it's a word in English word, but in France there is a lot of Centrex. And Asterix distro appliance like FreePBX, etc., etc. And new players like Ring Central, 8x8, Jive, etc., who offered cloud services. So for us, it's the second part is really important because we decided to change the core of our product to be oriented as a microservices and to be configurable by a REST API and to are in the same philosophy from OpenStack. We are a project for cloud, but it's an open source project to create infrastructure as a service. And the third part is the communication platform as a service. So we saw the traction of Twilio and the industry. And there is new player in many new player in this industry. So I think there is a lot of here. And for us, we see opportunity to have a hybrid solution to help people to create a communication platform and control its value. And the possibility to unlock the communication for every people. I explain you after in the session a specific use case we work on specific customers. So we decided 2 years ago to transform our project to be more a platform, not a PBX distribution, but a platform based on different tools, open source tools we find in the industry, like Asterix, Cameleo, FreeSwitch, etc., etc. I think many people know this program. But our challenge is to create platform, but as a product. That's the challenge we're working on, and to be enterprise-grade solution, programmable, etc., etc. And the vision, our vision is simply is to be a platform, open source platform for the communication with Oiseau. That's simply like this.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a specific positioning on the market. We feel that the market needs an open source communication platform, such as you may find some in infra with OpenStack or in storage with Ceph. And our mission at Oiseau is to provide the market with this open source communication platform. And we firmly commit to contribute and share the code of the core components of our platform to the community, as well as to promote the community to work alongside with us to develop this needed product. So now let's get to the addressable targets, or who may use our platform. Actually, the whole value chain can benefit from our platform. You can be a developer belonging to any type of organization and decide to test and try new application easily, rapidly. You can use our platform. You may also be a next-gen contact center software provider, and you may decide to regain control on your stack. You may decide to regain control on your technology roadmap. You may emancipate yourself from some of your providers, API resellers, which may decide from one day to another to build new offers and compete with your own offers. So you need to regain control. You may be also an enterprise or a large public organization, and you have very specific needs. This is what we're gonna show with our demo. You have massive workloads, you have specific security requirements. You can use our platform to reach your goal. You can also be a telco provider, and you want to leverage on your network, on your assets, and you want to create the application layer to keep the value and not leave it to other players on the market. And you can also be an integrator and assist, help any of those guys to build their product. So as an illustration, we would like to showcase a use case that is built on our platform. For NDA reasons, unfortunately, I cannot share the name of our client today. But what I can tell you is that they came to us with very, very specific requirements. First of all, they wanted to virtualize their environment. So they switched from hardware-based to a virtualized communication network. Then they were very, very picky on security matters. So they wanted to use their own infrastructure, and they wanted to use open source and only open source software because of reversibility issues. And also, they had specific operating needs related to their business. And it is a massive project. So you have some figures to get an idea about the volumes. For this project, we only provide the platform. And we have teams of consultants, teams of integrators that work on top of our platform using the SDK, using our APIs, so that they can build the new solutions of the client. So Sylvain will tell you more about the technology side of this project.
Okay, so like Jerome said, it's built on the top of OpenStack. So it's really important because these customers want to have telecom infrastructure as a code. This is a really important part because they want to create an infrastructure in very fast, but they want to be as reproducible. Sorry for my French accent, and they want to provision all instance with Ansible. So on OpenStack, we are using we used it. So I show you some code after what is it, and for the provisioning, it's Ansible, and they also want a lot of scalability, multi-tenant, and they want to have a programmable platform, but not only for the configuration, not only for the voice. They want for the infrastructure, for the configuration, and for the voice application. It's really important for this project, and they want to have a programmable communication, but the most important will be easily for the integrator, because we don't use any application we developed around the platform. So it's a specific application based on the platform. So it's a pure programmable telecom platform. Yeah, they use REST API and the WebSocket and WebRTC for this project. We don't choose webhooks because it's for the infrastructure. It's better for the scalability for this project. So I show you the infrastructure. So how does it work? We are connected to telco provider. So it's a SIP trunk, basically. We don't have any ISDN or hardware solution. There is a lot of firewall and etc. in the front of this architecture. We have a session border controller. It's not a real session border controllers because it's not a back-to-back user agent, but we decided to use all functionality of Camelio instead of except the back-to-back user agent. We have a SIP router and back-to-back user agent farm based on Asterisk. And every calls coming, so go to the session controller, SIP router, and stop on Asterisk, and they do nothing. When the call arrived, the customer application receive on a WebSocket, hey, there is a call. And after, the customer application controls the code. So it's not it's a call center, it's a support center, but it's not a traditional call center with a queue and agent and etc. etc. For this project, we don't use the traditional queue on call center because the customers have some issue and some needed requirements for this project with specific queue. We can't do what we want, and because we want to innovate around this project, it will be better to remove the intelligence of a queue or agent, etc., etc., and we switch to a customer application. So the customer can create what he wants. It just controls the code, the call. Sorry. And in agent side, there is it's web. The agent have a web interfaces with a WebRTC softphone, and he interacts with the application with a specific REST API and WebSocket on his application. So his application is connected directly to our class 5 API to control the call. So yes, I want so. Just a second.
Let's get to the demo.
Yes. No, it's not. It's not. No, no. So it's not a real demo because. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I just show you because. Yeah, for real-time demonstration. No, sorry, James. It's not a fail today.
We need to go less frequent for the dentist demos.
I just want to show you some screenshots. Where is my pointer? Sorry. Okay, so I just want to show you first, if you don't know what is it, the orchestration with it in OpenStack. I know it's a little technical, but just to explain you quickly, infrastructure as a code, it's really nice because it's not a code. It's you describe with a YAML file your infrastructure. So what subnet you want, what firewall you want, the network, etc., etc. So you describe your infrastructure, and after you send to OpenStack it this YAML, and it build automatically for you this infrastructure. There is another interesting solution. You can use some other services in OpenStack to upscale and downscale automatically your infrastructure. So imagine you have one instance near 80% of CPU. It's possible to create a new instance and adding, for example, a load balancer at the top of this instance, and load balance automatically your HTTP traffic, for example. So it's really interesting for that.
I see the technical guys in the room getting excited.
It's not the final result. It's my OpenStack. It's my OpenStack, but it looks like this. So when you start your sorry. Yeah, we can turn. Oh, wow. So I created a subnet. So I created my subnet, my instance, my router, and my firewall rules directly with a hit. For Ansible is exactly the same. It's a YAML file, so you describe what you want to provision in your instance, and it's also really nice because you can create your instance and provision it, but you can relaunch the script if you have a problem, and you can rerun it. So it's really easy to use. And I want to show you. Sorry. Okay, I just want to show you the last. Okay, so just to explain you the concept of how to control the call. So it's easy in Wazo. So you create an application, and you choose a number you want to route to this application. And when the call is in application, so you have the WebSocket or webhook, you have the choice, but you have all the REST API here to help you to create what you want around the platform. So if you want to list the call in application, if you want to mute a call, to pause a call, to play music on hold, to play a file, to play what you want, or you have a concept of we call that a node. So it's like a conference room, but it's for example you have a call in this application and you get the call, you create a node, you put the call on the node. And if you want, you can take another call, you put on this node, and you create like a dial application or a conference application. But it's possible also to create a new call from the external. So you say, hey, I want to call these guys with this number, and you add it directly on the node. So there is all the primary control of the voice were available to create what you want. We also catch DTMF, etc., etc. And for example, if you want to create like a small wrapper to use the TWIML from Twilio, it's possible. It's not very hard to provide the compatibility of what you did with Twilio with the application. I think, yeah. Sorry, Alan. Yeah, so, ouais, je veux juste switcher sur. Okay.
Well, so to wrap up, based on Wazo technology, you can build your own platform and make the right decision regarding your networks, your infrastructure, and regarding the application layers that you need for your business. So if there is one thing that you should remember about Wazo is that we want to position our platform as a cornerstone of the market, and we break the silos. We heard yesterday Fonolo describing a list of old way to consume the technology. There is a new way now based on SaaS delivery, and a new way based on programmable telecom. Our positioning is to aggregate those three options. You may choose to have your platform in the cloud or on your own infrastructure. It's an hybrid platform. For any of those choices, you can do it with Wazo. We also break the classification between UCaaS, contact center as a service, call center as a service, or programmable platform, because we believe that the boundaries between all those universes are blurring, they're disappearing. This is the same thing. So we base our development on this promise. So you may be a telecom operator, you may be a software vendor, you may be an enterprise, you may be whatever in this industry. As long as you have communication needs that you want to intertwine with your application and you need the communication layer beneath that, then you must come and see us. You can come and see Sylvain, me, and we also have Nicolas Marchal and Benoit. Please stand up, guys. Come on, come on. and let's take advantage of the day and discuss further about your project. Thank you.
Excellent. Well done, guys. Excellent presentation. So first of all, congratulations on delivering on your plan from last year. You shared what you were going to do, and you've delivered on that. Also, very interested in the
amazing job
that you've done in terms of telecom infrastructure as code. I think that is very powerful. Of course, we're aligned philosophically in terms of the convergence of this whole space. So any questions from the audience on what was presented?
What's the biggest implementation you have of this in terms of number of calls a second going through the whole architecture, and what scaling issues did you hit?
Could you please
rephrase
the number of calls?
What's the biggest implementation you have of the Wazoo architecture in terms of number of calls per second that you handle?
So yeah,
actually, this is what we present. This is our biggest infrastructure.
Okay.
So.
And that's 10,000 concurrent calls.
Sorry. Yeah, it's designed to have 10,000. Yeah, sorry.
Cool. Thank you.
I'm not really awake.
And then the second part of your question.
But if you need more, our platform is scalable. You know, it's IT. We can do it. Infrastructure as a code is nice, as Sylvain puts it.
So no bottlenecks in the whole architecture.
Yeah, well, yeah. We won't talk about that. So what I suggest is, because of time, again, excellent presentation. I'm really pleased you're able to make it here. I think there are a lot of people here in the audience definitely should be talking to you in terms of what you can deliver. So again, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, Ben, where are you? Okay, so he's just getting himself set up. So if you can come on down. So in my opening introduction, I'd already mentioned to Ben, but I showed with some numbers the big shoes he has to fill. So he hasn't done the wavy hair, but he's going to practice his received pronunciation. There will be no drone demos where you're hacking in real time, but that was a little stressful, but it was very good to be presenting and hacking at the same time. I'm really pleased you're here. This has been a story that we've been following since 2014. You raised a round thanks to Status and their fund. So we're really interested to hear the latest updates. So over to you, Ben.
Thanks, Alan. So I know that we've talked a lot about Matrix. It's been brought up a lot yesterday, and thanks for the great intro, Alan. Can I just get a show of hands who'd actually heard of Matrix? Okay, and who's used it? Okay, and who has used it but never heard of it? Okay, nobody. All right. Well, it's possible. So I'm going to do a really quick just rundown of what exactly the product is, just to get everybody on the same page. It's an open standard for interoperable, decentralized, real-time communication over the internet. We can break this down a little bit. So it's interoperable. It's an open standard. It provides open APIs. It provides an open source specification and open source reference implementations. It's inherently decentralized. We're going to see the architecture design of this in a second. And it's real-time communication. So it expects to see new messages, new events being streamed in real time over the internet. Provides a standard HTTP API for publishing and subscribing to real-time data in specified channels. So what this means is that it's built on top of standard internet infrastructure. It's built on top of HTTP. It uses JSON. And it has privacy at its core because you only subscribe to the channels that you are in. You only receive that data, and you know which channels you'll be sending data to. Which means it can be used to power instant messaging, VoIP, WebRTC, signaling, IoT communications, and anything else that can be expressed as JSON and needs to be transmitted over HTTP. So this is the basic architecture. So what we see here, the darker blue dots are what you'd conventionally think of as a server. These are what we call home servers. When you connect your client to your home server, you connect to only that home server. This is the core nature of decentralization. You don't connect to any other client directly. It's not peer-to-peer. You don't connect to any other server. If you imagine when you open a web page, you go to that, well, DNS exists, but you go to that server to get the page. That's not how Matrix works. You go to your own home server, and messages and events are synchronized only between those servers. Problems that Matrix was originally designed to solve, or certainly that it was brought to market with in mind. Silos of communication hubs are a real problem, and they're still a problem today. So you've got friends or clients, and they're using these individual products, but you can't connect to all of them at the same time. Matrix can. Because Matrix as a home server, you're connecting to only your home server, there's no need for your home server to really even distinguish between other Matrix home servers and other communications platforms. It just translates those automatically using bridging. So what we see here, the lighter blue dots, I hope it's clear in the demonstration, but these lighter blue dots, they are bridges to other third-party products, but in terms of your view, you still only connect to your home server. So the distinction for your client is zero. It doesn't make a difference. Other advantages, no single party owns your conversations. What this means is that all communications within a channel are shared between all servers which are in that channel. This makes it secure because only servers which are in that channel have copies of that data, and it makes it reliable because you have a redundant copy of that data across multiple servers. Conversations are shared across all participants. So all of this would be a huge problem if it weren't end-to-end encrypted, because you're literally transmitting a copy of your conversation history between all the servers. So it's essential to have those messages fully end-to-end encrypted. By end-to-end encrypted, I mean encrypted on the client, transmitted encrypted through both servers, decrypted on the other client. Security assessment. This is not my strongest area. This is deep mathematics that was conducted by the Matrix core team. It is a double ratchet a la Signal implementation. It received a security assessment from the NCC group, and essentially all problems are solved, and it's a well-regarded encryption system. New projects for this is turning it on by default. Right now, it's not turned on by default mainly because of UX and because of lack of confidence in previous testing. Now that it's been so heavily battle tested, and as you'll see coming up, we have new designs for the Riot, which is the most popular reference client. This will be turned on by default in the near future for one-to-one conversations. Why not for group conversations? Well, you can turn on end-to-end encryption for public conversations, but it's socially pointless because anybody can just connect anyway. So it would add an expensive overhead that doesn't actually provide any real value. Okay. So, yeah, quick one then. We mentioned home servers. These are the Matrix servers at the bottom layer. The specification describes communication between the servers and also between the clients and the servers. Never between the clients and the clients. This isn't peer-to-peer. We only go between one client, well, any number of clients, and one home server, and those home servers federate. That is to say, they synchronize their data between them. As you go up the stack, you're going to see more and more client SDKs. and then terrific numbers of first-party and third-party SDKs. So officially supported by the Matrix core team is JavaScript and React. React is, just JavaScript really. iOS and Android. But on top of that, there's just tremendous. I mean, if you can think of a language, then I'm sure you can find a community-supported SDK for that. Home servers, so two in production right now. Well, there are many in production, but 2 usable in production right now. So Synapse is the sort of the reference implementation. It's also the one in the wild. It's 99+% of all home servers. It's huge. It's Python. It was recently improved to use Python 3. Dendrite is next generation. It is inherently multi-threaded. It will get more love next summer. This summer it got a lot of love from GSOC, which is the Google Summer of Code program. More to come from that. Other home servers are in production. These have not had tremendous progress, but we expect to see more progress with the recent finalization of the Federation API, which we'll talk about in a second. Oh, there we go. There's my next slide, literally in 1 second. So the server-to-server API is not finalized. We expect it to be finalized at the end of this year. When it is finalized, we expect to see more people building home servers. Right now, it's difficult to work on those home servers without a stable specification. All right, let's talk a little bit about APIs, and then I'm going to try and get onto some news, because I can tell that's what you're more interested in. So the reason for this slide is just to say it's super simple to do anything with Matrix. You don't even need an SDK. It's just an HTTP command. Here we go. I'm sending a curl command, a post with curl, just a little drop of JSON, sends it to this location. The only security needed is that access token. You don't even need your user ID, and you get an event ID in response. Now, what would that do on the server when it's sent? Your server, your home server, would receive this. It would find out which room it was intended to be sent to. We can see here, placeholder for room ID. Once that is decided, the home server finds out which other servers are in that room. It knows this because it's federated with those home servers previously. It sends that message as a copy to each of those home servers, and those home servers are trusted to distribute the message to the correct users. This is the same example again, but I just love it because it's so simple. It's such an easy way of demonstrating that IoT is just right there. It essentially comes for free. Because you're transmitting JSON anyway, you can transmit anything that would have been JSON. For example, I control my hue lights just by sending messages into a room. And this is the core of this infamous drone demo. This is essentially the core of that. It's finding a way of translating those JSON commands into whatever API the Parrot drone used. But yeah, there's a lot of steps there, so no wonder it was not always the most stable. So the server-to-server API synchronizes between home servers. We keep coming back to this idea that you don't talk to other servers the way you would on the web. You talk to your own home server, and those home servers federate within themselves. That means synchronized messages, synchronized room state, real-time synchronization. The application services API, very functionally extremely similar to the client API, but it runs on the home server itself, which means it gets some slight privileges. This is super useful for building things like bridges and certain bots that make more sense to run server-side than client-side. But this is an implementation detail that we don't need to think about today. Bridging everything. This list may not even be up to date, really. In fact, I know it isn't. Essentially, everything is bridgeable. Everything that can send or receive via an open API can be bridged to Matrix. And this makes it super interesting because you've got a user on Discord and a user on Telegram. The user on Discord sends his message to a Matrix bridge, but he doesn't know that. He just sees it as a Discord user. That Matrix bridge transfers the message between home servers, sends it to a home server which features a Telegram bridge, which sends it to Telegram users who happen to be in that same room. Now, you've got Discord users and Telegram users talking to each other over Matrix. None of them are using a Matrix client. They may not even know that they're talking to somebody who's not on their native platform. Okay, so we looked at this a little, but just as essentially a zoomed-in view of that blue dot. Notice in the architecture diagram, the bridge is functionally indifferent to whether it's a bridge or another matrix home server. The point is, it sends and receives messages which are then synchronized to the appropriate rooms. From the point of view of your client, these green dots, they don't know whether the remote home server is a bridge or another matrix home server, because it doesn't matter. It sends matrix messages either way. And yeah, I mean, the bridging stack is to be expected. Right now, it's a lot of Node, because that was a good choice at the time. I think it still is a good choice. A lot of async bridges are inherently async because you're relying on multiple parties to send and receive asynchronous data. So you would always need an async library. All right, so concrete examples. This is the same thing. Go straight to IRC. Could go to a drone. Could go anywhere. I'll let you guys take photos. I feel like I'm running a little fast here. So, what's new? What's the real news here? Let me check my timing. Oops, yep. What do we got? Client ecosystem explosion. So I think it's very fair to say that there's been an explosion in the last 12 months or so. So probably the last 18 months is maybe a little bit fairer. Just a huge number of third-party clients being created. I'm just going to run through some of them quite quickly. So Neko is a Qt, or Qt. Apparently it's pronounced Qt application, E2E support. Quaternion, unfortunately, looks like a Qt application. It is supported by the creator of something called libq matrix client. What this is essentially a layer SDK on top of the previous stacks that I've shown you, and is allowing people to make other clients. So we're getting a lot of uplift from that. And in fact, one of my favorites, Spectral, is it's all matrix puns. When you try and Google any of these things, then all you get is Wolfram Alpha. But it's this client is a purely UX project. It uses libq matrix client to do all its really heavy lifting. Seaglass, this is super cool. So having a native macOS app, it can seem, how to say, so it's really valuable to have native apps. When you're trying to build a community, just having people able to use a simple, pretty app on their own platform is so valuable. Just having to say to people, oh yeah, I mean, it looks like that because it's a Qt app. Having something native is fantastic, and people really appreciate it. Fractal. So these guys are really genuinely exciting. So this is a GTK app for GNOME, but they are now supported, and they actually announced this in a more official manner last week, by Purism. So Purism are a manufacturer who are creating, they're deeply into like open source hardware and open source products, and they're producing the Librem 5, which is a Linux-based phone with their own custom OS, which in principle is going to run all kinds of Linux distributions, and they are starting to get involved and fund Fractal development in order to have a native Matrix client on their platform for launch, which I think it's maybe Q2 next year, I think. Can't promise, not my product. Can't promise on my own product. So Gomux is inevitably you're going to get TUI clients. This is the kind of community we're in. It also is really helpful to have, again, there's not an officially supported Go library, but there is a full-featured client built on top of Go. So de facto, you can get Go support for doing anything you like with the client's API. I don't know if you want to take the summary slide, but that's something that we're really excited about from this summer. Spec progress. Okay, so this was a bottleneck. Probably the last time you heard about this, then you probably heard, oh, Matrix is good. Will be good when it's done. This is a huge amount of stuff has been improved in this area. So the client server API is ready. The application service API is ready. This is the same thing, but hosted on the server side. And the server-to-server API is due at the end of this year. Huge amount of work was done. So this is our GitHub project board. This is all open, by the way. You can find it on the matrix.org GitHub account. But yeah, It's actually been fascinating because it's a little bit new to me, but it's been fascinating to see the development of a new specification of this type, because it's all edge cases. There's so many things to think about. It's so much. It's a phenomenal amount of detail, and it's just been a huge amount of work. Sign-ups improvements. So in order to grow the community, this has been a source of work. Sign-ups is the most popular by far. Performance improvements on various things have led to a noticeable improvement in responsiveness on the main home server. We naturally would prefer everybody federated and had their own home server and hosted everything, but the reality of this situation is we have lots of people on a single home server, so we need to support that. Python 3 will aid in development and will aid in maintenance work. Installation streamlined and docs improved. Thanks, Robin. So there's something that came up yesterday is the installation and maintenance of this project has not been the easiest. With third-party contributions using Docker and Ansible, that's no longer quite true. It's not as easy as maybe clicking a DigitalOcean button, but it's a lot closer. We feel relatively happy about the quality of installation process today. Google Summer of Code. So yeah, two pretty cool guys were working on this stuff. So one added E2E bindings for the Python SDK. These are I don't know if they're merged yet. They're in the process of being merged. And it's a massive achievement for a student to have added an essentially complete end-to-end implementation in Python, and another push Dendrite towards feature completeness. So Dendrite is the next generation home server. It's not currently in production anywhere, but it will be soon. And then the GNOME project took their own GSOC students, and they were working on Fractal. As I've already said, Fractal is motoring ahead with support from Purism. Big stuff. DINSIC. So DINSIC is the French government department. It is called, and I know there's French people in the crowd, so Direction interministérielle du numérique et du système d'information et de communication de l'État. It is the, it's close enough. That is the IT department for the French government, essentially. Deploying a huge private federation of Matrix home servers. So this has taught us a lot about the needs of users in the wild, and also the needs of users beyond a scale that we would normally have imagined. Decentralized organizations are really appropriate for this kind of product. Academia and governments in particular are naturally decentralized. They're made up of lots of small organizations, they're made up of lots of small entities who will communicate, don't necessarily like each other, but they want to be able to keep their servers compatible and yet separate. Decentralization is just absolutely perfect for them. So yeah, what have they been working on? They've developed their own fork of Riot. This is Riot. Maybe I should have introduced that. Riot is the flagship client. It's the most fully featured client. So they have their own custom client available. They're live with 15 servers, and they are today, of all days, they are going to be involved in a security audit from ANSI, which is the Government Computer Security Service. We don't expect any trouble, but we do expect a increase in rollout speed after this, because the buy-in with the French government at that point will be tremendous. Lazy loading. So lazy loading is one of the quickest and easiest ways to get a performance increase. Essentially what it does is it doesn't download the whole state of the room at the beginning. It downloads it when it needs to. That's the gist of this thing. But it can be a difficult thing to implement, but it has massive performance improvements. We just don't download the list of members for each room at the start. We do it when we need it. It sounds kind of simple in retrospect. It sounds obvious in retrospect, but it's something that gets added to a specification over time. 2 weeks ago, the Matrix.org Foundation was separated from the non-entity that was the Matrix core team and New Vector, which is the holding company. This is a UK not-for-profit company. There will be a total of 5 guardians. I think 3 are currently assigned. And there will be articles of association and the transfer of properties, including the specification itself and the Matrix reference home server, which is Synapse. That's the Python home server. New users. Okay, so TADHack itself. TADSack had 1,946 total registered users. This was hosted, you can see this is hosted on vector.im, that's the holding company's name. Status, who Alan mentioned, they're using TAD for their internal comms with a custom theme. New home server project released this summer. So modular.im, it is a SaaS or a matrix as a service. Is that a MAS or is it a matrix as a SaaS? I know you guys like the SaaS, the variations with your CPaaS. So first client was the Web3 Foundation. They're using it internally, and then we have other clients, but nothing is. It's a little new to be talking about. It is. It's a SaaS. So if you want to be able to host Matrix yourself, then you can come to us. The next steps for this project: smaller servers. Right now we're only targeting SMEs, but we want to start targeting smaller individuals, maybe families. We've got a surprising number of people who want to use it for their family. Custom DNS migration path. Sorry, how am I doing for time? Oh, all right, we'll do. Stable release of the spec. We're ever so close. New design. I was going to do a demo, but please come and ask me about the redesign. It looks great. Oh, there we go. New state resolution. This is going to increase the speed. End-to-end encryption improvement in speed. What's next? All right, what comes next after what comes next? Dendrites, aggregations. So you know in iMessage you can like add little icons to other messages and do edits and that kind of thing. This is that. And that's me. Thank you.
So time for one question. David, has Inti sorted you out on the AirPlay yet? No, just see Inti at the back there if you get David sorted out on the AirPlay. So any questions for Ben?
Yeah. Oh, there is swag, but it's only stickers. So please come and chat, and business cards.
Thank you, Ben. Really good presentation. I just want to know what the difference is between the approach on a matrix versus XMPP.
Right. So yeah, great. Yeah, this is actually a fundamental question. The really major difference is that matrix is a kitchen sink approach, contains everything. XMPP, we believe, suffered from lots of additional extensions and these kinds of things, which led to fragmentation. Others disagree. But that's the fundamental design of Matrix. It's an inclusive system. It also, I would say, that another difference is JSON over HTTP is a lot more accessible to developers.
Yeah, and that is a key point in terms of why we've seen such massive adoption.
Yeah, I mean that's why I include that slide with the curl command. It's really that simple. Yeah, really that simple.
Absolutely. What I'd suggest is, because of time, again, let's thank Ben. Excellent presentation. Well done. So I'd now like to invite David from Protocol Labs, if you can come on down and get yourself set up. David is no longer a Lisbon resident. He was always the local guy. But now I think it's over in Zug in Switzerland you're based?
Yeah, like I'm spending a little bit of time all over the world. So
yeah.
I kind of hurt.
He's a distributed wave function. However, the center of mass is no longer here in Lisbon.
Exactly.
But we're bringing him back home. So with that, over to you, David.
Thank you for that. Good morning, everyone. Is this working? Can you hear me through the microphone? Awesome. Good morning. It's great to be back, this time at this colorful venue. I really like the Tetris pieces. Like it really gives some color to the event. I've been attending this event, participating in this event since 2016. And so what I thought to do this year is actually, given that I've been like presenting some projects and ideas in other years, what about if I do kind of like a recap and update and then present something new after? So who was here in 2016? Just quick show of hands. All right, yeah, I remember seeing your faces, that's true. So 2016 was when I got the chance to introduce to this community the IPFS project, a project to distribute the web. And the web, as we know, has many issues today, or the model that we have for the web today has many issues. It doesn't work in disconnected scenarios. It doesn't work offline, like links break all the time. The security model is not great. It's getting kicked out of IoT, and then there's also like all these censorship issues that we keep seeing happening all over the world more and more often. And so IPFS, a protocol to make the web distributed, is a protocol to upgrade the web, to make it faster, more secure, to work offline, safer. And the keyword here is really the upgrade. Like we, as the IPFS project creators, we intended from the beginning to make sure that IPFS could integrate with the current web model and have a clear migration path that would enable browsers, users, application services to level up their services as time progresses. It's not an alternative web. There have been many attempts in the past to create a better solution for the web. The reality is like shifting everyone from one web to another web is almost impossible. And so upgradability is essential for future-proofing. And the way that IPFS does this is really by changing one simple design on the way that the web works, which is moving from a location-addressed web to a content-addressed web. What this means is instead of like you looking for a piece of information that is available in some machine online, you actually look for the cryptographic fingerprint, the content hash. And so instead of like you having to go to some location, you can just ask around. Like you can ask the network who has this content, and then anyone in the network can give that content to you. You don't have to rely on a central point of authority because you, as a user, you can verify that you receive that content. So I will not dive deep into IPFS details. You can see that presentation from 2016, which TADSummit generously puts available online. But yeah, what has happened since then? So in terms of releases, the reference implementations Go and JS had over 80 releases with many features, many bug fixes, many performance improvements. We created a page for the JavaScript implementation. You can visit today js.ipfs.io. And this page has a very special feature, which is it can transform your browser into an IPFS gateway. So it uses an IPFS node running in JavaScript, no plugins added, and it installs a service worker. And so every time you use it to fetch some piece of information from the IPFS network, your browser will catch that request, connect to the IPFS network, fetch the content, and serve it to you. So effectively, it is using HTTP to present you the content because that's the way that the browser expects the content to come, but it's using the IPFS network, so it's not doing HTTP calls to a server to fetch the content. It is directly through the IPFS network. And so other things that we created and released is the IPFS cluster project. So many people started running their own pinning services, and a pinning service is making sure that the copies of the content are available on the network at all times. And so one big demand was, can we have a tool that help us orchestrate multiple IPFS nodes that can be distributed all over the world? This is today open to everyone, and many of these pinning services are using it. Other things that we released was we revamped the IPFS UI, so now it's easier than ever to for the everyday user to understand what this IPFS node is doing, from bandwidth usage, connections that it creates, and you can use it to explore the data that exists on IPFS network as well. We also created a desktop application so that you can get that really nice convenient feature of like drag and dropping a file and just getting it to the IPFS network, get the content address, and share it with your friends. And then the IPFS browser extension, IPFS Companion, has been paving the path for browsers to go from the web platform to the D-Web platform. What this translates to is a lot of growth. So we now see applications, really like professional, mature applications appearing from all the places. We have from things like social networks, we have streaming services, we have marketplaces, we have collaborative doc editors, we have like mixed reality applications that use IPFS to distribute the assets, because when you are dealing with mixed reality, the assets are kind of huge, so having a peer-to-peer network is useful. We see photo sharing applications and applications that put at its core making sure that the files are private and that only the users that have access to those files actually have access to them. And then there's like many other orgs that are adopting IPFS to archive data, to establish collaboration between multiple organizations, to have the conversation of like who possesses which data, and so on. And so this has been super explosive, and we created a web page that you can consult. It's available at awesome.ipfs.io, and it's a web page that is community-driven, so anyone can add items to this list. And it lists like applications, articles, data sets, tools, and many videos. So this is like everything that the community is producing is kind of like listed here if someone from the community adds it to the list. So it's a very good way to check all the activity that is happening. We also created a documentation portal. This was like a big ask from the community. How does this thing works? And so now it's available. We have an IPFS community of meetups. So these are meetups all over the world that keep popping up from all over the place, and they are community driven. So someone that really cares about distributing the web is organizing an event for the local community. We started a translation project, and we now have many of our websites, many of our documentations available in available in 22 languages. And this is like super powerful because first, this is the community coming and saying, hey, I think this project is important for my community, and it's important for them to have access to this documentation in their own language. So they contribute with the translation. I personally believe that knowledge, one of the biggest barriers for knowledge transfer today is still the language, because a lot of people don't have, we assume that like everyone can use Google Translate for everything, but like when you go into technical stuff, you really need to have some kind of bridge or some kind of documentation in your own language to understand it well. And also another very exciting update, Cloudflare, one of the largest CDNs in the world, decided to go interplanetary. So now Cloudflare is hosting their own IPFS nodes, their own IPFS gateways, and helping users put their websites on IPFS. And so that users can have their websites, their web applications served by this peer-to-peer network. So there is even more. What about browsers? So last year, we showed that it was possible to run an IPFS node inside the browser, and with it, grant the browser new superpowers. So this is the Brave browser, and like it has an IPFS node running inside it. And with it, we can load content from the IPFS network. This year, Firefox announced support for decentralization protocol. So they added support for the protocol handlers of like IPFS and DWeb to the browser so that we can create handlers to listen on these protocols and answer to those requests. This is also coming soon to Chromium. To even push more for this momentum, we created a webpage called Are We Distributed Yet? And this webpage lists all of the shortcomings that we have identified with the rest of the community that like block us from making the experience on the browser really, really nice. And the unimaginable happened, right? Mozilla paid attention, and they decided to create an extension called libdweb that you can ship with your Firefox nightly version. And this libdweb gives the browser new capabilities, new properties. For example, making access to the file system, or access to UDP sockets, or TCP sockets, or even like multicast DNS. Having access to these capabilities enables us, builders of the VWeb, to create very exciting demos that we also have published them online and show the potential of what would be a browser with these kind of protocols with like the full extent of their features. And so this is like unprecedented, right? If 2 years ago you asked me, oh, will we ever convince the browser vendors to implement these protocols, I would probably I will be optimistic and say yes, but I know that it is so hard. And I think this community understands that very well. If you played with WebRTC and like all of the multiple year conversations around WebRTC and how to deploy that to the browsers and how to reach consensus, it is something that is hard because, again, the web platform is used by pretty much everyone that has access to the internet. And so this was very exciting that Mozilla paid attention and like is enabling us to show the power of these protocols on the web platform. If this is a lot of stuff and you feel like, wow, like there's so many things happening and it's so hard to understand, like to just like understand what is happening and like where the project is headed, we hear you and we got you. Like we are shipping this quarter an updated version of the IPFS project roadmap. Right now, this is the work in progress document. It will be available on GitHub and it will be available by the end of this quarter. Another exciting thing is if you are more a person of like going to events and like listening to talks, then we also have news for you because you can come to Lisbon again next year for the first IPFS conference. So this is going to be super exciting to get all the community together here in Lisbon, an amazing city to organize events. And yeah, so we are super excited about that. That was 2016. Let's go to 2017. Who was here in 2017? All right. Cool, great to see you again. So 2017, I basically talked about two things. One, a research lab, a new generation research lab that focuses on moving ideas through the research pipeline from ideas to specs to code to computers to humans and grant humans new superpowers. In this research lab, Protocol Labs, is kind of like a stellar nursery, or at least we like to call it a stellar nursery for foundational infrastructure. We focus really hard on like identifying problems and creating projects that get their own gravity, that they become their own stars, and like support the project until they can sustain itself, become its own thing, and then like go to the next challenge. We have many projects, IPFS, Filecoin, IPLD, peer-to-peer multi-formats, and others. And one of them that, again, I talked last year was Filecoin. So Filecoin is this decentralized storage market for retrieval and for storage. And it enables users to harness the latent storage that is available in the world and have a market where they can trade the storage that is available. So imagine like all of your laptops, all of your computers, all of your data centers, if you have one, you can like put that storage available to the market, and instead of going through the normal pipeline of like hiring storage from some cloud provider, you can hire that storage from anyone in the world. So this is like has a huge potential, especially for emerging communities, emerging markets, because you can be a local entrepreneur, hook up some hard drives, and suddenly like those services that are providing video or kinds of content, they can pay you to get that content very close to the users so that new users, new clients appear. Okay, so kind of like quick recap from 2017 to now. Protocol Labs Research, we announced the Protocol Labs Research Grant Program. And we here market with a $5 million research program. So far, we have handed out $400,000 in grants. And the themes that we have been funding are from open source funding, how to fund open source, novel proofs, proofs of replication, CRDTs, energy grids, semantic data, and more. There is many academic publications, and not only. And we also have been sponsoring academic conferences all over the world. One of the things that we are really happy about is that we supported and sponsored the creation of the Stanford Center for Blockchain Research. So we are one of the sponsors. There are many others. On Filecoin, we have launched an update 3 months ago of like the state of development. Totally recommend everyone to check out. What it includes is demos from the Filecoin implementation and testnet simulator. It has a demo of like how to visualize the network and see the activity of the network. And also shows how the storage market works so that you can have a clear idea of how these things work in practice. And one of the things that is on that update is the Filecoin project roadmap. We are now in this stage where we got the Go Filecoin implementation. We expect to have many other implementations, but we decided to focus with Go. And we want to launch the Filecoin testnet for all of the miners that's registered for the program in advance in early 2019. And by mid-late 2019, we want to launch the Filecoin main network. So this is super exciting. Okay, so now we arrive at 2018. I have more or less 5 minutes, right? Okay. Yeah, okay. 5 minutes, I think it will be enough. Cool, okay, so what are the things for 2018? 2018 seems to be like the year of the Web 3.0, or at least like we keep hearing this term appearing all over the place. And it is not a new term, right? Like if you have been on this field for a while, you have definitely heard about Web 3.0 before. But it's important to recognize that like technology comes in revolutions, and sometimes it's not the right time for technology to land. But like every time a revolution happens, users basically get new superpowers, new abilities to the things that they were not able to do before. And so why 3.0? Like, what are the other versions? If we think, like, if we look at the history, we have the internet first, where we kind of like figure out how to connect everyone together and how computers can connect and communicate with each other. Then we have like the Web 1.0 revolution, which is like the read only, like the static web, where people could access documents. This was more of like a document viewer. Then we have the Web 2.0, which is like a read, write dynamic web. So users could interact with the web, they could create content also to make it, put it available on the web. And then the Web 3.0, which the world is still trying to define what it really means. It's kind of like the read, write, trust, and verifiable web. It's about adding verifiability to the operations, to the actions that we are doing on this web platform. And so, again, like if you have been here for a while, this term was here before in the past with things like the semantic web, which now has been revitalized to the linked data web. Sometimes people reference blockchains as the Web 3.0, but the reality is, yes, like blockchains are a huge, important revolution in technology because they ended the peer-to-peer winter, and they showed us how markets and the right incentive mechanisms can create very powerful networks that run by themselves. But they actually are not web native, like Bitcoin and the other blockchains don't run in the browser, at least from the start. And then we have the decentralized web movement, which is about moving the power to the edges, making sure that we remove the need to have these centralized points of control, which have benefits, but also a lot of problems, and really give the power back to the user. And the way that we think about it is like Web3 is all of this together. And again, it's really about verifiability. Make sure that like you can prove that like some action was executed. What this translates to is to a thing that we call open services. When you have like a service that looks like an utility that can run by itself, people can like join and leave, and because you can verify if the players, if the participants are executing the right thing at the right time with the right inputs and generating the right outputs, you can create these services that everyone can be super transparent. Let's just like think about one example. So everyone uses Wikipedia, but like not everyone understands what is the cost of running Wikipedia. And so we see Wikipedia often doing these ad hoc fundraising campaigns to make sure that the service continues to run. But like we don't have a way to really like measure what is our expenditure when we are using Wikipedia. So imagine like having a system that you could measure, you could like see how much you are spending from like just running this service and like consuming this service, and then you could like decide to pay that amount to use this service. Like you could have a way to interact with this service that you pay directly, or if a country or a company really relies on like running this service, like using this service, leveraging this service, instead of like having ad hoc ways to kind of like inject money to make sure that it runs, they could just like sponsor everyone's usage. And this can be like all public, all verifiable, like executing on some public infrastructure that is incentivized to make sure that the service runs. And so this is like super powerful, and like getting like understanding exactly how this works is still something that like the world is still like understanding, learning. But if you think that the revolution is not already happening, take a peek of this chart. So this is like by the Internet Foundation, Internet Blockchain Foundation, and it shows like a one-to-one mapping of many Web 2.0 services to the Web 3.0 versions. It's a very long list. And so again, Web 3.0 is about verifiability. The one thing that like all of these applications have as a challenge is one thing that I'm very excited to talk about here with this community, which is identity. So all of these applications need a sort of way to authenticate users and to authenticate these operations, like connect like a private key to an actual user. And identity is not just like a Web 3.0 issue. We just happen to fool ourselves to think that the identity systems that we have for the Web 2.0 are actually reliable and trustworthy, but they are not. Like, what does it mean to authenticate with my Google account and then suddenly give all my permissions to some service that I don't know anymore what they are doing with that authentication token? And the reason why it's so hard is it's a UX problem. How can we communicate to a user that we are authenticating another user, that we are validating their credentials, that we are granting them new capabilities to access docs, or to revoke access, to recover access, create personas, and so on. And so perhaps what you're thinking right now is, oh, I know, I just like connect to some API, and like I authenticate all the users, and like this gets registered in the database, and that's fine. Well, the reality is like not quite, right? Because like it doesn't work in a disconnected or offline scenario. Like, think about all the services that you use today and how many of them break when you go on a train or like go on a plane or just go to a location in the world that doesn't have good connectivity. So this is still like a big challenge to make sure that all of these operations that users are doing can be verifiable in a way that other users can trust without relying on third parties. We have been doing research and like studying all of the proposed decentralized identity systems. You can find this survey online on our GitHub. It kind of like lists the features and the shortcomings of many of these services. We grabbed all of these ideas and we kind of like made a proposal, not one more alternative, but actually one that tries to gel all of them, called the peer star identity. And the proposal from the peer star identity is quite simple. It's this like sandbox identity manager that the user controls, and then the user can, through crypto primitives, through signatures, through communication with these multiple providers, like give access to certain resources. Going very fast to make sure I wrap up quickly. We went from the RFC, so we transpiled that RFC into code. So you can check this module Peer Star app. It has many of those ideas that are listed on RFC implemented. There's also a workshop to do app, so like you can like give it to your developers or just write by yourself and see how these things work on the D-Web. There's also a video that walks you through. And this code is powering two applications, PeerPath, a collaborative doc editor without any centralized endpoint, and Discussify, which is a Discuss platform that you can comment on any resource that is online without needing, again, any centralized provider. And these are like blueprints for you to design your own applications, like you can follow them and implement, or you can just like fork it and create your own. And so to wrap up, if these problems are interesting to you, if these questions, if you are concerned about it, I welcome you to join the community. Like, so everything that I talked about is 100% open source. Everything is available on GitHub. We discuss a lot in IRC. And it's really important to have input from everyone on designing these architecture pieces for the internet, because the things that we decide to implement and ship are the things that are going to shape the web, the platform that everyone uses, and that they will tell, like they will describe what are the power structures of the soon future to be. So yeah, I end it here. Thank you all for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Excellent, thank you so much, David. David, you'll be here for the rest of today, is that correct? Yeah. Excellent. So because of time, during the breaks, David will be here. Just to quickly mention, some of you know Chris Mathieu. He built a company on IPFS and within a year had it sold. So it is hard to be doing stuff with IPFS. So congratulations on the project. It's an excellent piece of work. So moving on, Dean, if you can get straight down to it and keep it within 20. I know that's hard.
Right, so why there's the Cortana window, I am not sure, but I'll come back to that. I'm Dean Bubley. I'm going to be talking about absolutely everything to do with blockchain, distributed ledgers, and telecoms in 20 minutes. If the clicker works, which at the moment it isn't. And click on the main part of the screen. Click on the main part of the screen.
Okay, right. There you go.
Fantastic. Right, fantastic. Right. Who am I? Very quickly, I'm an industry analyst, consultant and futurist. I've been to all of the TADSummit events, and I'm generally considered a bit of a thorn in the side of various parts of the telecoms industry because I take a fairly controversial stance on most things, hence my Twitter handle of Disruptive Dean. I look at evolution of networks, so wireless, 5G, spectrum policy, all that stuff. The middle box, one of the middle boxes is more relevant here on voice, video, communications, CPaaS, UCaaS, and all the rest of it for communications, apps and services. I've looked at future of voice in particular for the last 10 years. What I call telecom futurism, which is the intersection of all this with things like IoT and VR, AR, what I'm talking about today, blockchain, and also AI, and I publish some stuff. So, next up. Yes. Right. There was a version of this slide that Rob Pickering presented yesterday. What I see in telecoms, and this is not just sort of telecom operators, but the whole of communications and networking, is a tension between two different directions of pull. On one side, we have what we've been hearing about here, which is decentralizing things, democratizing technology, enabling developers, enabling arbitrage between multiple services or networks. And then on the other side, there's this sort of pull to centralize things, whether that's standardization, whether that's the consolidation of big telecom companies looking to bring things in-house. Some aspects of federation, I would say, are on this side as well. I'm a big fan of divergence rather than convergence, although the two go hand in hand. And against this backdrop, you have all these other trends, whether it's 5G networks, whether it's mobile content, whether it's browsers, Internet of Things, AI especially. AI is interesting because it's sort of mostly on the centralizing side of things because of the need for large amounts of data, and obviously typically a single purveyor of algorithms in most cases. So it's worth to bear in mind this tension is not going to be resolved by either side is winning. For everything you look at in telecoms, there's going to be this sort of tug of war between these two sets of trends and dynamics. So, blockchain. Hands up, who knows what blockchains are on distributed ledgers? Right, so it's about half the room. Right, I am not a developer, so I'm going to give a 30-second overview, which is going to make some of you wince and some of you hopefully not too confused. Essentially, it is a decentralized, self-verifying database. There are various forms, I'll come into it in a minute, of blockchain technologies or distributed ledger technologies. But the basic principle is that rather than having a central database authority, think of a bank with a bank account or a government with a numbering resources for a telecoms network, or frankly, it could be a government with a voter identity database as well. But you have a central authority. Rather than having a central authority, you distribute that database amongst multiple parties. And it can either be anyone, or it could be a particular set of parties interested in a given problem. The idea being that you reduce the risks of that central authority getting stuff wrong, or charging excessively for access to the data. And this sort of implicitly changes the nature of trust in data and transactions. Now, the key thing here is this word validation, validate. And there are a lot of variants of who does the validating. So if you have no central authority, you need to have some mechanism to validate data and transactions. And you therefore need to have computers or people to act as that network of validators. And they need a good reason to do so. And that reason can either be you offer them a reward of some sort, payment of some sort of kind, we'll come on to that in a minute, or they are mutually self-interested in validating the data. The term chain just comes because usually the transactions get batched up into blocks, and so you have a chain of blocks of transactions, and there is some mechanism for validating each set of transactions. So that's a sort of horribly simplistic, but hopefully sort of decent basic intro to how distributed ledgers work and why they're useful. This thing about changing nature of trust we'll come back to. So a little bit more here. There are lots of different sorts of what are called distributed ledgers. Where you see something talking about the blockchain, and people talk about putting stuff on the blockchain, it usually means the original underlying chain underneath Bitcoin. Where it's called a blockchain or a ledger, then you start to get into a whole different set of technologies and communities. And the other divide here is between public and private. A public blockchain is one that anyone can participate in with a computing node to become a validator. And a private one, sometimes called permissioned, is one where there is maybe a consortium or a small group that mutually decide on rules for who could be inside that. So you could imagine a trading community of a company with its suppliers. It could be a number of telecom service providers who are reconciling traffic between them, but there's essentially some form of membership. There is a permission. So common examples of public blockchains, Ethereum, which I think we'll talk about later on today, is probably the one which is in some ways most important after Bitcoin. And it's most important because it is a software platform that allows other applications to be written on top of it. And this is the thing here, is that you can start putting software applications, sometimes called distributed applications. This term smart contract will crop up, where essentially you are not just validating the data, but you're validating what gets done with it. And that could be creating a new sort of almost like a subsidiary chain or token off of the core one. So in the interest of time, I'm going to have to push on. You tend to get a little bit of religious war, I should say, that some of the sort of people on the public side of blockchains look down on the private and enterprise ones, which, to be honest, are more realistically described as sort of glorified and decentralized databases. But that doesn't mean they're unimportant. And in many ways, I think that the right-hand side is more relevant in telecoms. So why would you use these? Apologize for the text slide, but just to sort of go through, I see a lot of, there's an enormous set of possible use cases, and I'll go through a couple of examples. But at a very top level, looking at the telecom operators or maybe CPaaS providers or other software companies, frankly, a lot of the stuff is not necessarily about customer service. It's about improving existing mechanisms of doing things in the machine, either within one company or between groups of them. And a classic one is going to be things like automating billing and settlement for interconnect between telecom companies, which is a boring, complex, expensive task which needs lawyers and lots of duplication of effort and could be automated better. And there's a few others which essentially are, it's a classic sort of technology thing of how can we improve our existing systems. There's some stuff around reinventing network technology, which I think is perhaps a bit of a sleeper here in terms of what really is a game changer. And there are various people trying to reinvent everything from IP to wireless networks to buying submarine cable capacity. I spoke to one company recently. So there's a fair amount of sort of work that's done at the underlying network plumbing level. The focus, and I suspect the focus here, is around the customer-facing services, either for service providers or developers or others. And there's a lot of work that's going on, which could be anything from mobile payments to improved use of the improved ways of doing temporary roaming contracts for mobile users, to potentially having decentralized. There's a couple of people trying to do decentralized PBX or cloud telephony platforms. There are literally hundreds of possibilities here, especially around things like Internet of Things, where you'll find this is sort of on the fringes of whether it's telecoms or not. But there's a lot of things of people say wanting to trade electricity between a car and the solar cells autonomously. And the last one is where you have service providers doing stuff in other people's blockchain-enabled ecosystems, where there might be a need for voice communications, where there might be a need for a service provider's connectivity, so they might be providing a blockchain optimized network that does edge compute. There's a bunch of other things where there are possibilities for telecom companies of all sorts to participate in. The more complex version of this slide is this matrix, which you'll be pleased to know that I'm not going to talk through, except to say that the way I want here is I've basically thought about the verticals are bits of the telecoms industry, and you can, if you like, double click on any of these to get more granularity, from the network to the voice calls and platforms, communications, content, cloud services, and the horizontals are rough things you can do with blockchain and distributed ledger technologies, whether that is guaranteeing integrity of data, so can you prove that a piece of data hasn't been changed, which is really important for things like Internet of Things or anything where you, for example, might need to have a proof point that the call detail records haven't been altered. And one of the things that blockchains allow you to do is to create tamper-proof architectures where you can prove the provenance of a piece of data over time and show that it hasn't been changed. Disintermediation of varying services, if you're removing a central authority, it comes by definition. Identity management was talked about before. Anything to do with a registry, wherever you've got a registry, it could be it could be to do with numbering, again, is a good example, but it could be a registry of spectrum licenses. The Indian government is looking at one for permissions to opt in for telemarketing messages, this sort of thing. So you might have a registry of people, of things, of assets. And all of these go across the different verticals. And as I say, this is fractal. You could double click on any of these. The red dots are a very rough sort of heat map of where I see people talking to me most, but there's probably stuff going on at all of the intersection points. So, tokens and tokenization. So we talked a bit about the private blockchains, which essentially are shared databases between multiple parties. This concept of a token comes up, which is where you verge into the sort of cryptocurrency aspect of blockchain, where you actually have a way to store value. And in a way, we're used to having non-monetary ways of storing value. I expect people here, some of them are in the frequent flyer scheme. So you will be using essentially a non-monetary way of storing value that can be later used for buying flights or hotel rooms. Go to a casino, you get given a non-monetary chip. So we're used to using tokens of varying forms to express value, store them. And the interesting thing is they all have their own rules and economics. So for frequent flyer points, there's usually a set of airlines that give them under certain rules where you get a certain number for a particular flight, they can generate. There is not usually a fixed pool of frequent flyer points, so there isn't necessarily an inflation problem. Whereas you have other things where you might have constraints. So a barrel of oil, there's obviously constraints on supply, but you can trade and you can essentially buy things with oil if you really wanted to. Or if you're an oil trader, you probably don't get paid in barrels of oil. You prefer to get proper cash. So there are various things that people are doing to what's called tokenize. And create these stores of value. Either this is because it's a good way to incentivize the people doing this validation, or because it's a public blockchain and they want people to buy, well, whether it's file storage or whether it's property management services or whether it's electricity for their Tesla. They ideally would like people to use a file coin or a energy coin or a beer coin or a chair coin. I think on the panel we'll discuss as to sort of where that fits. And there's an interesting discussion about whether you pay the validators in the same coin that you actually transact in, or whether it's a separate and parallel currency. This has been the sort of center of a lot of the hype around cryptocurrency over the last 2 years, because the prices of these have been hugely volatile for a lot of the tokens and currencies. In a way, actually, the gambling coins, the casino coins, tokens and chips is a good example. Imagine you were financing the construction of a new casino, and you raised money for the construction by issuing people the gambling chips in advance. Now, in theory, people would pre-buy quite a lot of those gambling chips in the expectation that they could turn up in the casino in 2 years when you've built it, and play on the roulette table. But what would happen in the meantime is they'll trade amongst themselves, and the price will spike up and down because there's no actual real thing you can do with those chips apart from trade them between them, because the casino hasn't been built, there are no gambling tables. For all you know, they're going to pivot from a casino business model to a hotel, or a sort of a entertainment park. You don't know. And so this is one of the challenges which has driven a huge amount of volatility in the price of cryptocurrencies, and also a lot of attention from regulators over the last couple of years. Come to them maybe if you have time later on or on the panel. So some examples of what's happening real world telecoms related blockchain use cases. Some of these use tokens internally, not as a public currency, but just as a convenient medium of exchange between partners. And that's something to think about. There's not necessarily an open marketplace in these tokens. They could just be used as a good way of communicating between members of a consortium. So wholesale voice settlement, bit boring but important. As I said before, there's lots of duplication of effort. No one really wants to deal with dispute management and have a team of lawyers on staff. Colt and PCCW started this, but there's now a bunch of other partners. They have a blockchain provider called Clear that's doing this, and they're progressively going from one level of proof of concept to the next. And this is an important thing here, is all of these use cases are future. There is pretty much no one in telecoms actively using public or private blockchains in anger in production systems today. There's an awful lot of proofs of concept, there's an awful lot of press releases, there's an awful lot of labs. This is one of the more sort of near-term examples because it's fixing a clear problem in a fairly understandable way, being done by companies that have good relationships and also fairly visible to external regulators as well. I mentioned the radio network side. I know Alan always talks about, it's all about the services. My view is that it's partly about the services, but it's also partly about the network itself. And there's quite a lot to do about recreating future networks. And there's a whole bunch of organizations at different levels of the connectivity stack. I advise one called Ambertech, for example, that's trying to create a multi-radio mesh infrastructure using Wi-Fi and TV white space and maybe unlicensed LTE to particularly in emerging markets, provide incentivized mesh connectivity where you could potentially have one node operator getting remunerated for extending coverage in an African village, for example. Obviously, you need backhaul and long-range connectivity as well. But there's a bunch of other people who are really trying to reinvent the underlying bits and pieces of either the internet or the way that wireless networks work. Some have potential, some I suspect are probably overambitious, but it's an area to watch because it has the potential to reinvent the underlying fabric of what we all depend on for the rest of our services layer businesses. Big telcos. Every single big telco has put out at least one press release or a slide deck on what we are doing with blockchain. I picked KPN from Netherlands here. I could equally have chosen AT&T, I could have chosen SKT in Korea, or a bunch of others. Some are more interesting than others. This one was interesting in that it was more sort of an IT services play by KPN, where they want to do what they're referring to as blockchain as a service, which is really packaging up sort of particularly IBM and Microsoft's own blockchain capabilities, adding in some sort of telco stuff around IoT perhaps, and putting a wrapper around it, and then offering it to their enterprise customers. I'm not quite sure how far they've got with this, but certainly as a concept, they're not actually trying to reinvent the wheel. They're trying to build a car around someone else's wheels, which sort of makes sense. Again, in the guts of the network, there's a bunch of people doing stuff around network function virtualization, things like license management, security. Can we ensure that the software load for a virtual network function is what it's supposed to be, isn't going to do something that we would rather it not? Do we have a record? One of the things I've been talking to telecom regulators is I think that service providers may have to retain records of the state and configuration history, almost like the logs of their network software. Because if something goes wrong, there is no chain of a historical way of reconstructing what went wrong, why, and who's responsible. So is there like an aircraft black box, but for the network, for a softwareized network? I think there should be from a security point of view. Regulatory is interesting. Various regulators are playing with this. Ofcom in the UK is looking at whether you can use this for number portability. India, I mentioned. And there's various things, people talking about spectrum sharing, for example, and where you need to have a database for who owns what bit of spectrum with what rights and what place, and can they trade them. A whole bunch of other use cases which are emerging. Can you do spot markets for connectivity, perhaps IoT, data integrity management service? This is actually a big thing, not just for telcos, but for IT companies. And I was saying before, data integrity is one of the things. I don't care if someone hacks my Fitbit and knows that I have a heart rate of 81 right now. I do care if they change it in a database to 181. Spectrum marketplaces. Basically you drill into this and there are hundreds of possible use cases, all of which are very, very early. And I've just put this up here as an example of something which is really arcane. The US new spectrum license and CBRS, and there's 9 different potential use cases which could be done for blockchain just for spectrum trading and spectrum management alone in the US. There's also a whole stack. And this is why we come back to sort of Web3. So if you look at Internet of Things, you ever say, oh, Internet of Things, blockchain. But which blockchain doing what? Is it actually the authenticity of a device? Is it about the connectivity for a device? And is it a registry of which devices exist? Is it around managing the software and firmware build and validating it on the device? Is it about the power management? Is it about creating a marketplace for sensor data? All of these are possible other functions, and it's far from clear to me that you'd ever do this all with one blockchain infrastructure. And if you need multiple different chains for the different areas here, how do they interoperate is a non-trivial problem. Yeah, and certainly if you're an IT company, you don't want to necessarily have to have 73 different blockchains or cryptocurrencies reported in your accounts each year. What can you tokenize in networks? There's people playing around with all sorts of stuff, from submarine capacity to SMSs and to voice minutes. Can you share data quotas amongst people? Maybe, but you got to watch out for terms and conditions. VPNs crop up, and can you create a sort of blockchain version of Tor and get people to pay in VPN tokens? Maybe. This slide I could probably spend half a day on, but I'm not going to. Key thing here is there are certain use cases which work well for public blockchains, some which are very clearly for private blockchains, and some in the sort of fuzzy bit in the middle. Roughly speaking, the more people who are involved in sharing data, perhaps writing to a distributed system, the more it makes sense to have a public one. Whereas if it's essentially a closed user group, it probably makes less sense. And clearly, if you're having an open API to developers or media or whatever it is, then you've pretty much pushing yourself into some form of public blockchain space. Unless it's a sort of a closed user group where you're a car manufacturer with 10 suppliers of parts and 20 suppliers of software, and you know who they are and you can permission them. So overall, there's a huge number of possible use cases for blockchains or the wider term distributed ledgers in networks, in telecom services and applications. Really, it's fractal. Yeah, each of these you drill into, and there's 10 possible things underneath it. It's very early stage. There are public and private opportunities. It does have the ability to reinvent trust. I will say that, ironically, for a set of technologies built around trust, one of the things I've found is that some of the world's least trustworthy people are involved in blockchain and especially cryptocurrencies. There's a certain Portuguese startup which still owes me money, which I will not name right now. But if there's anyone here watching this video, you might want to transfer some funds. It is still early days. But there's a lot of proofs of concept, and essentially people need to sort of play around with this. There is no substitute for actually trying stuff out, seeing what works. There are always going to be solutions which are non-blockchain related for the same thing, or which are almost but not quite. But I think that it's understanding the scope that's really important. I am, cautiously optimistic. Frankly, I don't think there's going to be any major disruptions in the next 5 years. I think we're going to see some really cool stuff. Do I think you're going to see anything that changes the world? No. 5 to 10 years, different story. And that's around the same time frame where there's an awful lot more IoT around. We'll have fiber and 5G and better Wi-Fi networks everywhere, so the connectivity is going to be improved. We'll have better devices. We will have sorted out ways of doing these consensus mechanisms which don't take half the world's energy. There's a lot of things that will improve, but I don't think we're there yet. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dean. And again, for the sake of time, you'll be here for the rest of the day. I know you have to pop off at about 4:30, but Dean will be around. So, Paolo, if you can come on down and get yourself set up. And what we're going to do, because of the sake of time, is we're going to skip the panel discussion. So if you have questions, if you want to get like Dean and David and Ben together and basically start having an argument around what, some of the basic principles around Web3, I think that could be quite interesting. It's very important to understand that the guys leading the initiatives around Web3 are taking a very different approach to what we've seen in the past. It's not a standards-led approach. These are just individual groups hacking stuff together, throwing it out there, seeing what sticks. It's an experimental approach. So while Paolo's getting set up, you can always quickly... oh, it's been brought... Yeah. You can grab yourself something to eat, because I know quite a few of you were here at 8, so it's already coming up to 10:30, so I'm sure some of you are getting hungry. Oh, cool. So you're good? Yes. No, it's you.
Hello?
Yep, perfect. Okay, so I will hand over to Paolo, so please come back, take your seats, and I'll hand over to Paolo, who's been working on Rethink for a couple of years now. They were a sponsor of TADHack Global a couple of years ago, so really interested to see how the project's moving on. Over to you, Paolo.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Good morning, everyone. So, some of you already know about Rethink. I'm not going to go into details, so I'm more going to summarize what we have achieved in this project and how we are currently using it in a Smart Cities project. Okay, so going directly for the motivation. So a few years ago, in 2012 or 13, a group of researchers in different laboratories in the telcos were very excited with WebRTC. So that was a time when WebRTC was emerging. So were playing around with WebRTC. We're also happy about not having a standard signalization protocol. But we also understood that it would be nice to have a way to get interoperability between different service providers. And by that time, so this group of researchers came out with an idea about taking advantage of having scripting languages executed in the browser. And so the idea is really a very simple one, where basically the protocol stack of the signaling protocol can be dynamically loaded to the browser. So from there, we conceived this signaling on the fly concept. And some 1 year or 2 years later, so we also have a proof of concept of this, and so we proved that it works. And then we were a bit more ambitious. So we enlarged the group with different operators, and so from the market perspective, we were not very happy with the perspective that web players were really gaining ground. And also from the technical perspective, we could also see that lots of new technologies were emerging, and telcos were really not taking advantage of that. So by that time, we realized that it was a very good time to rethink communication. So we were very, very ambitious, starting from the zero, so from scratch, and at the end to disrupt the web players themselves. Okay, so this project ended last year, officially. So we got some funds from the European Commission, and so this was the consortium of the project. So we designed and implemented proof of concept of this new architecture. So right now we call it the Resync framework. And so the source code is available in the GitHub. We are quite happy with the results. The documentation you can also find in this site. And currently we are maintaining the source code. So we are still working on that. We are using it in different projects. I'm going to talk about one that is about smart cities. So just a summary of what Resync is. So this is the baseline. So we wanted to follow really decentralized communications principles. What does it mean? It means that we wanted that any peer could communicate each other without having to have trustfully, of course, without having to have a central authority. And at the end, to avoid what we currently have now, which is at the end communication monopolies. And also interoperability, we believe, and we still believe, that it's a very important aspect. So we wanted to guarantee interoperability, but without having the pain of spending lots of resources and years on standardization bodies. And of course, it should be used in different use cases. So in general, human to human, human to machine, machine to machine. So we extended the signal on the fly concept to generic protocol on the fly. And what does it mean at the end is that we can achieve interoperability without, or with a very minimum set of standardization effort. So what we proved is that it's possible to get interoperability without having to know in advance what are the protocols or APIs that have to be in common between the peers. And basically, we have a protocol stack that you can download and deploy on the fly in the browser or in any device that can support scripting languages. Another proposal is about how to achieve trust. I should say that we are not using blockchain for this. So the basic idea is that the user has the power to decide what is the identity provider that will manage the identity, and also all the private data of the user in a separated way. So this means that the user can consume a service from some stakeholder, but then the identity can be managed by some another stakeholder, so another IDP. And then, okay, we can then set up a secured peer-to-peer communication between the peers by using the private and the public keys that are generated from the IDPs. And then a third aspect is also a new concept. This is more about software engineering. So we followed microservices architectural patterns. So this means that we got this idea about having a new kind of service component that we called hyperlinked entity, which basically is, so it's a component that implements a small set of features without having to depend too much on the network. Okay, so that's the basic idea. And from the very beginning, we were very careful in terms of the APIs, and so really to care about to make it easier the life of the developer. So it should be very easy to develop new hyperteas, and on top of this, new applications. Okay, so that was the main three propositions of Resync. And currently we are using it in a smart cities project. That's what I'm now going to talk to you, and how we benefit from Resync. So this is the Sharing Cities project, where we have 6 main cities involved. So this is a really a wide-scale deployment of solutions in order to get some advantages of smart cities approaches. I won't go into much details, but basically we want to achieve one interesting thing about this project is that it's not technical oriented. So this means that it's very citizen oriented. So it's not very much about how to use technologies, but it's really how citizens can benefit from the technologies and at the end to achieve goals like improve urban mobility, how to get buildings more efficient in terms of energy, and of course reduce carbon emissions. Okay, so, and in this project, one of the things that we are doing with Resync is to implement this digital social market service or application. At the end, this is like a small community or a set of small communities that can organize themselves around a social cause. And at the end, we have then some incentives in order to improve the behaviors of the citizens in order to spend less, to save energy, to not to use their own car, but using a sharing car. So that's the main idea. But for the trial, so we just launched the trial last week. The cause, so the social cause is around schools. So we have selected 3 different schools in different neighborhoods. And yes, and so around these schools we are trying to motivate people, parents, students, to improve their behaviors. Also, a very important aspect is to increase that people go more often to local shops. That's also an aspect that we want to address. Okay, so I will try now to play a video. Let's see it. This is in Portuguese, but with English subtitles. So I hope that we can understand. Could you? No sounds? Look, this is a short video just to get you an idea about what this social market is about.
Que geram pontos, todos podem obter benefícios apoiando uma causa comum. Este ano, a nossa causa comum será uma escola. Este ano vamos ajudar uma escola a ganhar um prémio. A Joana ganha pontos sempre que usa uma bicicleta gira para pedalar pela cidade. O Manel ganha pontos por carregar o seu veículo num posto de carregamento da rede de mobilidade elétrica da cidade. A Marta utiliza muitas vezes o serviço de carros partilhados e ganha pontos. Hoje, dá boleia à sua vizinha Vera e aproveita para trocar 2 dedos de conversa. A caminho do escritório, o André ganha pontos por ir à loja do Sr. Alfredo comprar fruta fresca para comer à meia da manhã. Na loja do Alfredo, quem apoia a escola que tem mais pontos tem sempre vantagens e volta para continuar a pontuar. A Sara ganha pontos quando vai a pé para o trabalho. Pelo caminho, aproveita para queimar umas calorias divertir-se e ganhar uns pontos extra na sua saúde. O Ricardo gosta de usar as scooters elétricas partilhadas para mostrar a cidade aos seus amigos turistas. Ganha pontos em todos os sentidos. O pai da Matilde ganha pontos quando mostra o que sabe sobre eficiência e mobilidade sustentável. Na escola da Matilde, ganham pontos com a poupança de energia. Nada de acender luzes desnecessárias ou deixar os computadores ligados durante a noite. Neste mercado social digital, a comunidade é uma equipa unida na luta pela vitória, juntos por uma causa comum e uma Lisboa mais sustentável. 1 a 1, todos ganham.
Okay, as you can see, this is just to give an idea, but this is a movie that was produced really for the end user, for the citizens. So this is a way that we are using to convince people to use the application. And so this is just some screenshots of the application. I invite you to just to load it. This is a progressive web app, so you just have to load and to install it in the mobile. I'm afraid we are just supporting Android yet, so iOS should come in 1 month. This is in Portuguese, so this is also a good chance to learn some Portuguese if you want. So we were very, so we make a good effort in terms of the user experience. So we have a table where you can get an idea about how you are improving your behavior, how you're progressing. And then as you improve your behavior, so I'm going to explain technically more later how we're doing this, but we are collecting the data from sensors, and then we translate this data into points or tokens. So you receive some notifications when you earn these points, and then you can spend these points in goods or services from the local shops. So that's a way to incentivize also citizens to participate. And we're also using some gamification techniques in order to engage the users. Okay, so this is a very high level of the solution of the architecture. So by using resync, this means that most of the business logic is in the device or in the mobile. So we have hyperteas that are executing on the device. Basically, we have hyperteas that are observing the behavior of the user and then reporting to the rating agent that we have at the backend, which are also executing some hyperteas, but in the backend. And so they rate the data collected and transform into tokens that are then transferred to a wallet that is running in the user device. We also, so the data is collected from local sensors or from external platforms. And then by using resync, all the data, all the private data is in the device. This is still a challenge, so we are using really just a web app. At the end, this is a web app. And so we are using really very new technologies, and we're facing some issues, but okay. One of the issues is that in case you lose your device, you lose your data. But we are working on a way to secure, so to have a backup service that should be selected by the user, so not to be dependent on some service provider. And the identity is also managed by some third party, like Google or even Altis, if you want. So this is decoupled. So one thing is the service and another thing is the identity of the user. And of course, you can then also chat with other citizens by using as much as possible, peer-to-peer communications. Okay, so that's it. Just to conclude, yes. So we believe that decentralized communications is a very good opportunity for telcos to differentiate from the global big web players, but it will take some time. It's still one of the big challenges is really how to monetize, and I'm facing lots of difficulties to get internal support for this because it's really very difficult to say how can I get money from this kind of approach. So I started by started to apply Resync with human-to-human communications, but I can't convince anyone right now to invest money on this kind of use cases. So now I'm looking on smart cities, and at the end it fits well. So we have some budget, and also because of privacy concerns that for smart cities is quite an issue, and also because smart cities we have different systems deployed. Even in terms of the business environment, we have lots of different stakeholders. It's a very good use case for decentralized communications. What's next? So, as I said, we are not using blockchain. We are still a bit, let's wait and see what happens. So, we are aware of all the problems with blockchain. But we would like to use these incentives, the economic incentives that blockchain can provide. And that's it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Paolo. So what I suggest we do is, as I mentioned, we're not going to do the panel, so we take a break now for coffee. I think it's the gain on this one. Oh, no, there you go. It's working now. So we take a break. We'll reconvene again for the programmable telecoms and telco at 11:20. So have a chat. I know quite a few people have appeared. Yes, the fixed internet is still not working. We're using the Wi-Fi for the live streaming. So I'm afraid we're still restricting access to the Wi-Fi so we can live stream. So apologies for that. But it is what it is. So I hope you found this instructive. Again, it's the future isn't evenly distributed around Web3. We've got a range of technologies. There's a lot of experimentation. This is something I think from a programmable telecom space you have to keep an eye on because there are startups working in this space. There's companies that have already been sold that are building on IPFS, as I've already mentioned. So anyway, take a break and we'll reconvene at 11:20. Okay, guys, if you can start making your way back, grab your last egg custard tart, if they're still there, or your sandwich, or a bottle of water. And let's kick off the next session, which will be on programmable telecoms for telcos. So this is going to be a double session. So we have a session up until lunch. So lunch will be at around 12:45 to 12:50, and then we'll take lunch, and then we'll continue the session on programmable telecoms in telcos in the afternoon. That will then break, and what we'll do is we'll just take a quick break. I know I've put in about half an hour for the afternoon coffee. Keep it quick, and then we'll move on to the State of the Union, where I'll do just a quick rundown of what's happening in the programmable telecom space, and then we'll start rolling our sleeves up and having a open and frank discussion led by Mark White. So I can see we've quietened down. Everybody's more or less at their seats, just waiting for Howard to finish. And I will hand over to you, Sebastian.
Thanks, Dean. Thanks, Alan. Why Dean? Jesus. Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Sebastian, and I want to talk about programmable telecoms, which is apparently hard. So this was the title we aligned with Alan a while ago. It's a bit of a meta title. It's again about my kind of attempts that I did with a few people to change telecoms from within. And I've been until recently employed with Immer, which was a startup funded by DT. I'll shortly talk what it's about, talk about our achievements. We've been closed down by now. I moved back to DT now, and yeah, I just want to give you a few lessons learned in the course of the last year. So it's the third time I present basically the Immer story. Shortly about me, I have, I'm with telco for quite a while, actually my entire professional life. I worked for 10 years in Slovak Telecom in Bratislava. Did their core network design, development, innovation, worked on WebRTC in the end, not the classic telco use cases, but a bit, let's say, specific one. Moved then to work for Immer in 2016, where I was for 2.5 years responsible for the engineering team, and since October I work for Deutsche Telekom. I'm presenting today kind of my personal view, so that's neither the view of Immer nor the view of DT. It's my own take out of the Immer story, so that's what it's about. If your connections to my Twitter, LinkedIn, if you want to connect with me, I have a link here about the Immer technology stack that might be of interest, what we used to produce Immer. Very shortly about it, if you don't know what it is or was, it was a Deutsche Telekom funded startup. Deutsche Telekom acted as strategic investor, so they had certain goals that I wanted to achieve with Immer. It was created out of an internal project by the end of 2015. We were established as a company. I joined in the beginning of 2016, and we were closed down in August 2018. And what we tried to do was essentially mesh up traditional carrier voice with 21st century voice and video to create new communication experiences. We did not do this in the classic way where you could say, well, carrier networks transition to IP and you put something intelligent on front of this IP carrier network infrastructure. But are still limited kind of the carrier protocol stack. But what we did is we connected the back end to the carrier stack essentially and did a proprietary client-server integration to be able to differentiate as we would like to do, so not to be kind of bound by the restrictions of the standard protocols. Yeah, long-term participant at TED Hack at TADSummit. I've presented here as Slovak Telecom, then at Immer, and now I want to share my view. So what are our achievements actually at Immer? Well, in the course of these 2.5 years, we launched 3 applications. The first one was kind of as we started, a branded service called Immer. We integrated that one with carrier core network infrastructure in Slovak Telecom. So we were essentially sitting on top of the legacy stack. Back then they did not have yet an IP stack to integrate with. We were connecting there on certain points. We were connecting to the SDP to take control over the calls. We were connecting to the SIP trunks, SMS infrastructure, to essentially build on top of these carrier assets with the least integration effort possible. Because that actually worked and we launched the service end of 16, DT decided that it's not the best idea to do all of that in all of the countries as a separate brand, but to actually say we do a Magenta brand. So we were transforming Immer to the DT branded service Magenta Talk. Last year I was kind of announcing that. I couldn't say the name yet, but I was saying we're doing a branded version for DT. We were including here customer lifecycle. So in the IT systems, we had an end-to-end monitoring in there. So it was quite also a lot of learnings out of the, let's say, ordinary carrier core infrastructure project where you would learn. We relaunched that as well as a beta in the same market end of 2017. After that, what I announced last year to kind of bring the best of both worlds from carrier as well as differentiating infrastructure there. We did a lot in our staging environment. We never came to show it, but we did essentially integrate also on the back end with the voice over LTE stack in our lab. We integrated with RCS as well. It's kind of a thing you got to do when you do such a service for a carrier, but it was fine. Essentially, it was a bit of a win-win. So with the app, you could call into Volta. You had the benefits of a high-definition codec, fast call setup time. In RCS, you could kind of share rich Immer content with RCS. You could receive it. So you essentially broadened the ecosystems without having the dependency on the pre-installed stacks in the devices. That was pretty good. We did as well launch our own standalone service called Orbit, which we did as a trial in the UK. End of 2017, it was a use case-driven multi-numbering proposition where we, in the end, also so the first two we did with the Candy IO stack from Ribbon Communications. For the last one, we essentially replaced that in our last, let's say, weeks with an open source, component-based CPaaS infrastructure, if you wish. And one of the achievements was as well that it was a compliant production of a telco service in the cloud, which is pretty interesting. So if you're DT, of course, you have your privacy and security rules that also apply for companies you own, so it applied to us. But we were actually able to pass that PSA process and to run it off the AWS public cloud and had all kind of relevant data there, customer data as well. So it was all compliant, which is one of the achievements as well that I think is quite important to highlight. So what happened? Why have we been shut down? We discussed with Alan, we talked about doing some kind of SWOT analysis. I tried to do that very briefly. Of course, there's a certain bias in it, but I tried to look at it a bit to get also something out of it. So what were our strengths? I would say we had a solid technology concept. We had built up a lot of expertise. So getting actually developers there, getting designers there, getting product people there who understand apps on the internet, but who also understand carriers, who understand carrier communications or communication in the context of a carrier was quite hard, but we really did well there, I would say. We had a very good strategic partnership with DT, so we could essentially in the market where we launched in Slovakia, we could integrate there. They gave us access to their assets. It was really, quite positive. We had solid financing. With a strategic investor, a bit different than when you have a VC, who's kind of always very pushy. DT was, of course, also pushy in that we fulfill our goals, but it was, I would say, less fragile than a VC invest could be. What were the weaknesses? I would say, first and foremost, wrong expectation management that we did towards the many stakeholders we got over time. Our targets and missions kind of adjusted a bit, but we never really followed up. If you remember the previous slide, where we had first a kind of a white label internet service and then a carrier service, we kind of still had expectations for both in the last product. So you should, on one hand, get a lot of users, but on the other hand, not really be too disruptive, but just supplementary. So this was a thing we did not, I would say, manage well. It was fine to be asked to do that, but we should have managed it better, and in the end, adjusted a bit the expectations. Opportunities were, let's say, a lot of market learnings. We were quite late there. A lot of other carriers tried this before in a bit different ways, I would say. But nevertheless, having web-based communication or multi-device communication not being based on the carrier stack has been done before. So we could use these learnings and actually benefit from it. There was a lot of interest in DT actually to work with us. So we did a cool project. We were almost on a green field. And we could, of course, do many things that their technical people may be able to do, but they got different requirements than we got. So that was pretty good. And in the end, it was also part of the strategy in DT. Magenta Talk is a kind of differentiating supplement to the otherwise, I would say, more standard-driven green button strategy. Yeah, threats. Inside DT, we had a fluctuation of stakeholders. So we had some stakeholders and others came in with different targets. And one of the big things, that's also why I highlighted this next to the expectation management, was actually that we were touching the core business, and that's telephony and SMS, and that's not really trivial in the carrier context. If you do something with IPTV or one of these new businesses, it's always, let's say, easy to try out new things because there is less risk of risking this kind of legacy revenues that you have just because the service evolves from a telephony. But with voice and messaging, it was really kind of a sensitive topic here and there. And that also shaped kind of the expectations a bit. I'll come to that a bit later. So what happened? So mainly coming back to these 2 points, stakeholders' expectations. So essentially, as I said, we were funded with the idea to be a disruptive internet service. That also worked, but then the mission kind of evolved and we never really got the expectations properly adjusted, so that was a fault on our side, I would say. It was a bit of a catch-22, so as I said, the product should work like comparable apps, so you would compare it with WhatsApp, with Viber, of course, although it was completely different, but nevertheless, it was compared with this. And on the other hand, it should work exactly as telephony. So when a call drops in the app, even though there was a simple explanation and it was even working as expected, and we even talked about it before, it was still kind of these two things to bring these two things together and to manage it from the expectation of the stakeholders was really difficult, and we tried it, but we essentially also did not fully succeed with it. And yeah, last point, that the quality of the app, let's say, was perceived as not really that good, and the chat always a bit light overall. So even if technically everything works, if you have issues here and there, if you have crashes, there's always somebody coming saying carrier grade, should be carrier grade, we don't launch products with bugs, and that essentially holds you back a bit. The other thing regarding user expectations, let's say it's quite hard when a legacy service all of a sudden behaves differently. If I would do it again now, I would say multi-device should start with looking at the secondary and third device and to shape the experience there, making your primary device behave different, so your main phone behave different is a thing that is hard to explain to users. We got that feedback, and we also realized it ourselves. There was a bit of a complexity in activating it. Usually when you download an app, you can subscribe to premium, you press a button, you pay in the app store, or you whatever, you have an account already that gives you access to the content. We had to integrate with the telco IT flow, so essentially we needed to do an IT activation that we did, I would say, not properly hide from the user. So there was a bit of a it was not, this activation was a bit more telco than app-like, so this was I would say, an issue for upgrading. And if you didn't upgrade the app, it would essentially be looking like WhatsApp because you couldn't really use the benefits that it offered to you. And that again then led to the perception that why do we launch something that is not even as good as WhatsApp, although that was not the frame of reference we wanted to be compared with. And in the end, mix of minute and data pricing. So of course, we try to make the service as less integrated as possible. We didn't zero rate data, and if you would call over best effort internet with your plan, this is a good thing because you can use your plan, but you would also consume data, and it was kind of hard to explain why a call essentially costs more because you consume minutes and data, and we never got around this, but this was a minor issue, I would say. That's just a thing that if I would do it again, I would look for giving the customer segment that we're addressing also a benefit here. Now learnings of the past 2 years, I would rather say we talk about lessons learned in the course of 2018. I put here again the links from 16 and 17. I've spoken a lot about Imre, about our tech stacks. I really want to look at what got wrong since the promising outlook that I presented last year. Long story short, these are just a few points that you can kind of get an understanding of the less than a year time frame. So last year I presented here in Lisbon, talked about the Magenta talk, beta launch, said we will launch Orbit soon. I wanted to announce it on that day, but it was essentially a week later, but that doesn't matter. We integrated then, we met some other partners, some new partners, we integrated end-to-end testing, we did RCS and Volta prepaid integration as a proof of concept, as I was talking about, so that's something we've achieved. We realigned after some learnings in the beta the product concept in Slovakia. Did even an announcement. They made an announcement on Mobile World Congress that we're soon going to be integrating prepaid and Volt and all these things, and we're going to ramp it up. But essentially, that wasn't really working. We did some alignment of our strategy then, taking the issues that we were facing in Slovakia into account. In April, realigned again in May. That was a bit of a tough time. Started then to do the CPaaS replacement POC, as I said, moved to an open source stack to also bring the footprint down as a possibility to kind of gain a bit of an upper hand in this discussion of our future. Then it was decided to withdraw Magenta Talk. We de-integrated it the next month. We were able to actually launch our product with our own open source based stack. So it was a kind of a small success, but nevertheless, yeah, we were shut down in July. Is that bad? Not really, because in the context of a carrier, we always talk about you need to fail fast, fail cheap. Whether or not we failed cheap is, I would say, up to discussion. I think it was rather okayish, but it was important to see. We look here, we had some issues, we couldn't solve them really, we couldn't address them properly, and it took really just 3 months until a decision was made. So it didn't drag on for years and years, which is a good thing, actually, that it was that fast. Of course, it gave us a small window also to kind of change things. But when there's a certain point crossed and you can no longer do that, I think it's fair to say that this was also a learning how to, we got set up as a separate company to be shut down in case it doesn't work out. And that's essentially what happened. So that's one of the outcomes all of us was actually knowing is going to happen. So now I want to summarize a bit of lessons learned from different viewpoints. First, the user viewpoint. As I said, for carrier services, it matters. If you touch a core business or new business areas, when your main device behaves differently, that's not what people are really used to. When calls are all of a sudden signaled with an Apple push message or an Android push message, it's a different thing. Although you tell them before, and although it has certain benefits also over how it usually works, we were not able to manage. One of the lessons is you should manage the behavior of edge cases, so of handovers. We essentially did not have the classic carrier handover from 2G to 3G to 4G, but we had handovers between IP stacks. So as long as you had IP, 3G, 4G, Wi-Fi, you could go up and down, would always choose the best connectivity and always be connected best. If a 4G calls goes to 3G and then 2G, you usually don't go back up to 3G and 4G. At least in Slovakia it was like this. So we had some benefits, but we didn't really manage them. It was working when there was no internet connection, because essentially we would fall back to classic circuit switch telephony, but all of that, from an experience point of view, would have needed to be managed better. And as I said, the revised business model for the millennial segment was essentially about using minutes versus data. We should have simply, I think, zero-rated it, but that was not a lesson that led in the end to being shut down. That's just one of the learnings. From a governance point of view, one of the key messages I would say, your stakeholders are not your friendly users when you tamper with their main phones, apparently. So none of us really, I'm not like all day on the phone. Apparently many of the managers we tried it with were. And with their main phone, although they knew that could happen, but when it really happened and they couldn't receive calls, even for just half a day, or they wanted to make a call and it just worked on a third attempt, that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. They want to learn, but their span of patience is very, very small when it really involves their main device. The problem is if you don't use their main device, they wouldn't use it at all. So so we learned something from them as well, from the feedback, but essentially it led a bit also to being perceived as unstable, although I would say 95% of the scenarios where they had issues, where you were able to forecast that this is a special situation. And it was kind of, they start a call when they go to their car, so they go to the elevator, then they go in the car, in the car parks, minus third floor. There are some scenarios you just need to think of when you do that. And it's also important to have a balanced set of stakeholders, technical, non-technical, so that essentially also technical achievements are being valued or criticized on eye level, basically. Corporate versus non-corporate representation, and also clear roles and responsibilities. Who's advising you? Whom are you delivering a product for? And who wants to get something else out of it in a role as a strategic investor? The crisis view, essentially, when guidance is missing, look for something meaningful to do. So that's essentially why we did also the CPaaS replacement with open source. It was more of a thing to look at, can we do it? Can we put up our own stack? It was not yet ready for mass scalability. We would have still needed to learn if we would have really done it. But when we knew there is not really, it's going to be assessed what is going to happen with the company, and people sit just there and have nothing to do, it's always better to do something meaningful. And we really learned a lot during that time, so I would always do that again. Look for something meaningful to do. It's very important for the team we had. And that termination can happen. That's why you're not an employee of the kind of governing organization for us, DT. But we were employed with Immer. We had certain. There was an expectation that it could happen. In retrospect, we should have looked earlier in the opportunities that gives us. But it's always, I think, only possible if you're really aligned in the management and the team. Orange Lisbon did that, right? They spun out of Orange with the management and the key people. We did not manage that, obviously. And do not rely on previous stakeholders for future scenarios. So whenever you see there's something happening and people have to decide certain things, whatever you do next, it's better to be decoupled from this. Post-interview, so what happened, actually, it was quite easy for most of us. We had all good profiles. It would have been easy to find individual jobs. It was much harder, and some of you know that because we spoke, to find alternatives for the team. So for me, it was quite important. Everyone in the team could have found a job. That was not the issue. The issue was that we built up a team. It took a lot of effort. The expertise in the team was very specific. We had key telco people that know kind of next-gen telco. We had developers that know just about enough from a telco perspective, but then focus on development. We had a lot of quality engineers that we kind of built up. Some junior ones, some very senior ones. Essentially, that's an expertise that is not that easy to find. So I still don't regret having looked for that, but it was really hard, and that's one of the reasons also why we ended up with DT, because they saw the value in the team and they had the means to get us back in, and I really like that, because essentially this delta that the individuals bring and that the team brought has, I think, a lot of value. There was no press announcement from DT, nevertheless. I think it's good to spread the word. I did that on LinkedIn. Many of you responded. It felt good, and it also helped. I would do that again. It would be better if we would have kind of had something to refer to, but nevertheless, if you talk about it and if you remain positive, and take it as lessons learned, and that's also what I'm trying to do now, to share these lessons, others can do better next time. And separate individuals from processes and decisions that are necessary. You always have kind of bad feelings here and there and think, what is this guy doing? But it doesn't help you really. Sometimes it's you need to make that cut. So we were glad we had the opportunity given by DT. So thanks actually for that. A TADSummit view to summing up these lessons learned. I think also that everyone here, the community, was actually very helpful. So many of you responded on LinkedIn. We've had discussions about potential future scenario. Ellen introduced me here and there to people. That was really good. Thank you, actually everyone. That felt good, and it was also kind of a thing that I've started doing now. Whenever I see someone posting like he's looking for new experiences, or he has a profile, I just like it, or put a short comment. It just feels good. It really, in that time, was not that easy, but it was a good thing to do. It doesn't take much, and essentially, I think all our networks combined have really kind of an amplification factor that people with good skills and can essentially get set somewhere. I don't think it was yet another carrier failing. Of course, there's a certain bias because it was our kind of pet project, but I think we really did something that hasn't been done like that before, or at least not in the way we did it. So connecting the old world with a modern cloud-native application stack is a bit different approach than having, let's say, an IMS IP infrastructure, putting a WebRTC gateway in front of it and saying you do WebRTC, or you do something new when you just offer telephony. We also did that, but I think the coupling we had with the carrier was done well to interconnect backend to backend, and to be really independent, yet exposing carrier assets to generate value. We decoupled it from the GSMA complexity and dependencies. That was also important. I always highlighted that the client-server stack does not need to be standardized as long as you let's say, access the carrier assets in a standardized way. I really saw it also as doing the best of both worlds, removing each stack's drawback. So we were having interop that the carrier brings, universal reach, lowest common denominator, of course. So if it was a phone call, it was just a phone call. If it was Volta, it was Volta, SMS or RCS or whatever the other party had. But we had delivered this, and on the other hand, we had an agile and innovative way of differentiating on the user experience. That was very important. We had actually our own design team, we had our own product team, so we put a lot of efforts there to really be good in this differentiating experience. And I would say everyone that was joining the project did grow during that time, personally and also professionally. So summarizing, I would take 3 points with me. Don't do generalizations. Corporates are manifold, and even if you're disappointed, and of course every one of us was disappointed about the decision in the end, but that does not mean that there is still potential to work together. We're the best sample. We went back to DT after, being shut down. I would say it's completely, in retrospect, a thing that we could all expect. The only thing that I think is really regrettable is the brain drain overall. So that in the end, only 8 out of 50 people in total went back there from all the skills we had. Could be done better, should be done better, but essentially that's how it is. And in the end, yeah, I would have not wanted to miss it. I would do it again, exactly like this. Maybe take some learnings in, but it was a good experience. Also, to not jump the ship when you could see there are some issues, but to really go through the whole process. It's just a learning that nobody can take away from you, actually. So thank you for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Sebastian. That was an excellent presentation. We have time for one question. Adam.
Right, thanks for that. First of all, some empathy. We had exactly the same narrative with Ribbit when we bought it about 10 years or so ago. And exactly the same story on all fronts. The key point is trying to bring in different monetization models into a telco. You need to start there, and we didn't start there either. And that's what killed it in the end. We couldn't work out how to monetize it.
Yep, thanks.
Look, just one thing, Sebastian. I said this to you privately yesterday. I want to say it in front of everyone. As an entrepreneur who's worked in telecoms for an awfully long time, I just want to, and has seen the evolution of Emma from afar, I want to, one, absolutely congratulate you for having a go and for taking the move and kicking it off. Two, I want to really, it's when you try and start something and you get constrained by environments and whether they're customers or investors or stakeholders, I think it takes a level of courage and maturity to actually want to talk about it. I'm glad you've done it every year at TADSummit, so thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent. Again, Sebastian, you'll be here for the rest of today. So again, lots of discussion there. Again, it resonates so strongly with so many of the challenges we've seen in innovation in telcos over the past couple of decades. And getting some of the senior managers to play with your app is absolutely the worst thing you could possibly do. Seriously. They are some of the worst audience. You've got to focus on the segment you're addressing. And that is actually just to highlight with Lisbon, because they've spun out, they've raised cash. They've got a very clear focus on a segment of the market. It is not addressable to any of the Orange senior management. As a result, that avoided that issue. So again, well done. Great. So Yusuf, come on down. Yusuf is with, as you can see, MTN. He has run several TADHack Johannesburg, massive events, very colorful events with excellent live streaming. So I will now hand over to Yusuf, who's been doing a great job down in South Africa. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Alan. Good morning, everybody. My name is Yusuf Kaka, as Alan has mentioned, and I'm from MTN Group. I joined MTN 12 and a half years ago, MTN South Africa to be more specific. I come from a research background before that. I was doing research into wireless mesh technologies before that, looking at wireless mesh over Wi-Fi, to be more precise, for a government research organization in South Africa, CSIR. And the whole idea back then at the CSR was to investigate whether we could impact people's lives in South Africa. We had a very tough challenge in our hands in the early 2000s and late 90s, where fixed line penetration was really poor in South Africa. At best 10%, and if you looked at the majority of the population that lived outside of urban areas, that was as low as 2%. So we were looking at creative ways of bringing technology in to solve the problem. And it was during one of these, moments of truth at the CSR that I decided to join the telecoms world. We had implemented wireless mesh networking on Wi-Fi, and we were going to this rural village in the north of South Africa called Mpumalanga. Took a flight there. It was a 4-seater plane flight, a 2-hour drive after that to get into this village to go and set up a Wi-Fi mesh network. And as we pulled into the village, as I looked up, I see this tower being erected. And in front of the tower is a van, and on the side of the van was an MTN logo. And I'm thinking to myself, we're going to be coming in here, setting up maybe a Wi-Fi network around the library and connecting up, maybe 10, 15 people at max. But this tower that's being erected here is probably going to cover this entire village and give everyone access in one go. And that got me thinking about the impact that a company like MTN can have versus what I was doing. Not to say that deep research doesn't have impact. It probably does have a much greater impact. It just takes a lot longer to get there. And I was keen on seeing the effects of technology firsthand, if I could. So that's why I joined MTN. I've got 4 topics that I want to go through. A little bit about MTN and how it's evolved to where it is. What I currently do at MTN or MTN Group, innovation strategy. I'll touch on TAD Hack and why we got involved and why we continue to do so. And then a little bit on telco hacking to end things off. If my iPad plays along. Oh, there we go. There we go. So I've broken up the history of MTN into 4 stages. I read this really interesting paper from London Business School that stated that large companies go through roughly 4 stages. The first one is, where they, the maverick founder, and MTN is essentially a 24-year-old startup company, really. The next one is where these companies go global and start impacting broader than just the country they originated in. The third one is where, the services they provide start becoming commoditized and there's more competition in the market. And they have to start fending off this competition. And the fourth one, which I slightly adapted, is where some of these start failing and they don't know why. And rather than jumping onto the next S-curve, they start distracting the audience. They start, focusing on making shareholders happy rather than addressing another challenge. And what we're trying to do as innovation strategy is change the narrative of the fourth one for MTN. We want to avoid, this phase where we become trying to distract our shareholders, but rather start preparing for the next S-curve. So that is MTN's current footprint in Africa and the Middle East. We operate in 24 countries. We've got licenses in about 20 countries as a mobile operator. The remaining ones are where we do B2B type business. That's our growth in terms of subscriber numbers over the last 24 years. We went from 40,000 users in 1994 to just under 230 million. The dip at the end is because we sold our Cyprus operation earlier this year. So the first period, 1994 to 2000, is really when MTN was a startup company and accelerating into growth because of GSM technology. I think GSM technology is for me one of the examples of an exponential technology that made a huge impact. 1994 also coincides when South Africa became a more democratic country, where we got rid of apartheid and started recognizing everybody as an equal citizen. MTN from the start was breaking the mold. We weren't just taking technology from Europe and the US and applying it as is in our context. We were challenging the technology and doing things our own way. An example of that is prepaid. Prepaid billing and the business model around it was not something that other operators in Europe and the US had really explored. It did exist, but we really took it to market as an operator. We were one of the first to do so. And prepaid billing is actually what made GSM such a success in developing markets. 40,000 users that I talk about in 1994 were the privileged. They were the people that were banked, that had the ability to pay for services. Prepaid made GSM available to everybody else. And the way we did this was through software development. The teams that actually built this capability were in-house developers. If I show you this article here where we introduced prepaid SMS, that had never been done before. This was a single engineer doing his coding in Perl that built this capability, linking up the SMSC to the IN system. Along the way, we were always first when it came to radio technologies. We introduced HSCD in 2000, and then we also, around about the same time, started acquiring other operations in other countries. Apologies, this iPad seems to be a bit slow this morning. So 2001 to 2007, that's round about when we hit the 1 million mark with our subscriber base. We offered GPRS as the first in Africa. 2003, we were the first operator to start combining prepaid and postpaid into one. So you could essentially take out a contract and still top up your contract with prepaid airtime or data. We also launched 3G in 2005. And then we started rapidly growing to become a group. We acquired Investcom, and that just jumped up our subscriber base and our footprint to 21 different countries. Some of you might remember World Cup 2010 with the vuvuzelas, the noisy trumpet things. MTN was a big sponsor of that. And that's round about in 2006 when I joined MTN as well. The other reason that I joined MTN and why I'm really grateful to be at the summit is the word convergence. When I was back at the CSR, I had chosen an engineering path that was away from telecoms. I did not study telecoms engineering. I was a software engineer with a bit of data comms experience. But there was this topic of convergence coming about, and I saw this as an opportunity for, to become, to view how the telecoms world changes over time with convergence. So that's one of the other reasons why I joined MTN. And this summit tells me that it's finally happened. We finally have convergence. There's a world where software developers are really making the biggest impact in the telco world. Another example of where MTN did things differently is in 2007 with dynamic tariffing. That was something that MTN also invented. And an engineer was faced with the challenge of radio planning and equalizing sites that were busy at certain times and overutilized versus sites that were underutilized. And he came up with this concept saying, okay, why don't we offer discounts on sites that are underutilized and offer less discounts on sites which are overutilized? And, modeled this on Excel, went to a developer in the VAS space, and between the two of them, they developed this prototype system which allowed you to do dynamic tariffing. MTN Zone, after it was launched to market, became the largest prepaid package out there in the market. In 2008, we explored instant messaging. We launched a product off the back of IMPS. Again, we didn't use IMPS the way the GSMA had envisaged we would be using it. We hacked it a little bit so that it would work as an OTT service. We plugged in an XMPP server at the back of the IMPS server and started building bots on top of that. One of the bots, the one on the top left, Nokita, was by far the most popular service used on the platform. It was an AI chatbot using something called AIML back in the day. But all of this and all these examples just are there to illustrate something about MTN's innate nature. We pride ourselves on being resourceful, on being innovative, on pushing the boundaries and the limits of what has been passed down or what has been imported from first world, essentially. I don't know if you know this, but MTN is actually more recognizable in many of our countries than Coca-Cola. It's one of the leading brands in Africa. It is the leading brand in a lot of our operating countries. So 2015 to 2018, there's a lot less on this slide. We can certainly see from our ARPUs how things are starting to taper off. It's like every other operator in the world. There's just increasing pressures and increasing competition from all sorts of players, and it's time to be looking at the next S-curve. 2016, we were fortunate enough to host TADAC for the first time. It was really a great event for us, and opened us up to the thinking of starting to engage with a broader ecosystem out there than just MTN. So on to innovation strategy a little bit. So the quote says it all. When the winds of change blow, some people build walls and others build windmills. And we see ourselves as the latter. We would prefer to be looking at the challenges that are already here, and thinking about how we can work with the wind rather than trying to fight it. So from an innovation strategy point of view, what we're trying to build is essentially an innovation engine. We're trying to take all the different components of what are core to MTN and work with a larger ecosystem to build something that's bigger. MTN has an overarching strategy called the Bright strategy. I'm not going to go through all of that detail in there, but essentially it combines, on the one end, a strong customer focus, which is the B on the left-hand side, with technology excellence on the right-hand side, and everything in between. The H in particular, for example, is how we utilize our staff and our complement, our people to bridge the two and to get the most benefit and impact out of the two. This is our innovation strategy on a single slide. Like I said, the vision is to build this innovation engine that drives everything and accelerates everything and you know, makes use of the network effect to really take ideas all the way from ideation to scaling. So you'll see our model is basically a partnership model. It's all about collaborating with an ecosystem and in certain cases investing. I'll go into a little bit of detail into some of the cases at the bottom there. Why we want to do this, we really want to remain relevant to our customers. We don't want to be one of those operators that disappears in a few years' time. We want to adapt to the world that's changing around us. And the only way to do that is with an ecosystem around us. Some of the ways we're going to do this is you know, by doing some certain tangible things that will set this thing going, and the other are more softer things that we need to get going as well. So on the hard physical things that we need to do, we've decided on setting up things like an early stage fund, deepening our collaboration with startup companies through incubators, and internally at MTN also trying to stimulate people with innovation by coming up with an innovation fund and a mechanism for people to execute ideas. On the softer side, it's all about getting buy-in and getting executives, ideally CEOs, to be behind everything that we do. And also making sure that there's KPIs and reward and recognition for people that are involved in innovation. Some of the actual activities that are going on in the same three pillars of ideation, going to market, and scaling. And you'll see TADAC is in there in the mix somewhere, in between ideation and going to market. There's a bit of a split between what we do internally and externally. There's a lot on there. I'll go into a few of them. The hackerspace is something that was built in 2012. It reminds me of the presentation before this by Emma. I mean, we went through exactly the same story. The hackerspace was built as an internal incubation space for ideas. A team was hired to take ideas you know, through some exploratory phase and to take things to market independent of the company. This also, in my opinion, was a huge success back in the day. One of the example of a project that I deemed to be a success was where we decided not to do RCS. It was in this lab that you know, we made the decision. After implementing an open source version of RCS and building an equivalent one using completely open source tools like Asterisk and XMPP, we were able to show that it's just not worth the effort and the cost of implementing RCS. But like the EMA story, this was closed down in end of 2014. We kept all the learnings, and basically 3 years later, we're giving it another go. This time with a slightly different model. Rather than hiring a permanent team in there, we've actually got a constant flow of people in and out of there on 4-month shorter projects where we build prototypes. We do things with a learning focus. So the whole idea is to for the organization to grow and learn. We explore topics like AI and blockchain. So at this point in time, there's 2 teams of people in there, a mix of graduates and software developers, engineers, marketing people. One team, for example, is working on rebuilding our loyalty program on blockchain. It's going to be a 4-month project. The hypothesis is that our current loyalty program is not doing too well because it doesn't offer many opportunities for redeeming points after a user has earned them. And the thinking is that blockchain will help us create this broader network of players in the loyalty space. It's just a theory. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, we would have learned about blockchain and several other technologies in the process. The other project that we're working on in the space at the same time is a project where we're taking USSD services. So USSD is really big in Africa. It's probably the primary channel at this point in time for most services, banking, everything. So we're looking at how do we take USSD services and map them into AI bots. So we're building this little platform in between that will translate a USSD menu into a bot on WhatsApp or Telegram or whatever. So those are the two projects that are running in there currently. We've also got a startup incubator in Cape Town. This is in collaboration with the University of Cape Town, where we run a program called the Venture Incubation Program. It's a 3-month program where we take 10 startups through essentially what is a design thinking based program. Everything from making it desirable to making it feasible and making it viable. This is the same approach we use in the hackerspace also, by the way. So I really appreciate the talk yesterday on design thinking. We're trying our best to use the same approach internally as well. MTN also has direct investments in startups, late stage startups at this point in time. We've invested more than $500 million in total. Some of those in investment houses like Amadeus, others directly with startup companies like TravelStart, Jumia, which is Africa's Amazon, Ayo, which is an insurance company, Snap is a ride-hailing company in Iran. So we do invest directly in startups as well. And what we're trying to do from an innovation strategy point of view is see how best we can leverage off these investments, how we can bring these closer to the business. We're also trying to tie all these initiatives into one storyline. So, taking things like, for example, TADHack, how do we take the winners out of TADHack and feed them into, for example, the incubator in Cape Town? And from the incubator in Cape Town, the most successful ones, how do we get them into our early stage fund? And those that make it out of there, how do we get them funded by Amadeus? So we're trying to neatly tie all of these things into a path all the way from idea to scaling. So I'm going to run through the TADx slides a little bit quicker. 2016 was awesome. We didn't know what to expect. It was the first time we ran a hackathon at MTN, and thanks to Ellen, it was, in my opinion, a success. We had 60 developers, 8 sponsors, 10 hacks, and we managed to stream everything in and out live. 2018, we took it to another level. 175 hackers this time. I think we were the largest location. Our youngest participant was 14 years old. Our eldest was older than 50. We specifically this time had a staff category. We wanted staff to participate. There was some of the feedback we got from 2016 and some of the learnings. What we did differently for staff is we had a designathon a month before the hackathon. So we took staff to a call center, an MTN call center, and we had somebody from IDEO come through and do an design thinking facilitation process where staff listened in on customer complaints. We put them directly into the lines where people wanted to port out of MTN. So the real edge case angry users, and they got to empathize with the users and feel their pain. And then they got to go and do the ideation based on that. So a month before, this is what happened. The 30 staff members that participated in the designathon then went onto the hackathon with the ideas and hacked their ideas through. And 3 of those projects are going to be implemented as POCs in the next couple of months. There's lots of other stats in there. I'm not going to go through all of those. Last few slides on telco hacking and on what we're currently doing in MTN. So in preparation for the next two S-curves, we've built a telco, we're doing quite well in there. There's still some growth to be had in the African market, especially when it comes to data. Our data penetration rate is only 1/3 of the market, so we've still got a couple of years of growth. But we also aim to be the largest bank in Africa. We've got 30 million customers on mobile money, and we announced yesterday that we're going to be launching mobile money in South Africa and Nigeria. So initially, we solved the problem of access to communication services for our markets. The next thing that we aim to tackle is financial exclusion and through mobile money. And once people have connectivity and they can pay for services, I think we have a really good platform to tackle the next problem, which is unemployment in Africa, by creating lots and lots of businesses and partnering with lots and lots of businesses on top of our platform. We are also, from a technical point of view, preparing our platforms for this, and this is where the programmable telecoms comes in, really. We're going from monolithic systems, where possible, to microservices. So as we see a business requirement to change something, instead of buying a new platform, we actually using something called the strangler approach, where we're taking the existing monolith, breaking off the pieces that we think need to be changed, and rebuilding those as microservices. So the old way with the big monolithic systems is going to be replaced by, thinner layers, microservices, APIs in between, and hopefully this, if we expose these services as APIs to ourselves, these become useful to the broader ecosystem as well. Before I close, I just wanted to mention Erlang. I thought I'd be the first one to have a slide on Erlang, but I saw it earlier today on somebody's slide as well. A lot of what we built over the years at MTN was done on Erlang, and it's one of those decisions that just keeps on giving. We built our own SMSC, we built our own voucher management system, we built our own USSD gateway, locations, you name it, we've built it all in Erlang. And looking back, one of the reasons that Erlang has been such a blessing for us is that it's essentially a microservice based architecture. It allows us to scale out certain portions of the code independently and as broadly as we want, and it served us really well. So while we are building microservices the new way with Java and Node.js and all these kind of things, we still think that there's still a lot we can do with Erlang. We can essentially skip microservices and go straight to nanoservices and function as a service if we were to stick onto Erlang. So that's all I have, and open up to any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Yusuf. For the sake of time, and you're going to be here for the rest of the day, Yusuf, we'll basically move on to Greg. So Greg, if you could come on down to give your presentation. Again, excellent presentation. It's been a bit of, in the telco sort of innovation space, there's been a lot of BS. There's been a few companies that I've been big fans of, as you know, if you read my weblog. So Dialogue in Sri Lanka has been, I think, has had a measurable impact on the local economy. And I think what we're seeing with MTN is exactly the right approach, not only to be successful for MTN in South Africa, but for, throughout Africa, but to be successful in each of those economies as well and have a substantial impact exactly on basically sort of new revenues, innovation, and employment. So well done, Yusuf. Great job. Are you, we're just waiting for you to, I recognize those kids.
Yeah, we are starting from that. Can you switch on the presentation? Please switch on the presentation. No.
Okay, yeah, just hang on a sec. So what we'll do, and I'll try and keep them to time, is we're due to come back after lunch at 2, so I'm going to try and keep this so that we finish by 1, so you get the hour for lunch, okay? Because I know I had scheduled it for 12:40, but I knew we had several speakers that just go long, not looking at Dean. So as a result, you know, I had a little bit of buffer in. I didn't realize that the Web3 session would go as long as it did, so we had to skip the panel session. But, oh, there you go. We're good.
I'm ready.
Over to you.
Okay. Hello, guys. My name is Greg Sikora. I suppose that some of you knows me. So I'm here representing right now a new company, OVO. So maybe a few words about us, who we are. But can we do this video right now? The video. Mm-hmm. But before that, let me show off a bit.
Some say the world is a book, but if you don't travel, you'll always be on the first page. Like finishing a good book, the most gratifying part of a long journey is coming home. Sometimes it's a fleeting moment, or one deep breath. An hour passes. Another hour. Other times it's 5 hours, 6, or 10. Days and nights pass. Sometimes it feels like it's been weeks. Now imagine your journey home lasts 123 years. The Poles didn't have their home for 123 years. Now, 100 years have passed since they regained their home. Let's celebrate with them.
Okay, thanks. So I'm from Poland. I'm proud of that. As you see, we celebrated last week 100 years of independence after 123 years. So it was big hype, and I hope so that you've seen something also in your countries. So my company is from Poland. We are engineers working with we are engineers. The company is based in Krakow. We are growing organically. The company was set up in 2012. Right now we have more or less 60 employees. We are telecom experts, specialized in telecom domain. So our DNA is professional. So we are doing the stuff which we know, and we are able to help our customers mainly to optimize costs, but also to do new cool stuff. And I'm gonna to talk right now about how to leverage that, you know, to care about existing stuff, what to do with this, and how to go further. So I suppose that you know those brands. They are our customers. We are working with those guys. We have some products. We have Avocado brand, which is mainly focused on products. So you can check this website later on and see what we can do. And today, my presentation is about some futures, not maybe long futures like 10 years, like few years. Because what I see that my customers are struggling one issue. They are stuck in the technology which is 15 years old, sometimes 20, 30 years old, and they don't know, or maybe they are not able to move forward. Market drivers, so data is flooding us, so we are using more and more data. Especially millennials, they don't know what does it mean, the limit. 5G, you know, it's buzzword, but 5G will enable new use cases, for sure. And there are use cases like IoT, smart city, which where we will have a lot of different devices, ultra reliable and real-time connectivity, where we need edge computing. That service has to be delivered next to the customer in very, very low latency. A lot of data, and you know, we are moving in this triangle, and but nevertheless we know that current services, current platforms are not able to handle such demands. You see, it's like everything is moving into the cloud, content, whatever. It's X as a service. Virtual reality, edge computing, improving like artificial intelligence and so on. So everything requires good quality, low latency, huge data volume services. As you know, customers are not going to use voice, SMS, data. They would like to use everything at the same time, and they don't care what platform is offering what kind of the service. For them, it doesn't matter. So the CPaaS players, communication service providers have to respond somehow, and also to provide the services with better time to market and TCO. And how to do that? How to respond to the market demands. And it's not easy, honestly, it's not easy because there are a lot of different legacy stuffs which they have to handle, and also we know that the current offering which they have, so this is just workaround, like LTE/VoLTE, voice over Wi-Fi. It's okay, something, but honestly, it's nothing special. It's the other way of using of existing service. Everyone is waiting for 5G. There are different huge hypes about that, and operators, they have to provide this service. And traditional platforms are not ready, and they are too heavy, too complicated for this agile mode, like how services should be implemented in an agile mode. I like this slide a lot. It shows how looks like the telecom market. I'm not sure how close we are to this one. This is from my history, my experience, that a few years back we had a lot of, let's say, legacy IN platforms where the budgets were like 1x million of euros. Later on, the budget was 1.x. Right now we are talking about, I don't know, hundreds. You know, it's like it's hard for MNOs to face the problem of customer demands. They don't have enough budget, and big guys like network providers, network equipment providers, they are not able to help. They are not able to touch this area. They concentrate at radio, core network, and so on, and that's why this is the space for us, what I like, honestly. Those two graphs shows other side of the story, that we as a vendor, we have to face our employees' demands. So Java developers, they are earning more. This is real data from UK market, but this is similar at Polish market and each market more or less. And so we have to pay more to our developers, but customers, they are not able to pay more us. And the question is how to do that, how to manage this, how to fill in this gap. What are the technology drivers? So another slide which I like a lot. James Lee, SIP servlets, you know, there are technologies from 15 years old. You see, it's where standards were established, and honestly, I don't see any movement in this field that my customer can move forward. Even there are customers who still have some NEP platforms like legacy platform, which is 20 or 30 years old, and the question is what to do with this stuff. At the same time, IT, let's say, did a lot of improvements from client-server architecture, J2E, I suppose you remember that, SOA. Later on, virtualization. Right now, everyone is talking about cloud, blockchain, and so on and so on. Some changes in different areas like development cycle, application architecture, deployment and packaging, application infrastructure. You see, in each area, there are a lot of changes which are influencing the way how services are delivered. And here I collected some, let's say, IT trends which influence the service providers' space. Because telco, honestly, if we see what are demands from the service perspective, we talk about reliability, high throughput, low latency, and this is the basis for nevertheless what kind of the service we are talking about. And so OpenStack, it was huge hype some years ago. Honestly, the project is still valid. There is a lot of traction. This is top 10 project on Open Hub right now. A lot of changes, a lot of investment in this project, and we are also able to leverage that. DevOps, this is something what have to happen. Honestly, it's the only way to develop services, and I suppose that Sebastian had implemented that process in his startup. Werner, I believe the same, and it's the way how to do the services, honestly. Microservices, containers, so I don't have to repeat that. Docker is the perfect example. We have to orchestrate them. In our opinion, Kubernetes is the perfect choice. And how to do that? You know, a lot of different information and how to make it happen. And so before going there, let me tackle one more topic. So on the market, we see that the cloud is, you know, what is the market size? I don't see it. It's like 400 billion. So you see the cloud computing, let's say, it's important and factor. So it means that service providers also should take that into consideration because they can leverage of the knowledge, of the experience of other markets. There are also some standardization bodies like Mobile Alliance and Next Generation Mobile Alliance, and they are going into the same direction, of course, in own way, but the direction is the same. And we see this trend, and we would like to join to this trend because we are not big enough to rule the market, maybe in the future. But right now we have to take advantages of giants and leverage that. Thanks for this presentation before about Erlang. So we see that if we don't have good application server, so we have to implement application directly on the operating system, container, whatever. So we don't need application server, but to do that, we need to have good toolkit framework, and Erlang is a good example. So this is the technology, very reliable reactive frame pattern. But honestly, as I shown before, there are people who has to develop that, and developing in Erlang, honestly, this is functional language. It's not easy. We are doing that in Java. So Java is the most known language, and Java, JavaScript, TypeScript. So there are languages where we can find people who knows this, and we are trying to move away from protocol space to the application space. And that's why akka, from our perspective, is good proposition for developers to build telco-grade services in the cloud environment. And you have this supervisor worker approach. You can read about that. This is something cool, honestly. There are some animation. It's not like that we are alone. There are other guys who are using akka. Maybe you know, for instance, in LinkedIn, this green dot, this status is implemented on akka. So they use this reactive pattern distributed application to provide status, which is in such huge deployment. It's really hard. And it's very good from developer perspective. It states as asynchronous. It's easy to implement the business logic in akka. From operation perspective, it's a really small footprint. Application starts like that. Not you don't have to start JBoss, whatever, like 2-3 minutes, and you don't know what will be at the end of the day. And from service provider perspective, and this is another topic which is very important. There is no vendor lock-in. So it means that they don't have to buy licenses and then pay vendor to deliver licenses and so on. So it's open source, and customer has full control over the service. And can be deployed at bare metal, virtualization, cloud, whatever. And our proposal is evolution, not revolution. We, of course, blockchain, CPaaS, other cool stuff is great, but still we have to deliver facts. I know, I see you. So still we have this legacy stuff, and so our proposition is, okay, so you have legacy platform from our perspective, and you paid for that, so we have to leverage that as much as possible. It's not like get rid of this old stuff and we would like to have new toys. No, it's not our proposal. Then we should think about the hybrid deployment to move forward and try to optimize infrastructure, and then to go to the unified deployment, which is NFV compliant, cloud-based, in private, public, and so on. There are different topics. So the application server should be just migrated. There is another topic that my customers, they have a lot of Gensly applications. So we are doing quite cool stuff that we are building a framework which can simulate Gensly container. And this is something what allows also to migrate existing services without re-implementing them. It should be deployed in containers, sorry. And orchestration should be applied. So this is some example of the architecture that you have legacy existing SDP platform, and the core network can integrate directly, but also can integrate through service broker, which can orchestrate existing and new services at the same time based on the profile, subscriber profile. So some advertisements. So we have service broker, and actually currently it is based on James-Lee, but we are migrating it to Akka. So we can provide such approach quickly, and also something what I didn't tackle in this presentation, but it's also important that from my customer perspective, the most important is to not be the vendor lock-in, and it was my focus also as a customer at my old time. And what we are doing here, so we are building this service. We have IPRs, but we are building it together with our customers, so that they are providing us requirements, we are building the service, and then we are giving them source code, and they can use it, whatever reason they would like to have, and they don't, in case we disappear, whatever will happen, or we don't want to work with them, they can use this source code and take another another company to develop it further. And this is something also what is important to understand, that in this approach we are going the same direction. Scalability, like having load balancer, whatever, so everything we can do because we have this experience. And here is the practical example. Okay, let's go further. So I'd like to show off here. So we have OCS, which is implemented exactly in this way on Akka in microservices, and I'd like to show off, announce here GA of our first version. So this is OCS for traditional use cases like voice, SMS, and so on. And as you see, it is in the way that there are some sub-services, and those sub-services can be distributed as implemented as a microservices. Right now, this API gateway is a microservice. Right now, we are extracting this one, and so it will be more and more distributed. Another use cases like A2P aggregator, CPaaS API, cost control, fraud detection, but the most important is that we don't need any application server, and we are deploying it directly on bare metal in the cloud, in the virtualization. Okay, thank you.
That was excellent. Thank you so much, Greg. And Greg is a good, no time for questions. So Werner, if you can come on down and get set up, please. So Greg is a great example of the musical chair analogy I was referring to. It's the same person, it's just a different brand associated with the person. So it's great you were able to join us. Thank you so much, Greg. Okay, that's a little...
Animation.
Oh, there you go. Okay. I was getting a little worried there. Over to you, Werner. Oh, and just to say, I've sent out an email that has the SSID and password for the Wi-Fi. We finally, after all this time, have Wi-Fi. So check your email. You'll see one from me. It has a little attachment, and in there is the SSID and the passwords, okay?
Congratulations.
Oh, you don't want to know the pain. Anyway, over to you.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank Alan for giving me a full hour before lunch. Okay, it's been 2 years since I was here last time, and I will show you why. Because I was giving birth to a new company called Working Group 2. And some of you have seen a little bit of the background of the project, but I'll try to give you a quick update today and say what we're going to do. So first, what are we doing? We have been building a mobile core network, basically from the ground up. And the reason we did so was to enable developers to do experiments and build products in a very different way than it's possible in most core networks today. And the company that I'm with is now offering the result of this effort as a service, of course. And it's the full core network of a full stack MVNO typically. And we are today working with both MVNOs and also MNOs to enable them to bring new services to the market. So where did it start? So this was a project that was initiated within a fairly large telco, Telenor, out of Norway. They also have a lot of operations in Asia, so I think about 200 million customers. And we were challenged to build new services on the core of the operator. So that means SMS, voice, data, etc. And I'm not sure if you recognize this, but this is the Swedish chef. He's a very creative guy, but it can be a little bit messy. So the problem was that getting access to the resources and the real customers on a running operation is very difficult. So you can imagine if you have a multi-billion-dollar business, you don't want this guy necessarily to mess around too much before it's proven. But that is also blocking you from actually doing the experiments you need. So typically what happens in many telcos is that either they buy an off-the-shelf solution, which hopefully is good, or you set down a committee and you think out a new solution and you implement it and you roll it out and you hope that the user will take it. So this started out in 2013, and we actually had to give that up because we built a few nimble services. We managed to roll them out in a limited scope and area. And then we want to roll it out in the full footprint of Telenor at that time. It turned out that was almost impossible. So even though the core services are the same, the way of setting up these networks and integrating and so on was quite prohibitive. So we almost gave it up. And then in 2014, we actually said, well, let's bring in some of the new technologies that's been invented last 30 years when it comes to software, open source, etc., and see if we can actually rebuild the core network for this purpose. And the first time I was here, and I think it was 2015, we actually said, yeah, we actually are able to do something here. And we showed some demos. In 2016, we were back, and Telenor, being a commercial company, they wanted to see that this could be rolled out to real users. And then you need some nines, you need some security, etc. So we spent a long time doing that. And then last year, I couldn't come here because actually then we spun the project out to Telenor and created a new company. And the main reason for that was to be able to support also competitors of Telenor. And being Telenor, selling to competitors can be a bit difficult, at least if you're the buying side. And also we saw that we wanted to have the freedom to recruit different kinds of talent that naturally falls into the fold of Telenor. And this is what we have been doing since then. This year has been quite eventful. We have actually gone live with our first customer, which is actually a Telenor customer in Sweden. So we're very excited about that. And I'll come back to a little bit what they've been able to do in this early phase. So this is one of our inspirations. Another inspiration, I get a lot of questions about our name, Working Group 2. It actually came from one of the Gs. So the transition between 1 and 2G, if you remember that in the late 80s, early 90s, going from analog to digital was the big thing. There was a couple of guys, actually a few Norwegians, that started working on the radio side of things. And their area and the working group was Working Group 2. And it was very unlikely, when looking at on paper, that a couple of professors at a technical university would be able to compete with the big guys. But that's what they did. The main reason for that was that they grew up in this country, which has a lot of mountains, and there's a lot of bouncing back and forth and so on. So they learned how to handle that, which is not unlike this particular city, where there was a competition between all the different vendors, because there was a lot of interest, of course, to have the proposed standards of the individual vendors to win through. So what I think it was Etsy was doing was to host a competition where they had a set route in Paris, and in the cars they were doing tests to verify that the theory was actually working, and they will then say there's a winner based on the test results. Turns out that these fairly funky looking guys, this is actually one of the guys, Torleiv Maseng. He's testing this in the Norwegian mountains, and this is actually a 2G phone. And I'm not sure if he's actually talking to his best friend over here, Mr. Snowman there, but he's out on skis and he's testing like crazy, and he ended up actually being part of the team, a fairly small team, that won the whole competition. And that's why we also picked up that name. So actually this is one of the, I think, success stories of being a small team, a lot of focus, solving the real problem in competition with large vendors. So why do we do this? I talked a little bit about it. But basically we want to enable the MNOs, or the operators, to actually care about product innovation beyond adding another G. So there's a lot of effort going into new Gs. But if you look at SMS, MMS, and voice as core services, there's like limited number of innovations that's coming out of the operators since it was launched in the early 90s. A typical example is, here's an example of, not totally random, but it's an operator in Sweden that we work with. They were quite happy with an innovation where they made the counter. You see it's 18 days and there's an offer and whatever. And I talked to the guys there, and they were quite impressed by their innovation. And then at the same day, I looked at their competitors' front page, and lo and behold, they have some innovation there as well, and it's quite similar. And I think many operators see this every day, that competing means doing a different price plan, wrapping it up in some new shape or form, but you don't really do a lot of innovation on the core service, which is a little bit too bad. I think everyone wants to, but I think many, if you talk to operators today, have kind of given up. It's outsourced to someone else, and it's kind of outsourced to committees that are building standards, like RCS is an example of, which is quite tricky. It's a very long distance from sitting in a committee thinking up a new idea and actually looking at what the end user really needs and wants, and then building it and rolling it out. I'm not sure how many years now, Dean, the RCS service was supposed to be there. Okay. But I think there's still many people in the operators that really want to do something. It was just really, really difficult. And it's hard to recruit developers that would like to help them. So one thing is caring. Another one is actually doing something about it. And this is what we hope to bring to the table. So actually, what they started doing, and I think this was the first time in a long time, they actually started to interview their customer base. And they have a lot of millennials in their subscriber base. And if you know any of those, actually receiving a phone call can be quite traumatic. They really don't want to receive phone calls unless they really know what's going on. All right? Either you need to text me, I'm going to call you, can I call you? Yes, maybe, or whatnot. And especially if it's from a number you don't know, then it's almost freak out mode. This is also happening in a wider context now, where you see a lot of spam calling. I think in the US now it's gone like completely crazy, but I still have examples from my own family where they suddenly get a phone call from Microsoft that wants to help them with their machinery, blah, blah, blah. And this is going, and it's kind of escalating. So these two together made this customer want to build a service that actually blocks most of your calls in the network. So what they have invented and what they were able to do the interviews, they talk to the customers, And they tried to respond to that with actually building a fairly small service. But this, even though it should be possible on any core network, is probably very difficult on most core networks. So basically, you set up only a limited number of your favorites. That's your kind of whitelist. They will always go through. Everything else will be blocked in the network, and you will just get a notification saying that someone called you. And then it's up to you to call them back. Further, you could get more metadata about the number, like if it's a sale or if it's a spam call or whatever in the next phase. But this is something they're rolling out. And this is maybe the first time since they actually launched their service that they actually built a product that they could give to the customers. If this is going to make a huge difference, we don't know, but actually they can actually try it out. And this, I think, so you can consider calling them back. Focus is not on building customer care. It's not in the radio network, but it's in the core network. And traditionally, there has been two components there, the core network itself and then value-added services. And I think in the old days, SMS was a value-added service and voicemail as well. Where we fit in the network today is typically that you set up something like a full stack MVNO, integrating of the standard roaming interfaces into a host network. And we stand up all the components required to run basically a full network. And the way we build these are very different from the classic setup, which means because we control all the different components. We don't, if we don't need to. However, when we integrate interfaces, we of course need to be fully compliant with the standards. But inside, we can do a lot of optimizations to do things, build things faster, open up more APIs, and drive basically the innovation path very hard. Yes, and this is a picture I've shown before. And it started out being, you know, Lego blocks. And I think Lego is great. But sometimes the number of bricks can be a bit of a problem. And this is actually not enough to deliver VoLTE. This is the basic IMS stack. You know, there's still some components you need to handle things like handover from 2G to 3G, etc. But the sheer complexity of this is real. And actually, I have to be a little bit careful because I was part of a big company, Swedish company, that was part of standardization in the early 2000s. So it got a little bit out of hand for delivering the fairly limited set of services that we actually do. So what we've been able to do is, on a high level, we compress and enhance, hopefully, these things. We have the functional equivalent, but we can get rid of a lot of the complexity that was introduced with this, and still deliver a basic service. But we are not about the basic service. We want to deliver something more. And some examples that I think I showed in 2016, many of them at least, is WebRTC happened. All right? And we have the sister team, which is also spun out of Telenor now, called appear.in. I'm not sure if you use that. But we had a lot of common resources working on these projects. So in our setup, WebRTC is kind of a native. There's also a very natural part of the core, which enables us to deliver WebRTC integration out of the box. So my SIM card, when it rings, it will also immediately be forking the calls to any WebRTC endpoint I'm logged in at. So it could be an app, could be a web browser. And this is not rocket science, but it's really, really hard to do in traditional core networks. And we see that by doing things differently, this kind of comes out of the box. Because we started in 2014, we didn't do this in '94. And many of the vendors of today, they need to take care of the '94 setup and the way things were done then. And we do not need to do that. And that enables us to do things like that. There's been a lot of talking about speech to text. A lot of the value I think that we can bring is just opening up the core assets so you can match them up with other great services like speech to text. So fairly easily we can fork the media streams to a service like Google Speech to Text or any of the other vendors. And in real time you can get speech to text back as a service. And we had a team member that enjoyed that because of a hearing problem. And he wanted an app that would print in real time what was being said in the conversation. It's a very basic thing, but it's a very valuable thing if you need it. I'm not sure if you're familiar with if this and that. So you have actuators, and we could then expose signaling into if this and that, and you can have trigger points based on whatever you set up. We did some basic demos where you can copy all your SMSs into a spreadsheet. You can trigger a UE lamp. You can log the duration of a call. You can act on a specific number when it dials in, turning the UE lamp into a certain color. We also had a basic test of using Alexa. Sometimes, at least if you have a Norwegian English accent, it can be more funny than useful. But it's improving, I think, all the time. And if you can take advantage of a very natural interface, which is voice, on your native dialer and include some of these skills, I think there's a lot of value that can be created. And this, again, is a fairly simple thing for us to do because we have built the whole core network to be able to do this. We have also done some experiments on security and collaboration products where you initiate your call in your native dialer and then you can end up on a full video conferencing system and then you can bring it back seamlessly. So these are some examples that in themselves are not rocket science, but if you combine enough of them and if you give our customers the ability to iterate fast, you said 1 hour? Iterate fast and bring it to the market and take it back and redo it. I think that's the great value we can bring. And with that, I just reiterate what we do. If you want to reach out to us, we're more than happy to have a chat about that. There's two things. One is the operator side, which is a very strong partner for us, but also looking at potential applications, platforms on top is very interesting for us. So please reach out if you think this is interesting.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Werner. Again, it's a great story in terms of the steps you've taken in spinning out and then creating basically a good base of business. And definitely for some of the telco apps that are out there, I think that it's definitely one of the partners you need. So it's now lunchtime. Ilaria is in the back there. Follow Ilaria up and you can grab lunch. Also, you'll have received an email from me with the picture of the back of a Wi-Fi router that has the SSIDs and passwords, so we can finally have decent internet access. Oh my God, that was tough. And we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock where we have the second half of the programmable telecoms in telcos. Thanks so much, guys. in telcos. So there's a slight change, given all the hiccups we had yesterday with remote presentations. And because it's working, we're going to go straight to the TELUS presentation. So James will come on after that. It also gives James an extra 20 minutes to get his slides together. So please come on down. Take your seats. Okay, we just got a few there. So what I'd like to do is to introduce Persh and Omer from TELUS. They've been doing some great work on conversational interfaces. So in Toronto at the moment, I think it's, oh, there they are. I think it was -1, wasn't it, guys, in Toronto today? Celsius, that is. Hello? Oh, no. You're muted at the moment, guys. Oh, could you check their audio? Okay, so it should just work. Yeah, we can see. Yeah. I know. Oh, no, I actually gave up on that. It's over the fiber. Okay, guys, could you talk? Well, no, the other ones. Oh, we heard something then. No? Maybe the cable got disconnected? There you go. Okay. It was just the audio cable. We'll blame Nacho because he was right next to it. Could you talk a little bit so we can get the audio level checked?
We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're just going to get the audio level checked. So if you could just talk a little bit, tell us about the weather in Toronto, that'll just help us.
Yes, will do. In the meantime, I just wanted to introduce ourselves. It's Omer and Yamish from Toronto, and we could join you in person. Hearing that it's and so I appreciate you guys' time.
Yeah, just hang on a sec. We've got a problem with the audio level now because it's just coming through a bit garbled. But we're connected on the.
I see. We'll keep spinning. We'll have off devices. Then on the situation.
Oh, how's your internet connection? Because you're coming through a little bit garbled, so I'm just trying to work out. Are you good?
Yeah, ours seems stable. We'll hop our internet connection.
Tell you what, let's try. Could you just try talking again? It was just go for it. Just Mary had a little lamb.
Certainly. So we'll change our internet connection.
Okay, you go and change your internet connection and see if that improves things, okay?
Yeah, will do. Give us about 30 seconds here.
Okay, no problem. As always, everything was working well. Well, yeah. It's a fight every step of the way. Again, it's one of those that, you know, I do the hangouts all the time. Of course, in my office, there's no problem. I have 100 megabits bidirectional dedicated to myself. But then at these events, you know, we do TADHacks all around the world. We have remote entries, and there's never a hiccup. And I don't know. It's been a series of hiccups. We're just waiting for them to change their internet connection and then come back in on Hangouts. He's got the URL on his Hangout, so as soon as he's reconnected, he should be able to get on pretty quick. So the plan is we've got 4 presentations to run through for this afternoon. So we'll have James on, then we'll have Peter from Etisalat talking around what they're doing in UCAS.
Perfect.
Oh,
you guys hear us?
Oh, so much better. Excellent.
Excellent.
So over to you guys.
All right. I'm sharing my screen and I'll make it easier. Go here and right here. Can everyone see our screen okay? Can you guys see the screen here? Perfect. Okay.
Introductions, everyone. Hello from Toronto. Myself, I'm Omer. I'm joined by my colleague, Knut, and we're both product managers in the products and services portion of TELUS, in particular on conversational interfaces. So thank you for having us, Alan. Looking forward to I've been enjoying many of the presentations and looking forward to sharing what
What we can do is we can go on mute, and if there are any questions, you quickly send a message on Hangouts so that we can go unmute again. Sorry, I meant the speaker.
I think you might be.
Okay, brilliant.
No problem. Thank you. From the products and services side in Toronto, looking forward to sharing our wares and what we've been working on in leveraging Alexa and Google, strong partnerships with both companies to leverage telco products and services. So with that, I'll jump in. I wanted to discuss myself. I'm focusing primarily on the enabling technologies. So what enables us to, and what are the foundational pillars that allow us to leverage Alexa and Google smart and voice capabilities. So with that in mind, I think much of what we've been able to accomplish is thanks to a robust, scalable, flexible, and forward-thinking API ecosystem. We have some smart folks on our side, on the side here, that have sort of foreseen the unforeseeable and built for the future. So we have an API ecosystem that I'll elaborate on a little bit on the next slide in terms of high-level architecture and some of the stakeholders. But ultimately, what it's enabled us to do is move forward on innovation by creating APIs that are reusable across the board. There's no way really to predict all the use cases, now or in the future. But building in a flexible, MECE manner really enables future use cases to come to market and bring forward a proof of concept, by drastically reducing the business, improving the business case rather. Further to that, an API ecosystem allows us to extend our services to where customers are, whatever device, whatever endpoint, whatever use case. Again, unforeseeable. However, a flexible and robust API ecosystem that's safe, deterministic, as well as easy to use by stakeholders, is something that has been a key pillar for enabling much of what you're about to see today. And lastly, governance. I think one of the key things we've learned is that you can have a really good set of tools. However, your stakeholders vary so widely, and the organizational mandates and kind of administrative processes need to accommodate for some sort of process that allows you to succeed and doesn't bog you down. And so what's key has been setting up a governance structure, not only for APIs, but also for applications that intend to use these APIs for safety, security, data retention, reliability, as well as legal reasons. It's key that we found that we've stood up such a process. And then lastly, a customer-centric view. And that's a view to not only the end user or our traditional telco customers that might pay for mobility or wireline, i.e. TV services, but a customer-centric view in the sense that we have internal as well as external stakeholders, internal teams that rely on our APIs, as well as external vendors and applications that help us realize use cases. Each of these subsets are a customer, and approaching them and striving for that white glove service really propagates the I want to say word of mouth awareness and buy-in for an API ecosystem. Again, you can have the best set of tools, but they need to be managed. The stakeholders need to be managed. And often, because there's such a wide diversity of group of people using it, they may be both technical, i.e. can really dig down, and much of the audience could probably attest, get into the architecture of a solution, and non-technical. Those that just have a problem, they're product managers, and they need help. They need help solutioning that problem through the use of APIs. So that's a little bit high level about the ecosystem and how it's structured. I did want to share a little bit about the overarching architecture of the different stakeholders and what our API gateway and our ecosystem offers. And then following that, I think Piyush is going to dive in and we'll cherry pick some of the examples and how APIs kind of fuel that in the back end. I know, several partners, several demonstrations have brought forward those kind of solutions, and this is definitely an area that we've been able to benefit from. So on the far left-hand side, that really boils down to the stakeholder. Who is the intended person? Again, both internal, external. At the end of the day, it boils down to an application, a use case, and someone hitting the ground coding something for an end user. And then we have a layer of abstraction there is who's the TELUS owner? Who is the person that's helping navigate, whether it's a vendor, external vendor, or internal user, who owns that application and use case? And then by extension, they have a partner, and that partner could be, again, a vendor that's working on behalf of that internal TELUS owner, or it could be an internal development group that's leveraging that API. And then finally, there's the end user. Sometimes the end user might be a customer, and sometimes it might be just an internal stakeholder or a downstream service. Ultimately, the left-hand side there is used to portray the stakeholder, and that usually boils down to a person fueled by the very top level of the application. In the middle there, that's where we have kind of the creative juice of our API gateway and what it offers us in terms of benefits. Security, sitting behind a comfortable, I shouldn't tempt fate and say comfortable, but sitting behind a firewall really allows us to gatekeep external traffic from the internal TELUS network. So from a security standpoint, it provides a critical service. Following that through multiple firewalls, again, folks that were from product, but architecture folks, who are a lot more seasoned than this, know what needs to be done to basically abstract all the complexity from the end application. And lastly, just to touch briefly, identity authentication and governance. This goes back to, depending on the use case and the scenario, the end user might be a customer, and for security purposes, in order to offer that customer the ability to use the application, we need to verify that they're aware of the information that's being given up and how it's being used. Akin to if you're installing an application, you get popped up with information on which portions of your device that application will have access to. That abstracts against iOS as well as Android. And finally, the right-hand side there, that's the core networking goodness, if you will. Lots goes into investing, and I think there's a case, with conversational interfaces to continue on that front. But that's really where the end consumption lies, if you will. That's where customers can provision services. That's where or they can provision features, rather. That's where they can tap into services. That's where they can, as we'll demo, leverage the network. And then finally, that's where we can call upon billing and customer information APIs to surface, again, as the host and variety of use cases. What's enabled this from an API ecosystem perspective, if you will, is a foundational and forward-looking view. These are investments that you make today, and you don't have all the full suite of tangible use cases. But when conversational interfaces came along, that's a juicy, absolutely timely use case that can cherry pick off of these foundational infrastructure to, at a relatively low lift, deliver to market fairly quickly. So with that, I'll shift it over to my colleague Piyush who's going to discuss conversational interfaces in the voice market. It's Piyush.
Good. Thanks, Omar. Hey guys, Piyush here again. Once again, thanks a lot for having us. So on the previous slide, what you saw this piece, that's where I'll start. So what I'm going to cover in the next few slides is how, from customer experience lens, we develop the product and products, and how then it affects actually the APIs that we in the end develop, or kind of make sure the whole thread is connected from customer experience to technology standpoint from APIs. So next few slides I'm going to do is I'm going to go over the market ecosystem of conversational interfaces, and then how it really implies to TELUS, what role TELUS foresees to play in this ecosystem, and then we'll go through the demos, and then we can go into questions and answers. Okay, so from conversational interface standpoint, market is exponentially growing. Amazon Alexa kicked off the market in 2014, and where we see right now is 50% of the voice searches 50% of searches on the mobile phones are expected to have over voice in next few years. This is huge. The hardware devices in the homes, 66 million devices are expected to have in the US and Canada alone. What I also want to give you is, in the next slide, from ecosystem perspective, like from customer standpoint, if you're in the house, if you're in the kitchen, for example, in next year or so, all the devices, all the utility devices that you have in kitchen are going to get connected and voice enabled. So you would be able to talk to your washer, your refrigerator, oven, and so on, a coffee maker. If you move to your living room, your set-top box for TV, your Wi-Fi, your lamps, everything's going to get connected and voice enabled. Now, moving from a home ecosystem to vehicle, your automobiles, they will have Google Assistant, Siri, or offices. Amazon Alexa had, they came out with business protocol for their for Amazon Alexa, which is picking up. But the natural evolution of that is, hey, you would be able to book meeting rooms, take meeting notes, send meeting notes to the folks. So that's a natural evolution of voice ecosystem overall. And then again, it's not just limited on your right-hand side. It's not just limited to hardware devices, so to say, like voice-enabled devices. There are new plethora of devices coming in market which have screen on them. The next step of that is it's actually getting integrated into your wearables. Your watches have Google Assistants, they have Alexa coming in. Your earphones, headphones, they have these voice-enabled devices. Your TVs are themselves coming integrated with Google Assistant and Alexa now. So looking at the ecosystem overall, we firmly believe that, hey, this is where the market is going. Looking back 10 years, where app world was evolving, or 2 decades before how internet was evolving, this seems like this is where the world is moving in terms of complementing the customer experience with the voice. Okay, having said that, this is where the world is going. The important question is, hey, how do we want to play in this game? TELUS is a quad play customer player here. We have services in internet, in TV, in mobility, in home phone. Plus, we also have another portfolio for health and wellness. Again, so looking from customer standpoint, think of a scenario, you're sitting in a basement, watching a television. We in the back end know that, hey, this customer is watching a television. He has his optic TV on, it's working. Someone rings their doorbell. We in the back end know, okay, hang on, someone is at the door. Would we be able to stop or pause the optic TV screen, show a snippet from the doorbell camera, and let customer, without getting up from his couch, say, oh, I know this person, Alexa, unlock the door, open the door. Now, in this particular case, what I've done is...
I don't know that.
There goes my Alexa in the back end. In this particular case, what I've done is I have kind of stitched the experience of security. I've stitched the experience of Wi-Fi, which is in the home, and the optic TV. And this is where we believe the North Star of conversational interface really is. The seamless journey of customer moving from your one service or one product that you have in the home to multiple products in your home. And then, of course, there comes a question of, hey, from technology standpoint, so far we have been, like from last 7 to 8 years, the APIs that we have exposed are more billing account management APIs. But the moment we go into a different ecosystem altogether, where we want to open our systems to our OEMs, for example, Amazon and Google in this case, to manage security, to manage optic TV functionalities. This is something that we ourselves haven't done before. Right? So we are kind of venturing into a new world. We are opening up these APIs, which we haven't done until now. And until now, we always use our remote control with Bluetooth or IR, and that's how it works. It remains in a closed system. So that's one of the challenges we are seeing through. We're learning from them. And again, the most important part here is customer experience. Yeah. Okay. With that, what I want to do is actually jump on demo.
And before we do that, just want to make sure that everyone can hear us okay and see us okay. I know that's going to... Perfect.
Brilliant.
Great.
So what I want to do is go through demo first, and then I'll go through kind of learnings, what we have been from customer standpoint, from API implementation standpoint, the challenges and learnings that we are seeing so far. And then we can jump into our questions and answers. That's okay. Right. Cool. If we can switch, Ellen in the room, if we can switch to a other camera, which is actually facing Google Home and Alexa device. Just give us 2 seconds. We're just setting it up.
Just switching that camera right now. You should see it. Perfect. Okay. Do you see it there? There's a second camera. Perfect. All right.
Okay, brilliant. So I'll unmute it. And again, from customer experience standpoint, they just customers just log in once, link their account, and after that, they can just ask account-related questions, manage their account, just with simple voice commands, and that's how it works. Okay, so I'm going to do a demo right now with Alexa first, and then on my screen, I'll do demo with Google Assistant, which kind of replicates how it will do it on the phones. Alexa, open TELUS.
Shane, back again. There must be something you need. How can I help you now?
How much data have I used?
Shoot. Can you say that again?
How much data have I used?
Just going to be a moment to get the usage detail. Shall we keep waiting?
Yes.
You have 10.9 gigabytes of data remaining until November 17, 2018. What else can I help you with?
What's my default account number? Alexa.
I see that your account number is 340674428. Call out another task and we'll get it done.
Alexa, stop.
2 tasks successfully completed. When you come here again, you should list add-ons. Don't leave it too long till you come back. Goodbye. If there's anything else, you know where to find me. So long, Shane.
All right, so what you saw there was the delay there, right? So I was talking about the customer experience piece. These are things that we want to fix. What I'll quickly do is I'll ask Omer to do one more demo on the Alexa and then move to a Google Assistant on the screen. That's how it replicates on the phone. So Omer, do you want to do the SMS piece?
Sure, thanks, Piyush. So and Piyush just touched on billing and customer information APIs. I want to demonstrate an example of a network API being leveraged. So I'm going to say, Alexa, open TELUS.
Hello again, Shane. This looks like it could be the start of a beautiful friendship. Tell me what you want to do now.
Send a message to Omer.
What is your message?
It's great to be presenting today.
What is your current security PIN?
1234.
Send message. It's great to be presenting today to Omer, okay?
Yes.
I have sent your message, thanks. Great. That's one more task checked off. Can I help with anything
briefly
else?
showed here, but at the very bottom of the screen, I just received the text message, so near instantaneous, as you can see. From a security standpoint, you're all going to have to forgive the PIN. But I'm going to go ahead and mute the Alexa and shift it back to Piyush to demonstrate.
Can you say that again?
Ellen, could you actually go on the other screen now, the camera? Sorry about that. Okay, brilliant.
Thank you.
So what I'll do is I'll show you a demo of Google Assistant, how it looks like actually in the phone. Talk to TELUS.
Okay, let's get the test version of TELUS. Welcome back, Shane. I'm guessing I suggested something that got you thinking. So tell me what you want to do.
I've just got my statements. Can you tell me why my bill is so high?
The October bill has a total charge of $0. On November 12, 2018, this will be due. Would you like to look at this mobility services bill in detail? Otherwise, tell me if you'd like to examine another month.
Tell me for the month of August.
The August bill has a total charge of $0. Is this the one?
Yes.
After analyzing your bill, I note a charge of $25 for 1 GB shareable data. You can manage your TELUS add-ons through the self-serve portal online. Was this helpful?
No. So what I did was...
Which charge would you like to look at? Select one of these options: partial charges for $45, add-on charges for $25, or other charges for $190 credit.
Other charges.
The highest other charge was INT CCT outstand zeroed for $190 credit. Would you like me to take you through another additional charge? Did this clarify the charges for you?
Yes, it did.
Glad I could help. Tell me now if there's something else you would like to do.
I'm traveling to Portugal next week. Do you know if my phone's going to work there?
Easy Roam allows you to use your plan in Portugal for $12 for each day of use. Shall I add it to your plan, or would you like to hear more information?
Yes, give me more information.
Well, if you add Easy Roam before you travel, you avoid out-of-plan charges when you arrive. It also stays active for future trips, and you will only ever be charged for the days you use your phone while abroad. Also, the most you ever have to pay for Easy Roam within a billing cycle is $100. Will I go ahead and add it?
No, it's okay.
Shall I check if international roaming is set up for you?
Yes, please.
You have a few numbers on your account. Which would you like to set up? All of them, your primary number, or you can give me a specific number?
Primary number.
Which numbers on this account would you like to modify? All of them, your primary number, or you can give me a specific number?
Primary number.
Easy Roam was already set up for Sub 2. Safe travels and don't forget to enable data roaming on your phone. Best foot forward. What would you like to do next?
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to stop this here. Right, so guys, what you saw was the real action out in the market. You saw some NLU, NLP issues there. You also saw the delay that it takes sometimes to, especially in the first couple of questions, it takes a little bit longer time. So things like that is in the real world, we're trying to kind of work towards the best experience there. So anyways, that's what the demo is. Quickly do want to touch upon the learnings. I'll start, and then if you want to kind of top up there, Omer. So learnings there are two ways to look at it, right? I mean, one is from customer experience standpoint. We live in the world where customer expects to get the information even before they ask about the information, right? If they say tune to CNN on TV, and then if it takes two seconds or 2.5 seconds, this has too much delay. And from technology standpoint, hey, it's a challenge because the command is actually going from hardware to a cloud, from the cloud to over the internet to our systems, and we're executing the command. So there is a technological challenge as well. But hey, we need to meet the customer experience there. So things like this is always challenging, and we need to work together with OEMs to get there where the customer expectations are. And sometimes you actually set the expectations, saying, hey, if you pick up your remote and search for Game of Thrones, it's going to take you 10 seconds typing that through with your, not the best UI and taking your remote and typing that through. Compared to that, search for Game of Thrones is much quicker. So you need to set up the expectations with customers as well. On the other hand, the learnings that we have seen is around the certification process. I mean, OEMs are also learning as we go into this space. This is a new space for everyone around here. So all of them are learning with us. So certification process sometimes are more skewed towards customer experience. Sometimes they're more skewed towards the policies and stuff like that. So these are the learnings that we have seen so far in terms of technology OEMs. Other ones are how conversations really happen, right? So if customer is talking about billing, they say, you know what, the bill is high. I want to check about my data usage. So jumping from one tree to another, then once he has checked the data usage, we need to predict, is he coming back on the billing? And if he is, then we should be able to answer that questions right away. And then when customers go off tangent, for example, they are in the teleskill or actions, if they're asking questions about Spotify, play the music, I should be very educated, in an educated way, should be able to answer questions like, hey, you know what? You're in teleskill, we can't handle the music request, and you have to get out of this. So those are things along customer experience, conversations, and make sure that we navigate to the conversations trees quite smoothly. Yeah, so this way I'm going to stop, Omer. I'll let you top up there. Any learnings that you have seen from CX applying to your APIs that we develop?
Yeah, thanks, Piyush. And I know we're coming on time, so I guess just wanted to highlight the foundational investments, just to reinforce that. That is investing in APIs and core capabilities, having use cases that are reusable and leverageable across the organization, help realize these kinds of use cases, and planning ahead for that is a key learning of ours, but within justifiable business case reasons. At the end of the day, that's what there's opportunity cost to every investment, and so simplification of tools and access across the board. So I know we were a little bit over, Alan. Just wanted to say thank you once again for having us.
Thanks, guys. Yeah,
appreciate your interest.
That came through really well. Demo came through clear. You were clear. It was a really good remote presentation. I'm just going to ask the audience if they have any questions. What I'm going to do is get them to ask, and then I'll come back here and mute me so that we can hear you loud and clear, okay?
Oh, sounds good.
Any questions for the TELUS guys and their demo? Paul.
How you doing, guys? Great presentation. I was just wondering, which APIs do you think will be most used in the conversational interface? Sorry, I should be specific. The telco APIs that would be most useful in the conversational context?
Yes, I thought the question was which APIs are most used. Is it right in the conversations? Yeah. So what you've seen is the billing one is the one which customer are often pings most because and the data usage. So billing and data usage were expected. What I'm going to share with you is the calling API. So we actually also support calling feature on our skills, and the call actually routes not from Wi-Fi but from our network. And so is SMS. Both of these are actually quite popular. After data, billing, these two are the popular ones, to our surprise. But yeah, there we go, yeah.
Do you have any other questions from the audience? If not, again, let's thank the TELUS guys for doing an excellent demo and presentation. Thanks so much again, guys.
Perfect.
Excellent job, guys. Well done.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Enjoy your day.
Okay, that turned out okay in the end. Right, James. Yes. It's over to you.
Right, so this is going to be a voyage of excitement and discovery.
We need you.
Oh, the microphone. There we go. I do this one-handed, like a pop star. Yeah, just before lunch, I managed to overwrite the presentation with an earlier version, having obliterated. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Because as usual, I'm going to wave my arms around and demonstrate. So I just had a very exciting 15-20 minutes putting bits and pieces back together, and I'm almost back at where I was when we started, but not quite. So I'm going to try and present this by screen sharing, if I can remember how to do it. Yeah, I've just got to get into the airplane mode.
Go again to the airplane.
Where? How? Which?
Again.
Down.
Sign again. You know the airplane sign is usually?
Totally unrehearsed, as ever. There we go. My glamorous assistant puts it into airplane mode. So whilst they're doing that, can I just explain a little bit of history? I mean, I've been involved in TADSummit since the very beginning of TADSummit, and I would not be doing what we're doing now if it was not for Alan and the TADSummit community. I came along here with some ideas, and we got talking about what we think should happen, and that one thing led to another, and hopefully when I get paired up I'll go over the history. But we ended up building a whole company and a concept around ideas that came out of TADSummit. So if anybody says to you, why are you going to TADSummit? The answer is, it's all about ideas. It's not about selling products as such. You won't really find customers here at TADSummit, but what you will find are a whole load of other people with some brilliant ideas that you can interact with, and you can build amazing things with. And some of the testaments we've had earlier today, some have worked, and some have not worked quite so well, like poor old Sebastian. Where is he? Lurking around, so he probably run away to hide. There he is at the back. But they're all good stuff, and none of these things. Another example, Voxist is a good example of something that's come out of the TAD community, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. And none of these things would have happened without Alan and the TAD community. So that's why I'm here. It's all about interacting with people, meeting new people, trying new things, like getting my iPad to link up. Is it working now? Oh, yes. Yippee. So that's ad-libbed a little bit. Now, if I do that, oh no, just present. Is that going to work? We like to try new things. I've never done this before. Yeah, that's kind of working, isn't it? Do I want to accept audience questions? Try it. Oh dear, I wish I hadn't done that now. And it says that you can ask me a question at that, but I've never done this before. Right, I just want to go on to the next slide. Yeah, my company objective, we set up a new company called Telet Research in Northern Ireland about 2 years ago. I escaped from my previous employment at Truephone. Many of you will know me as the person who built the back end of the Truephone network. But we managed to escape from that about 2 years ago, and I took the innovation and research and development teams with me and set up a new outfit based in Northern Ireland. And our objective is to build all the bits and pieces that you need to set up a privately owned 4G network, 4G or even 5G network. And we started this, launched it at TADSummit about 4 years ago, first started talking about it. Everybody in the room thought it was a brilliant idea, apart from the two gentlemen from Ericsson who were sitting in the front row, who thought it was a very bad idea. And ultimately, we're looking to find all the bits and pieces that you need, all the missing pieces, to set up a private LTE network and make it really easy to deploy. So that's how we started it off. 2014, we built the first demo in conjunction with our friends from Canonical Ubuntu, Telestacks and Metaswitch, built a network, and amazingly, it worked. 2015, we made it big, and we had a whole load of application developers then join in and put stuff on top of the network. And whilst we were doing that, we wanted to prove that it was scalable, so we had a load generator running in the background, gradually ramping up traffic in order to force it to spawn new processes and rescale, refactor. The objective was to get up to, was it 100,000 concurrent calls or something rubbish like that? We got up to 86,000 by the end of the demo. Not quite 100,000, but I think it proved the point. And at the end of that demo, the AWS bill for running it was something like $2.65 or something like that. Good value. 2015, we then, what do we do then? No, 2016, we ran on it using line micro software-defined radios and a whole load of other stuff as well. And we saw the appearance of a detector of a masked terrorist who was actually Dean Bubley wearing a ski mask, which was. It was originally supposed to be me, and then you got someone else to do it. Oh, was it really? Yes. Well, it failed. It failed anyway, didn't it? And then last year, 2017, we added proper radios, so proper IP67 rated acceleron radios, and subsequent to that, we deployed them. So let's move on quickly. God, I'm waffling. I need to go faster. Yeah, that's what we did in 2017. All of that, with all of those components. It didn't work perfectly either. A bit of a crash and burn. So, where are we now? Yeah, that's what we built. So we had some acceleron radios on the front end with embedded EPC running back through an aggregator, which then worked into our back-end core. That wasn't live at the time, but today it is. Let me explain a little bit about organizations now. Telet Research is the organization, my company, who set up mobile networks. Monet is the technology that we use to do multi-operator neutral host operations, and also providing the multi-IMSI, multi-crypto SIM cards, more of that later. And Chalk Mobile is an organization that we set up, a community interest company based in southwest England, southwest of Salisbury, and everybody knows where Salisbury is now after the Russians got nerve agented there. So Chalk Mobile is the bit that owns all the radios. Quick word about how to build a mobile network the conventional way. This is the way you do it. You do all of that. and it costs you about 6 million? No, bit more than that, considerably more. And this is kind of what it looks like. I stole these slides from my friend Keith Milner, who has lots of experience in building mobile networks. And that's what a conventional mobile network looks like. Expensive. But we don't do it that way. We do it the modern way, which uses purpose computing platforms. And these, I actually changed all those names so that they were correctly spelt. But you can build a mobile network now for about that much, about $500,000. Yeah, and that's what a complete mobile core looks like today. Incidentally, for you, Adam, that is now located in the BroadTalk BT Exchange. Yeah. Who was it? Somebody showed that slide. Yeah, stole my slide. Yes, you did. But what you didn't do was do this. This is cool. Showing how to make that very scary diagram considerably less scary. And this is what you do. You actually use Gamma Elio. I take it everybody knows what Gamma Elio is here. Does anybody not know what Gamma Elio is? Yeah. Well, if you don't, it's the most brilliant lump of open source. Started off life as a SIP router, but of course, as time has gone on, it's grown other bits, including diameter. So it effectively is an IMS core in itself. And so you can build a complete mobile core out of Gamma Elio. And in fact, was it 2 years ago, Alan, we had Daniel Miele, who's responsible for the project, actually built a complete mobile core on an Ubuntu handset. So he was running a mobile network from a mobile handset. How cool is that? In fact, it wasn't cool, it's quite hot, because I think it was trying to melt it. Okay, one of the other bits and pieces which we all know you need is Spectrum. You can't run a mobile network without Spectrum. This is where Adam smiles to himself. But the good news is that Spectrum is becoming a lot easier than it was. I put up a slide very similar to this last year, and this is where all the cameras came out. They started going click, 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 click. I've updated it very slightly. All of these lumps of Spectrum are more or less available in different places. The really exciting ones, I think, are probably, if you're an American, the 3.4 gigahertz bands, which are available as license shared access throughout the state. So anybody who wants that spectrum can use it. Also extremely exciting for lots of people is the license-free stuff, band 46, in the 5 gigahertz band. And interestingly, the new iPhones that came out a couple of weeks ago support band 46, which is interesting, isn't it? Yes, they do. So, okay, let's talk about identity and authentication, because this is another really tricky bit to do. SIM cards. If you want to set up your own mobile network, you will need some SIM cards from somewhere. And it's pretty tricky getting them if you're not a big mobile network operator, because normally you have to order them like 10,000 at a time, and they are difficult to set up. So the good news is that we can help with that. Oh, and just to prove that we've got a little bit of background, this was the launch of the new iPhones a couple of weeks ago. And you'll note who the #1 eSIM partner is. It's a funny little outfit called Truephone. And between you and me, we built all the technology for that 3.5 years ago. It's taken that long to get into the iPhone. It was supposed to be in the iPhone 10, but never quite made it. But it's in the iPhone 10R now. Yeah, Truephone offers multi-IMSI, multi-identity eSIM profiles that you can select dynamically. And we built that 3.5 years ago. So that's just me being super, super big-headed, I suppose. But anyway, further some development. Last year, I actually crashed and burned, coming back down to earth with a thud. Crashed and burned with my dangerous demo, in that I managed to screw up some of the parameters in my black SIM card, the bottom one. The good news is we fixed all of those. We're now onto blue SIM cards, and they work perfectly. So if you want a multi-IMSI SIM card with multi-crypto, then we have them. We're going to make those available shortly. Let's very quickly talk about 5G now. Lots of people get really confused about what 5G is all about. And most people think, you know, oh, 5G is a bit like 4G, it just goes a bit faster. Well, it's not really the case. This is where I'm watching Dean smiling. I like to use my left hand for... Just another G. Yeah, it's just another G, yeah. But as far as I'm concerned, it's all about trading off between three different axes. And you can't really have all of them at the same time unless you pay a huge amount of money. So one axis is speed. So we all know that 5G goes fast, very fast if you want. But the other two axes are just as important. One is latency. So if you're driving a car or flying a drone or doing anything in real time, you want super low latency. And there's a cost associated with that. Similarly, if you're doing things with IoT type devices, you might want a device that lives in a building in a cupboard underneath the stairs, and you have to get out into the network. So you need super, super radio path capability to do that. Or you might have a device with a battery in, and the battery needs to last for 10 years because it's embedded in your fuel tank, and changing the battery is a real pain. So that's another axis, power, which is the same as range. How much power can you consume? And 5G is all about being able to trade off between those three axes. And they all work against each other. It's difficult, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's difficult to have all three at the same time. So normally you'll be somewhere, you'll either have one or another, or a mixture. Which is interesting because when we come to bill for it, the conventional billing mechanisms don't really fit particularly well because conventional billing for mobile is all about traffic, you know, bits and bytes and SMS messages and things like that. So how do you bill for latency and for power levels? It's slightly trickier, isn't it? Well, we think we've got kind of solutions for that, which we're practicing and demonstrating in the Chalk Valley on our little private network. So we've got a number of different revenue streams. The first one is the conventional kind of roaming revenues, but we're not doing it the GSMA way. We're using a little trick that we learnt when we bought a mobile network in Montana. Now, in North America, there are still a few micro networks lurking around, and for them, it's not cost effective to do the full GSMA AA19, AA14 roaming settlement. I mean, it's just a load of rubbish. It's just too complicated, so they don't. They run a scheme called mutual forgiveness. And the way that works is instead of accounting for every little bit of traffic, you just account for the totals between the different networks. And as long as the traffic balance is roughly in balance, so within a ratio of 3:1 normally, you don't raise any invoices. That's great, because if you're a tiny little operator, it costs money to raise invoices. So, hey, let's not do it. But your next question is, what happens if you go outside of that 3:1 ratio? Well, the answer is there's a mechanism there to do a recentering payment, which then sets everything back to zero, and off you go again. And that is considerably simpler than trying to account for every single SMS and, was it 10K of data? It's which is brain damage. And the other advantage, of course, if you don't raise an invoice, then you don't get taxed on it either, which is a bit of a bonus. So that's what we're doing. We're looking to establish mutual forgiveness roaming arrangements with each one of the big UK mobile network operators, and we'll extend that internationally. So the second revenue stream comes from domestic comms packages. And shut your ears, Adam, because we're taking on BT here. I sound like the chap from Romania, don't I? We're going to fight everyone. No, we're not going to fight anybody. We're nice, friendly people. Actually, I've learned that fighting mobile network operators and big operators really is not a good thing to do, because they might be big, slow old dinosaurs, but they can still hurt you. Am I out of time already? Cool, crikey, I'm. Okay. Yeah, so what we're doing there is we're offering flat rate broadband with 2 phone lines, unlimited phone calls, subject to an acceptable use policy, all for a flat rate. All of that done deliberately so we don't have to run a billing engine. We don't like billing engines. They're expensive, complicated. We're not going to do it. So it's all flat rate everything. And then the third and the biggest revenue stream comes from running network slices for other customers. An example of that in the Chalk Valley might be the emergency services network, so police, fire, and ambulance, for whom deploying a radio access network in the Chalk Valley would be incredibly expensive. So you, for a 20th of the price, we'll just offer them a network slice, and they just use that, if that kind of makes sense. But there are other network slice customers like the National Health Service. I'm completely out of time. But anyway. And I just very quickly want to show you some Chalk Mobile pictures just to prove that it's real. That's the coverage area of the Chalk Valley. It's about 16 miles by about 4.5, 5 miles. That's where we deployed the first cells. Oh, bit of video. Let's show a bit of video. I'm going to go over time. I don't care, but I'll cut it short, because there's one bit where Minty, quickly. We're very proud of this video. So this is actually that's my chimney. Really I live in a 450-year-old house, Americans, and my house is older than your country, and that's my mate Jonathan. Have we got any audio? Because I want to get the bit where the minister says nice things about us. So that's my chimney with a cell on. You will notice it's not just a cell. There's also another point-to-multipoint linking equipment in there. Keep going, Jonathan. That's the guy who puts all the TV antennas on the roofs in the Chalk Valley. It's not, and definitely not Andy. No, he'd fall off. So yeah, you can see the cell on the left, the point-to-multipoint on the right, and the bit in the middle is the GPS for timing.
You know, what solutions can we hang on the end to make your business better?
And it says ComCon,
to help you do more of what you already do, but also to think about on farms, for example.
Bit more.
Different business activities.
We want the minister to say nice things about me, and that's a phone with no coverage.
So John Glenn is our local MP, but also government minister.
There he is.
He's been a huge supporter of the project since the outset. He's believed in our ability to both come up with a solution, but he's also believed in the principle that oftentimes it's local solutions that are needed for local issues. And there have been many false starts in solving the mobile broadband hotspots. And frankly, without John's support, I don't think we could have managed it.
Well, as a local MP, I'm always keen to get behind projects and enthusiastic individuals who want to change the community they live in for the better.
James and John.
And James and Jonathan have been fantastic.
Fantastic, yes, we like that. Okay, we can cut that now. So can we just very quickly go back to the other one, because I just want to show a couple more photographs just to show it's really real, it's not made up. Come on. So in question, how do you get the backhaul? Adam asked this. Well, the answer is it's BT fibre. That is a really professional BT fibre job, that, isn't it? Super stuff, BT. But then runs into a cell like that, which that one's on Rook Hay Farm. And again, we've got another point-to-multipoint. And the antenna, 4G antenna, is actually that tiny little sector antenna there, which works quite well. And then, at the other end of that point-to-multipoint, you have something that looks a bit like that, with the dish pointing at the point-to-multipoint. so you don't have to fiber up every single cell. We're running about 500 megabits per second across that link. And then we've got, at the bottom of that big tube thing is the little software-defined radio, which incidentally, we are running both 2G and 4G waveforms at the same time on that. Whoa! And then the big lump on top is the antenna. And here's proof that it actually works. So that's me walking the dog about 2.5 miles away. I am on top of a hill, but you can see it's a short mobile LTE. Not a huge amount of signal strength, but it doesn't have to be because we're in the country and there's no noise. Okay.
Excellent. Well done, James.
I'll stop there.
So a round of applause.
Whoa. You only gave me 20 minutes, didn't you?
Exactly, but you made it real.
It's all real. Come
demonstrating for several years now. It's all real and running on a lot of the platforms that you've been building on, mainly open source.
Mainly open source, yeah, and not costing a fortune.
Which is an excellent job. So well done, James.
Thank you.
So we need to move on now. So Peter, if you can come on down. So I have to thank Peter for doing such a good job in filling in. So you'll need to give your laptop to Inti. He'll get it connected up and get you the flicker.
Whilst we're doing that, can we have a question?
Okay. I know, there you go.
We like questions.
So do you give your Chalk Valley mobile customers their own SIM cards, or do they roam in with someone else's?
No, we don't. And that's done deliberately, because if we gave them a SIM card, we would have to then run a billing engine. Yes. Oh, behave yourself. Not this week. And so the way we deal with that is if you've got a mobile phone, you just have to roam in using another operator's SIM. It's one of the ways that we remain friendly with the mobile network operators, because we don't want to fight them. Because, you know, in the past I've done that, and there are still people in EE's legal department who know my name, and it's not good. So it's better to be friendly with them, really.
So again, James, thank you so much. Sorry for the, no, he can, Peter. You'll use the, so I have to thank Peter for stepping in at the last minute and replacing Janne from Telia. Janne was actually the CEO for Apophonica Dzizinga, who are sponsors of TADHack and TADSummit last year. So he's now moved over to Telia. As you would imagine, is doing some very interesting UCAS stuff in Telia, but unfortunately it wasn't all ratified so that he could present it today. But instead, we're going to hear about some very interesting work that Etisalat's been doing, led by Peter, in the UCAS CPaaS space. So, Peter, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, guys. So, my pleasure to join very cozy atmosphere of these 2 days, and of such a great exposure to their professional team of enthusiasts of API. I would say I'm a bit of new to their area of the voice APIs, though I'm very, very rural, I would say in this way. So within, first of all, again, thanks to Alan and thanks to Yanni, whom I know. Want to have a couple of takeaway action strategy in what we are doing in Etisalat. And I mean, walk you through what we are doing in terms of programmable voice and what is Etisalat, and I mean, what is our ambitions and what is our camping in their details. Few things about, I mean, how do I come to the TADSummit? I started many years ago as about the software industry in general. That's why I'm saying I'm an IT guy stuck in telco. So I'm enjoying doing a lot of API work by myself. Then I had a quite long time working for the big providers like Deutsche Telekom, France Telekom, doing some OSS stuff. And then I moved to their big vendor guys like Avaya, like Microsoft, where I learned very well what is on-prem voice and how on-prem voice can transform into the cloud. And then finally, I landed into their operator, with a very, very nice current team sell me 1.5 years ago when I was joining their operator. So basically, they promised me that I will be able that has been failed in terms of launch in many other regions because unique climate in terms of regulation and as well as ARPU. So close to launch, and I hope next year I will be able to share with you some of the results of that. And right now, just the things about the strategy and the opportunity. So giving you just the hint, because I'm heavily focused into their UAE, United Arab Emirates market. So what is it, the market as itself, in terms of their business climate or business environment? Because before 1.5 years ago, when I landed in Dubai, I know zero about UAE, so it was not really my spot there. Industries, a lot of opportunities. Number one, big hub for the Middle East and Africa. Number two, very strong presence in terms of the e-government and smart cities. So both country and perspective of access through all their omnichannel to their governmental services. And now Expo 2020 that is coming to the outside of their EMEA region, MENA and South Lisbon. That's very, very well known. What is Expo? How big is expectation? How big are sponsors and key partners of this event? I've been last week on their Expo ideas, how both participants, exhibitors, and the guests should benefit from their new wave of communication capabilities. Country as itself, what is Etisalat? Couple of hints. So Etisalat is incumbent telco in UAE countries. Other large operational countries is Egypt, Pakistan, Saudi, and then Morocco Telecom, which is a group by itself. So altogether 15 countries, though UAE still accounts for 60% of the revenue of the group. So this is a target market, and this is our typically pilot market where we are doing their trials and implementation of the products. Though, couple more things that we are very much, I would say, poisoned through the country, through their vision of their leaderships, and this is a bit of also regional flavor. So you can see there one of the most important leaders in that country, Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, famous for establishing their Ministry of Happiness several years ago, and then Ministry of Artificial Intelligence, one bodies with an agenda and with activities, not just a formal organization, but as well very important public agenda. And as well, of course, we have our acceleration program stage to the go-to-market, to the actual rollout, and we're doing that through the two programs, two initiatives, not just in addition to the seeding of existing ideas, where we bring specific topics to the market and helping you out of the areas where they worked before to contribute to this idea. And we already succeeded in 3 waves of that. And for example, the first wave of partners is very close to start using our CPaaS prototype in doctors and patients. And that already has a business result as reducing occupancy of the hospitals. So, I mean, we are very pragmatic behind that. Besides their not trying actually, we innovating in terms of design thinking concept, and then the workshop yesterday to work closely with our customers. So actually this is a brand that help customers to bring their Etisalat capabilities to brainstorm design thinking methodology. I'm trying to say, from one hand side, a legacy telco, from other hand side, we are very much looking to the digital space. We have a dedicated Etisalat digital organization working with purely digital products, but as well in terms of the spirit and nature, we are very interested in innovating and being agile towards the market and solutions. So this is about the landscape. So more precisely about their programmable telecoms area and where I'm coming to. So one thing, when 1.5 years ago I came to the region, I learned a lot of new things for me. One of them was very tough regulation. UAE is one of the rare countries where voice over IP is actually regulated service that also put a lot of pressure on us as a telecom operator. So that's why when we start looking to our partners across the globe, whom we can do with their both unified comms and the CPaaS, we go through a number of criteria, and then their ability to deploy in the country, because that was a part of the regulation requirements of the personal data of the media stream. Of course, and is typically working in a white label mode, because we owning the Etisalat in B2B space, we owning 95% of the market, at least on some of the services out of our portfolio. So we've been interested to provide that out of Etisalat brand umbrella. And then within the UCAS, we actually 5 minutes to launch. So I mean, this week I'm here. My team is finalizing their ATP of the platform. We have a very good and healthy ambition to reach 35,000 seats over the first year of rollout. It could be not a large figure from our market presence, and of course we want to migrate. Otherwise, we definitely will be here, go to the market out of the 4 standard the users from their old desk phones through their bundle product together with broadband connectivity and with their devices like Wi-Fi access points. This is a very customized proposition for the large enterprise, even about 100 seats, specific requirements in terms of the MPLS network. So that is this is our current game plan for their soon launch. Now about the CPaaS strategy. So we defined the strategy, and now we're actively looking for the partners to join this exciting journey. So we believe that high-level CPaaS strategy falls into 2 tracks. One track is API-based do-it-yourself approach, where we consider as the main customers of this approach either very much entrepreneurial and a startup community, or enterprise-grade IT departments of the large enterprises. And we already have a very healthy pipeline of both startups and enterprises who is looking for such capabilities across a number of industries. So we believe that the right commercial model for that is a transactional-based model. And as well, we understand that we need to invest in the growing developers community. But in addition to the API do-it-yourself, we also believe that for us as a telco having a significant footprint, the prepackaged solution that can be spread across the SMB segment, across a lot of the customers, could be a very exciting opportunity in terms of revenue. And this is what we're also looking for. So we planning our CPaaS across two dimensions, and we also understand that there is a wide breadth of different use cases that we can implement there. So basically, the questions that we are trying to answer by ourselves, where is the primarily revenue, because we're also interested in good start and successful start out of the large use cases. We're interested in what is the best model, transactional or value-based pricing, how we can better accommodate it across different use cases. We are discussing and investigating how we can grow developer community. So this is all the pieces of our strategy. And yeah, basically as my takeaway out of my story is that I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to be part of the community, and I'm inviting you to join our CPaaS investigation and CPaaS piloting. So we already starting the first pilots with our customers, with external clouds. We also think that later on, when we will go through their testing phase, as a next step, we will need to deploy the solution based in UAE in our private cloud, because that is right for now the only mean to be compliant to the local regulation. But this is their exciting opportunity for us, and I hope for some of you. Thank you.
That was excellent. Thank you so much, Peter. I think I've been presenting to Etisalat around APIs for about 15 years now, so it's finally great to see it coming to pass. So we're going to go immediately to the panel session, so that'll give people an opportunity to ask you questions on the panel session. So please take a seat, Peter. Hold that, because we'll need that. So you just go to the far seat, sit over there, and then if I can ask the other panelists, so Sebastian, Werner, Greg, James, Yusuf, and of course Peter's already here. Now, we will need a couple of chairs. So once the chairs are filled up, you need to bring... No, you're able to claim a chair. There you go. I know. We are good. Thank you. 2 thumbs up. So we're now going to go into the panel session, challenges and opportunities in the cloud core. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kick off with one question, and then we'll just open it up to the audience. Okay? So, we'll start with Peter, because you're holding the... Yeah. I keep it very simple, and then we'll either move one way or the other. So, what will be the most significant impact of programmable telecoms? And when I use that definition, I mean it in its broadest sense. So all the aspects that we've talked about over the past 2 days on telcos in 2019, 2020. This is just your personal view. I'm not asking for company views. I'm just asking for your personal view. When we look at this space, what's going to be the most significant impact for telcos? Peter.
I think I will just continue the flow of the slides and flow ideas that I have working in a region like the Middle East. So what we're definitely considering that the Middle East was a bit of closed region for a while in terms of the adoption of voice over IP technologies. We see the heavily going liberalization in Saudi, in other countries in the Gulf, where the voice over IP becoming the standard and open technology. We expect also some liberalization could come in UAE as well, and because the market was lacking that kind of technologies, we see the very big hunger, and we see the tremendous number of use cases that are available right now for their CPaaS adoption, and for us as TADSummit, there just being able to fulfill them is already the exciting journey and the very interesting opportunities for the upcoming year.
Excellent, thank you so much. And it's a breath of fresh air in listening to you from my previous experiences with TADSummit. So really looking forward to seeing what happens with your deployments. We'll move to you, James, because I know you're eager to talk.
Absolutely, as ever. So the big change is that the operators, the MNOs, are going to have to deal with is that they are no longer in control of the complete ecosystem. And they were, but they're now not, because all of this cloud-based layer that sits on top allows other people to get in there as well.
Yes.
And the MNOs just can't control it all. They can't contain it. So what they've got to realize is that they've got to work with other people and be content with making a component of the revenue, but they certainly won't be able to control it.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point.
So I think we see 2 things, and one thing is optimization happening, still rather than innovation. I think I see that as well. So it's a lot of optimization, improving workflows, and the other thing is trying to get back pieces of the value chain that they didn't own before. So making, instead of going in you mentioned it actually, not going into volume only, but also session-based pricing, event-based pricing, maybe even outcome-based pricing. I don't know. But this is partially, so a discussion I'm in, Dean is going to laugh, is partially triggered a bit about RCS as well, because essentially what you do there is, of course, you put in the channel but essentially like for RCS, but that's not where the value is. I think the value is essentially going to be more on top, supporting sessions, putting AI in there, making, you know, solving use cases for your customers, maybe getting in the aggregator business as well. And yeah, I think it's going to be discussed. I don't know what's going to be done, if it has really an impact, but at least from the perspective I'm taking in now, I see a lot of things happening in this area. So.
Excellent. Greg.
So I can share a topic from the European perspective, not UK, from the continent part. So actually, European Union is not helping operators, but at some point, regulation gives a chance to grow, and the MiFID regulation, which is about co-recording, is something what allows telcos to build B2B, CPaaS, UCaaS, whatever you call it, solution, and then enterprises, knowing that telco is trusted partner, like DT, Orange, whatever, and so they trust them, they can shift their assets to telco. And co-recording is one of the topic. It's really hot right now, at least at Polish market and the market other markets which I know it's really hot. And it could be the first one, and then the rest of the communication asset can be shifted to telco. And this is a chance for them, cool. Opportunity.
Over to you, Yusuf.
Thank you very much. I have to agree with James on you know, the fact that it's going to help us transform from being you know, centralized controlling entities to becoming ecosystem players. It's particularly important in Africa, where we're trying to create businesses and thereby create jobs. I think this helps us solve yet another huge problem. So this move towards you know, APIs and microservices also helps operators experiment. You know, it became really expensive to experiment at one stage, where we were paying big telco providers for huge platforms and learning expensive lessons in the market when things fail. You know, using open source, using microservices helps us to experiment at a smaller scale and learn lessons quickly, and to learn with partners in the ecosystem at the same time.
Perfect. Thank you, Yusuf. And Werner.
Yeah, well said, all of you. I think prediction is one thing, but I think I hope that some of the examples we've seen here today and yesterday will bring more appetite for trying new things, innovate, and see that there's actually possible to add value to what they already do. And I think now is a good time for operators to get into the game. There's lots of opportunities there, and I think we have some good proof points. So that is what I hope will happen.
Yeah, plus some very good things on what to avoid. I think the lessons learned are more important than some of the opportunities in terms of actually realizing them, because these are words we've said for decades now about new services, innovation, and generally it's just been lip service by certain people to keep themselves in jobs, while they've actually done a very good job on squashing innovation whenever it actually sort of reared its head. But I'm just bitter and twisted on the whole thing. Moving, any questions from the audience for Peter, for his presentation, for the presentations from any of the other panelists all around this topic? I thought Dean was about to raise his hand. There you go. He has to be first. I remember there was one guy, Bob Emerson, he was a writer, and once he put his hand up and said, I don't have a question, I just wanted to be the first question before Dean.
I'm curious what the panel think about MVNOs and mobile virtual operators and the sort of the wholesale model. Whether the opportunities here are for sort of developers creating applications, or it's for developers essentially running their own wholesale networks based on a wholesale deal of one form or another.
I want to do it.
You want to do it first?
Yeah, it's really difficult to make money as an MVNO these days. But I think we're going to see a new kind of MVNO, but working the other way, where people are going to be deploying their own radio access and then having other operators roam onto them. So it's kind of like an MVNO, but kind of working the other way.
I have actually heard the term reverse MVNO a couple of times recently.
Yeah. And we're going to see quite a lot of that as we move into the 5G era, because cell sizes in 5G are going to get a lot smaller. And so the old carrier model of having a reasonably small contained number of big masts really doesn't work in 5G. You're going to have many, many more small cells to cover the ground, and there's no way that the big MNOs can afford to deploy all of those. And even if they did, they wouldn't be able to pay for them because they're MNOs. People want to get their ground rent and things off them, and so the model just doesn't work. So what we're going to see is a whole load of privately owned 5G cells, I think, which gives a kind of reverse MVNO type opportunity. Werner, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think we've seen some examples of the ability to actually set up a full stack in the open source or by someone is within reach for more kinds of companies. So I think you could see governmental agencies want to become an MVNO to serve their own needs. Big companies could do that themselves, combining that with maybe coverage locally in their facilities. So I think there will be, hopefully, there will be a wide range of operators, MVNOs alike, that can solve, verticals. That's the out of reach at the moment.
And don't forget network slicing, lots of it.
Okay. Thanks for this question. I can share some thoughts. I've been last week at MVNO Europe in London, and it was actually the question about what is the near future or maybe long-term future for MVNOs, and so definitely they cannot beat MNOs about prices. Doesn't work at all. The margin is really small, and so they were talking a lot about how to use this modern new technology, blockchain, to be more lean, even like to leverage that. The other topic is about differentiating, and so from MVNO perspective, it's about how to differentiate, how to add value on top of base offering, like integrating with offering with insurance, finance, different use cases which are targeted for niche markets. This is more or less the idea, and also for travelers. So this is the offer which works well, and everyone is traveling and would like to have cheap data wherever he is.
Yeah, and just to back end on that, I think the only way that you can make it work is if you are a heavy MVNO, therefore running your own SIM cards, running your own authentication, thereby being in the signaling stream so you can build clever stuff on top. If you're a light MVNO, just taking operators, MNO SIM cards, you can forget it. Yeah. You can't compete.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions from the audience to the panelists? If not, I'll just quickly wrap up with one question. If we look 10 years out, I'm not talking about all the new carriers we're going to see, but what will the traditional carriers that we know and love and hate in both the fixed and the mobile space? I'm not, and it's all converging anyway, so it's a mute sort of line between the two. What are they going to look like in 10 years' time? Will it be the same?
So if I know that, I will be really rich. But frankly speaking, my personal opinion is like it will blend. So of course there will be service providers still. The most important is to understand that they have customer base, and this is the biggest asset which they have. They have, of course, huge cost behind. Like right now they have to build whole 5G technology, which will cost a lot, and they have to have ROI based on that.
They don't need to build 5G. I'm happy with 4G.
Yeah, but this is huge hype. I don't know that it will happen next year. Definitely few trials. It's marketing, purely marketing right now. So far for us, 4G is enough. Once the technology will require that, it will happen. But the question is what kind of the services they will offer. Base services, yes, but they will offer other type of services which they can sell to customer base. Again, differentiating, merging with different markets and so on.
Okay, so we'll keep it quick, so just move down the line, okay?
I think you see a lot of things being decoupled that are now being sold together, so you will have providers for access, you may be able to choose your service on top. I think they will also still probably be in the communication business, but completely different. So we will maybe provide infrastructures. We have, telehouses all over the world, so we may provide local breakouts. We may provide local media termination, even for current, let's say, internet companies, because we can run these effectively, and it will essentially, and the voice part will be separated between pure access and then VAS providers on top. So you will not have a carrier providing value-added service for base telephony. Maybe they will provide a base communication service or the minimum set that's being regulated, but all the rest needs to be exposed, maybe even by law, and you will have VAS providers sitting on top of that, actually dealing with the experiences.
Yeah, I think big MNOs are going to be around for some time yet. There are certain functions they're really good at, like centralized billing. The big MNOs run billing like no one else on the planet. They're really, really good at it. In fact, it's the only thing that they've got left, because they've outsourced just about everything else. But there's going to be a whole load of other stuff going on as well. And I think we've seen with Sebastian's experience that they're not very good at doing really new stuff. And
well, not if it touches a core service.
Well, no, that's the problem. Anything that comes in that threatens a core service or revenue stream is going to be immediately killed.
Well, it's an organization. It's full of antibodies.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're antibodies, in fact.
I'm sure at BT there are a ton of them.
Yeah, but just wait until we get blockchain on SIM cards, then we see what happens.
I'm interested to hear from Etisalat and MTN, because one of the things that, from my perspective, given all the operators I work with around the world, is we'll see a lot of fragmentation. So operators in different markets being very different in the next 10 years. So, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I would a little bit agree and disagree with the previously said things. So I mean, the first, I definitely agree that one of the most significant asset is a customer base and customer relations. And I mean, to addition to MTN experience, I also can say that Etisalat brand is considered to be the most valuable brand in the Middle East, going above the Mercedes and above the Coca-Cola. So this is the telco brand, and telco relations is very, very valuable by the customers. And I mean, in the long run, we as a marketing organization inside the telco, we see that definitely everything is going flat rate, everything is going to be bundled, and the core telecom services will be purely bundled, and our ambition is to pile on top with the value-added services, which is now the whole ICT stack. And for many customers, telco is still a good one-stop shop for their significant portion of their need. And here is the question: how agile are we to really deliver?
Good point. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, so for the operators that are still around in 10 years' time, I think it's the ones that are going to be, really good at being platform players and being ecosystem players. And I definitely think the trust relationship we have with our customers is what's going to hold us, what's going to keep us around in the ecosystem. I don't think we're going to be holding on to the infrastructure and radio access network for a lot longer either. I think somebody, the ability that's being pushed into handsets at some.
Yeah, because I sort of look at, you know, MTN South Africa, MTN Nigeria in 10 years' time will look like very different businesses if we look over and say Vodafone UK. I think that segmentation, that differentiation, how they operate their business, their position in the respective countries and the ecosystems, I think is going to be quite stark. So yeah, it's a very good point you're raising there. Then we'll just wrap up with you, Werner.
Okay. Perhaps RCS will be implemented in the industry.
Well, it is already. There's millions of users. What's wrong with you? Everybody's using it. It's just you don't realize.
I'm sorry. No, I don't know. I haven't seen that. No, I think we will see lots of different flavors of operators going forward. The verticals, I think, maybe Mercedes will be some kind of a service provider to enhance their other products. Maybe even Coca-Cola, I don't know, talking about brands and so on. But I still think spectrum is important. There's regulatory things and they're auctioned and so on, so that is a value. And I guess it's going to still be fairly expensive, and operators need to maximize, you know, the utilization of that resource, and maybe that will open up for more players in the future.
Yeah, that's a very good point in terms of how they utilize those assets, because they've got to invest it as a state-granted, you know, oligopoly. Yeah. So it's not going away, but it's how that gets divvied up in each of the countries, I think, is going to be very interesting. So Adam, we've baited you long enough.
Actually, it's a different observation. This is because there's a lot of pull coming from open source and applications and APIs, but there's going to be some push as well. Because if we're going out 10 years, if you look at the vendors that the carriers use, both at the network level and the systems level, and you look forward to how many of those are still going to be in business in 10 years' time in some form that they have now, and look at their agility in the ability to create meaningful customer experiences. There's going to be a big void there that whether they like it or not, the MNOs and the fixed operators are going to have to move into this space. So as well as the attractive pull for new operations, there's going to be some push coming from that side as well, and lots of consolidation that's going to cause some big disruptions over that period. So good, keep writing the code, guys, because we're going to need it.
Because that's a very good point, because, I mean, one of the other alternative futures is they have the network access that's granted by the government, whether it's fixed, whether it's mobile, and they just become local access providers for Amazon and Google, is one of the alternative futures. But anyway, what I'd like to do now is draw a line under the panel. So let's thank the panelists for an excellent discussion. We're going to take a quick 10-15 minute break. All the goodies are at the back there, so grab something to eat, something to drink, and as soon as I see people have grabbed something, we're then going to move on to the State of the Union address. So that's me reviewing what's happening in programmable telecoms, and then Mr. White will take over where we have a more open, frank discussion on what we do in this space, okay? I was just going to use this one. This is easy. Okay. Okay, we're on the home straight now. So let's grab your coffee, grab your drinks, grab your mid-afternoon snacks. Did James leave any egg custards? Oh, I can still see there are a few egg custards left. So we're now going to move on to the State of the Union address, and then we'll have a session. But let's only one custard tart, James. Okay. I know I was telling somebody, I won't name them, but I said, you know, James had 4 of those. He said, well, that's nothing, I had 8. Oh, they're just so sweet, they're so delicious, and full fat as well. It's just perfect. Right, so what we're going to do is we've got in programmable telecoms, give you some numbers, give you some definitions, understand why we do TADSummit and why we keep sort of mentioning this thing called programmable telecoms. Then what I'll do is I'll invite a number of people to quite a few transactions of late. I showed you yesterday, I know it seems a lot longer than that, across the TADSummit sponsors, some of the transactions over the past couple of years. But that's just a part of it. They then start looking at, well, TalkDesk, we have the TalkDesk guys here. Boy, you raised them a fair amount of cash. Wow. And was that the most cash ever raised by a Portuguese startup? No, it wasn't. Okay. But it was big. And of course, InfoBip has been sort of threatening IPO. MessageBird raised a ton of cash. SignalWire just popped up. There's a whole host of companies. There you go. There's the Twilio logo. They bought, allegedly, an email API company. It's email marketing. It's a spam company, just so you understand. It's nothing to do with email API. There is an API there, but actually it's all about email spam. But it's messaging spam, really, and of course messaging is moving into a whole range of different verticals, as well as analytics companies, Authly and a whole range of others. Uniphonic just raised a fair bit of cash. We heard Greg talking about them, and it always amazes me when I talk to companies in the US about all the companies in this space. I'll say CLX, and they're like, "Who are they?" And it's, well, you do realize just the number of companies they've bought over the years, including mBlocks. And they're significant size. They don't necessarily have the 8 billion valuation that we see with Twilio, but it's still a fair bit of cash revenue that they see across their businesses. So there's a lot of stuff happening in this space, and I've not captured it all at all. This was just to give you a feel. In some ways, it feels like there's just a massive game of musical chairs taking place. I mean, last year, Greg was with Telestacks. Now he's with Ovo. And there's just a whole 80 years. It's still the same person doing more or less the same thing. It's just there's a different brand. Different. Is there a Ovo T-shirt? No. Oh, absolutely, no. And you're a good friend for TADHack TADSummit. So, because I know you were pushing hard to try and get a TADHack in Krakow. So, one of the things that I get asked quite often is, well, what is programmable telecoms? Does it even exist? Is this a figment of your imagination? Because of course, All the big name analysts use acronyms because they take a very abstract view of the world, and as long as they can sort of divvy it up and make it easy to understand, that becomes a particular category. Even though, as we've seen right at the start from the keynotes and the CPaaS panel, the world is a lot more complex than that. So let me give you some definitions. I'm going to have to turn this way because I don't have the laptop in front of me. There's the acronym soup, so we just give you a few examples of what gets covered in this category. Of course, CPaaS, UCaaS, CSaaS, open source telecom software. And one of the dirty little secrets is a lot of telcos are using Ever. It's now, well, Verizon's been very public that whenever you want to create a business justification, why? That was almost 10 years ago now. So a strong push most operators today. Of course, CPaaS enablers, we heard about, and there's, sort of Kazoo by 2600 Hertz, Teller, Apiphonica, didn't even bother with an enabler. They were just like, we'll just build a UCaaS on top of our brand. So there's a whole range of players who've been out doing this for a considerable period of time. Also, there's multi-factor authentication. How many transactions are taking place when you're logging on to your bank from Alan Quay? And, or there's this account name and address. There's alignment and a whole range of other weird and wonderful, like your sort of your first car, make up your first car. And I can never remember, is that like sort of Vauxhall, or is it Astra, or weird names that you have to add in there. But anyway, they've solved a whole range of things. WebRTC, Cloud Comms, CPaaS-enabled services, omni-channel. So it's not just about SMS. It's all the messaging platforms, including push messaging that's in there. So this is very broad, but this is the reality. This is all the plumbing that you can use, as well as the data. Infrastructure as code. We saw from the Wazo guys a great example of what they're building, and I think that's a very powerful tool. Telecom service dashboards. So now what we're seeing is when you go into the management console, say for UCaaS, so you can configure mobile numbers or sort of accounts and numbers and users and some workflow. It's a way to actually sell a whole range of additional services. So you now see some UCaaS that are selling some of the CPaaS-enabled services through the UCaaS management dashboard. You can even buy CSaaS. It's not really a full call center seat. It's sort of targeting small, medium enterprise. It's a good enough call center seat at a fraction of the price of what you would pay for a full call center. So there's a lot of really interesting things coming out that are enabling different segments. Because when we say the word enterprise, we got to understand that's not just a whole range of verticals, it's a whole range of different sizes of businesses that behave very differently across a whole range of companies. A whole range of countries. For example, in the UK, enterprises tend to buy through managed service providers or integrators. They don't tend to go directly dealing with the telcos. While, say, if we look in Spain, Telefonica has an amazing position across the business community for selling not just communication, but IT-related services as well. So you really need to examine this on a country-by-country basis. So anyway, I've labored that enough. There's the examples by using acronyms. We're all engineers, we're all geeks by background. So of course, we love our architecture diagrams. So at the bottom there, we have service aggregation across all the different things. I throw in there RCS just to annoy Dean, because we can't sort of give any acronym, sort of any architecture without throwing that in. SBC firewall. On top of that is the telecom app server. Now, one of the things to understand is this isn't new. This is decades old. We can go back to the ISDN days, and even before ISDN, there were telecom app servers. I was discussing over lunch that, at one point, about 10 years ago, I knew of about 15 different open source telecom app servers that were out there. Some vendors, I knew had about 5 different, and I only counted it as one, SIP application server projects running, all aiming to be open sourced. There was Sailfin. I don't know if anybody remembers. Sun had a telecom app server, open sourced. Oracle bought it, and then it disappeared. So there's been a lot, and there's still quite a few different telecom app servers out there. Of course, SIP app servers and WebRTC application server gateways. On top of that is all the plumbing. all the cool value-added services like fax. I'm so pleased we had Howard over here to promote. You know, and he's honest. He said, I don't fax. But guess what? There's a ton of people out there that do. And that is one of the key things I see in the telecom industry. People can say, well, I won't use that. Who cares? Look at the customer numbers, look at your customer data, and understand the numbers out there of people who actually are. Because then when you actually sort of look at your customer data, because your customers are always telling you what they want, what they're using, and you use that insight rather than your own personal experience, that then creates these opportunities. We saw with what Howard's done with Faxio, what Dennis is doing in Germany with his virtual PBX. Because guess what? When you talk to most businesses and you go UCaaS, they haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. It's some weird, scary cloud stuff that they have no interest or relevance. But if you start talking about virtual PBX, and it's like, oh yeah, we got this crappy PBX that really annoys us. Well, take it away. We'll manage it for you. You've got the big fat pipes, and you can now, take your calls, whether it's on your mobile, on your desk phone. And guess what? For a lot of people, it's either a status symbol or it's how they do their job. It is, in terms of usage, been diminishing for couple of decades now, but it's not going to go away. Just like bicycles didn't go away when the car came around, it will be there in that heterogeneous environment we need to be able to manage. And then all the enterprise enablers and services. Of course, Flex is an enabler that enables system integrators, anybody who's interested to be able to build their own call center. But also there are services that are offered straight on top of that. Then there's all the management stuff, so API management, security, SLA, and it's all REST today, but again, that's moving, that's changing towards gRPC. And then that all interfaces with enterprises, services, not just internet telephony service providers, but also IT technology and telecom service providers. One of the things that I've been very impressed in Europe are the number of ISPs that have added in virtual PBX into their offers and then started adding on more and more communication-related services and offers when they realized, damn, this is now just like the web. No longer is it a scary telco protocol where I have to hire this weird guy that has beard and socks and sandals and talks in a language I don't understand. SS7 and sort of INAP. He actually sort of is just a web guy and they can use it. So there's the architectural definition. And then there's the keep it simple and stupid definition, which is if it's telecom related and it's programmable or configurable, it's programmable telecoms. There we go. We cover everything, including the internet. So yes, it exists and it's getting democratized so more and more people can use it. We've seen that. That's been a common theme through most of the presentations over the past 2 days. So then, okay, so how big is it? If it exists, what sort of revenues? What's the market size? So we can look at CPaaS, and these are just your publicly available data points from a number of different companies and firms. So CPaaS, you're looking at about 8 billion by 2021. UCaaS, depends how you want to measure it. That's lumping in virtual PBX and some of the traditional PBX stuff at 33. SIP trunking is about 11 globally, although half the market is in the US, because of course they had a different business model around who pays for the calls. A2P market, SMS market, again, it's a bit nebulous. You look at the analyst data, it could be a ridiculous spread in terms of numbers, but my guess is around sort of 12 billion. So that's all the legacy SMPP stuff, not the brand shiny new SMS stuff. We got mobile authentication, about 11 billion, and then you got mobile marketing, IoT, enterprise comms, collaboration, charging, payment, wallets, you name it. So it's a big market, okay? It's not insignificant, So we got that figure, 100 billion a year, at least, in the programmable telecoms market. Cue evil laugh. And here we go, just market valuations. Now, I know they've gone up and down since I did this graph, but you're looking at about 8 billion for Twilio, about 1 billion for Bandwidth, and about 7 billion for RingCentral. Just 3 companies in this space, just so you understand all the numbers are lining up in terms of the overall market size and the valuations we're seeing here. So this is a significant category that's impacting a whole range of not just consumers, but businesses all around the world. Okay, I was really pleased. We had Yusuf here from South Africa, so you could see the relevance, the importance to what they're doing. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a trip for some of the sort of Senate folks or dialogue folks to come over from Sri Lanka. But again, they've been here in previous years. Again, they're showing the importance and the impact programmable telecoms has had, not just to Dialogue, the operator, but to the Sri Lankan economy. So, to paraphrase Thomas Howe, he's been in this space for about as long as I am. I think he's like a couple of months older than me, though I'm a lot grayer. He's been one of the thought leaders. He's been one of the implementers across a whole range of businesses. And his work, I've sort of paraphrased it a little bit, but sort of programmable telecoms is the essential spice of every ecosystem. And it's not just about connecting communications, it's also improving the overall experience. And this comes back to the keynote that Stacey gave right at the start in terms of their focus in using the data that's available to improve the experience of their customers. So just a few numbers. We've had many people talking about TADHack Global. I just wanted to show you the impact over the past 5 years. So TADSummit, first one was in Bangkok, 2013. We had this bright idea. I can remember it was Jose from Tropo saying, we should do a hackathon. And everybody went, yes, that makes a great idea. So it was 2014, in June, we ran our first one. We've had 5 global hackathons since then. We've had 8 mini. The minis tend to be associated with a conference. Like we have one coming up in March, Enterprise Connect. We've operated TADHacks across 44 countries. So it's a big global impact. Over 100 cities. We've had 11,400 registrations. There's been over 1,000 pitches. Give you a few more numbers. We've distributed actually over $250,000 in prize money. I was surprised when I totaled that up. That was a big number. And an additional 100,000 in goodies and vouchers over the past 5 years. We've had 84 sponsors. Well, you saw the diagram I had there of all the different with TADS. Over 100 generated 700 pitch videos, over 5,000 times. Now, I know that's not like weird, geeky. It's like not just sort of, we're a geek. It's like what the geeks sort of shun. So, that's a fair number of views, We've had over 1 million tweet impressions. Companies have been founded. We know of at least 46 are going through to POC. This is exactly what we're trying to do with TADHack. And we've had 8 people actually, when you show 50 plus as being old, I sort of feel really like, well, hell, I'm an 85-year-old retiree. This could be quite interesting. So we have people turn up. They didn't pitch, which was a pity, but they got to a point whereby they played with the API, they got it working, and could see what they could do. They didn't turn up to London the following year. I'm not too sure what happened on the story. But anyway, great range of people. We've had a lot of people through TADHack. So just to quote Barbara Mikulski, each one of us can make a difference, and together we make a change. And I think that's what we've started to do with TADHack. We've made people recognize this category. We've broadened it beyond just programmable telecoms, really to any relevant technology. We are really lucky to have Status on board this year as one of the sponsors, who were able to bring in the Ethereum community. And Berlin was a great example where we had programmable telecom guys, Sebastian was there, and we had Ethereum guys, and they were sharing their experiences and understanding, oh, this is actually quite cool, and realizing there's a lot of common experiences, but they were able to sort of share very practical insights in how the technologies work. And then just some nice pictures, because pictures tell the story. There we are back in 2014, kicking things off across not just Madrid, we were in Sri Lanka, Chicago, Kuala Lumpur, Philippines, and remote, so we had entries all around the world. And this was the first hackathon we ever run. We thought it'd be like sort of 30, 40 people, and we actually ended up with about 700. We then grew. There you go. That's when the Aussies got involved. So there's Mark and some of the Telstra team and Oracle team back in 2015. Sri Lanka grew. You can see when they show the number of developers that were involved in Idea Mart. There's this sort of 2014, all of a sudden sort of it kicks in because it became very fashionable. There was this global event, and being part of Idea Mart meant you were part of this global community, and it had a big impact. And also we were, it's Argentina is the purple hair. 2016, again, we grew. We made it onto breakfast TV in South Africa. So that was a great achievement. The other MTN sign is the CEO of Zambia. I've worked with him when he used to be the CIO for Nigeria. Great guy. Again, all around the world. And the middle top there is over in Russia. And then 2017, again, we're growing. We brought in Colombia, Papillon. You can see KL grew. So the number of locations we have that have over 150 people is now 4. So, I mean, that's a mega hackathon when you're having to manage over 150 people. Normally, we're about 50 people. Some are smaller than that. And here we are in 2018, where South Africa was back here. There's Sri Lanka. And the thing I'm very proud of is we now have burger chains being some of our partners. They recognize hacking. They recognize TADHack because we've been there for a couple of years. And we get free burgers by putting their logo on the TADHack site. That makes me proud. So that's just to give you a flavor of all we've achieved over the past 5 years with TADHack, 6 years with TADSummit. So hopefully I've shown you some definitions so you understand architecturally, you understand by some sort of examples what we include within programmable telecoms. You've got a feel for this is over a $100 billion a year market. There's some big players in there that are new on the block that have significant valuations. And you can see there's tons of transactions. One of the frustrations I have is a lot of those transactions are very good for the finance people, but not actually for the people that are creating the value. I'll draw an analogy to AI. We see companies being bought that are AI companies for billions, and that's not because they have sort of even millions in revenue. It's because it's an acqui-hire, because it's basically recognized as an important category. I think we've had because of a whole variety of reasons, a category awareness issue. But I think that's part of what we're going to address in the panel discussion now. So what I'd like to do is Mark's going to take over the microphone, and I'd like to ask Lewis. I can see you were at the back there. There you go. So Lewis, is David Diaz still here? He was around, but I think he's headed off. So, Rob, if you can come on down. Mr. Sweeney, is he here? There you go. And also Sebastian. Oh, of course you've got to go. Yeah. No problems. Let's see. Greg, you. Well, you were part of the Timo group. I've been to workshops that Greg was leading where Sebastian was there. So they're interchangeable. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Mark. He's got a set of questions he wants to ask the panel. The only reason, to be honest with you guys, we've got you here is so that we start getting people answering questions because you're forced to answer them, and then we want to get the audience involved, okay?
All right. Hey, thanks, Alan. And look, I have to say this is TADSummit number 6. And I said last year that the best 5 tech conferences I'd ever been to were the past 5 TADHack summits, so now that's 6. So congratulations, Alan, and thank you again. All right, so look, in my defense, you'll probably, those of you who don't know me, does anyone not know me? You'll probably guess by the accent that I'm not from this hemisphere. That's my way of saying that if this panel all goes pear-shaped, it's just jet lag, okay? I guess I just want to frame what I'd like to do this afternoon in the final session by Alan had the quote, ended with, "Together we make change." What I'd like the panel, and in fact the audience, to do this afternoon is kind of just take your company hats on, you're off this afternoon, and pretend you're just part of the TADSummit community. Because I think that's really what I was kind of getting to with this session. Alan and I work at opposite ends of the earth and opposite ends of the time zone, so often there's a late night sort of diatribe from Alan hitting my inbox, and he wakes up sometimes to something that I've scribbled through in the day and argued about something. And we did this a couple of times back and forth, looking at the idea of, doing the State of the Union. I had to do a State of the Union talk around Unix and Linux technologies back in a previous life. And what I really wanted to do is, first of all, heaps of good things have happened through the 6 years of TADSummit and 5 years of TADHack. The quote was, "Together we make change." And I guess I just want to sort of sound out people's ideas on how we actually make that change. I just want to go by some of the numbers. In Bangkok in 2013, we had a room about this size and we had about this many people. It was an awesome event. It was collaborative. Keynote speakers didn't just come and go. They sat in the crowd. They listened to every conversation. They were out having dinners with us. They were having beers with us, and we learned a whole lot. And you got to just kick around ideas, and I think that's been part of the, I guess what I've seen as the real benefit of the community. The fact that you can, see someone like James Bodie who's building freaking cellular networks out of, cow farms in the Chalk Valley, and he's happy to share that sort of information. And same goes with nearly everyone in the room that I've spoken to. But this is the 6th summit. We've still kind of got a lot of the same faces in the room. We are the choir of programmable telecoms, but it's kind of the same choir. And for the last 4 years, I've had to try and, in a land far, far away down under, tell people why we should run a TADHack. And it's something that I always, it's programmable telecoms, it's telecoms application developers, and people sort of look at me funny and go, but why aren't Telstra involved? And does that mean if Telstra aren't involved, we can't do anything? And I go, no, it's great, have a look at these videos. There's a great, colossus of content that now exists because of TAD events. There's been some amazing, this year, Yusuf is here. Craig Richards from KL isn't here. They had an amazing event. They've done 3 really big events now. We were streaming the Joburg video stream in Brisbane, and people were just marveling at how big it was. But we still couldn't get more than 30 people in Brisbane. And, anyway, I'm going to stop raving, but I just wanted to go, this is a question to the panel and a question to the audience at the same time. To be really clear, this is not the White House press room. I'm not Sarah Huckabee Sanders. If you want to grab the microphone away from me, please do it. But this is the 6th TADSummit, and most of you, and Lewis, in fact, has been at every single one. Greg's been at most of them. Rob's been at a few. And 5, yeah? It's still kind of the same size. Why do you think that is? Anyone? Why do you think TADSummit's still the same size it was 6 years ago?
So Greg Sikora, I hope so you know me, OVO. So I drive my from the customer side, let's say white side, to the dark side, on the vendor side. And so I see this more or less the same, but I believe, and this is something what we can do together. And so every one of us can talk to your customer and bring him here. And if I love you guys. For me, this is the most important. Even over the year, I am trying to be here as long as possible and always. Meeting you each time is great pleasure, and going outside drinking beer to 3 a.m. It's also exciting and challenging, but we should also have a chance to meet new customers, and this is actually something what we can help. And I said myself that next year definitely I have to bring at least 3 customers. This is my challenge, personal challenge. So you can do the same.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay, this is I think this is my first TADSummit, so I'm the new face. So as someone who's coming from outside, here's the thing that you notice the minute you walk into the room. There's no women in this room. I think there's 3.
We are a very non-diverse group.
Right, so here's a clue to broaden the amount of people who get to come here. Yeah, no, listen, I was running with the Convercon conference on conversational interfaces, we worked crazy hard to get representation, 50-50 on stage, 50-50 in the audience. It was a policy, and we were just not having any panel without a woman on it. So here's your call. Don't have a panel without a woman on it. Have active measures to get more women into the community. Broaden the scope. If you're too tight, broaden the scope of what you talk about, and just don't put up with it. So that's my challenge to you now, okay?
I think that's a great comment.
I didn't initially have an answer to this question, but having thought about it and thought about why I and my organisation got involved, I turned up at a TADHack in 2014 because it looked interesting. And it's been a great community to be part of. But I think part of it is that it isn't necessarily a category that people or organisations self-identify with. And there is, as you know, the slides that Alan put up, so much turnover and entrance into this market and consolidation going on, I think it's become a kind of a personal thing rather than an organisationally supported thing, where organisations say, yeah, I'm a programmable telecoms organisation, I'll get involved in the TAD organisation. So I don't know how we fix that, actually. Maybe it's just around making it clear that this community exists and trying to get people to self-identify, or get organisations rather self-identify.
Thanks, Rob. Lewis?
Thank you. So, what can I add? So yeah, I did all the TAD summits, and so I maybe can speak about the foundation spirit. I co-founded Happy Days beginning of 2013, and Alan was super helpful. So I met Alan through the social networks, and he was super helpful and friendly and very supportive. That makes a big difference when you're starting something. And when I was about to sponsor our first event, Alan called me over the summer and said, oh, I'm organizing something with all the Tropol guys, Telestacks and so on, are you in? And I said, yeah, although it was in Bangkok, we're based in Paris, so it's not really, but it was really great. It was the beginning of building it's more, not community, more ecosystem, making not only customers but also competitors talk to one another. That was something very, very interesting. We can sit together in the room and go out and have fun. That's good. And when we sat together at the end of the first TAD Summit in Bangkok, I don't know who had the idea, I think it was Tropo, said, what is the next thing? The next thing is build a hackathon. And so it was first TADHack in Madrid. And I think maybe I see TADHack has grown incredibly all over the world, and I think we had to find again this spirit of circulating from TADHack back to TAD Summit, because it was the initial idea. Okay, well, we agreed let's do TAD Summit 2014, but also get more implication and show at TAD Summit what was done at TADHack. So all this, because there are a lot of things happening. I mean, the market is growing, and there are more and more developers, and that's something that has to show here. And yeah, so young guys like David Diaz, who was almost a student when there was the first TADHack, or women, students, young people, startups. That's good.
All right. Any questions on that one from the audience? Comments?
Yeah, well, I've got to go.
All right. This is going to be tricky. Maybe we should use that one. In fact, you guys take that.
Thank you. This is my first TAD Summit. I have 25 years in telecom, 15 as an entrepreneur. I have two things. The first one, in order to grow the sector, and when I say grow the sector, I mean we need money to fund the sector. Every time I sit down with a VC, venture capital, the guy is rapidly trying to categorize me or my company in order to see how much money it's going to make. In order to know that, he needs to understand what is the multiplier associated with the EBITDA I am showing in the spreadsheet. So I think it's key to be categorized in some way. Second, what I think usually works when one tries to build a team, a company, or whatever, is set a purpose, a common purpose, goals, etc. And the best way is putting together a project. Something simple, doable, with a beginning and with an end. So let's say we agree something to do. We go back to our countries. I live in South America, but I can fly anytime it's needed, whatever. But if we put or set goals, a project, something we all understand, and we show that this ecosystem works and show results, people will be attracted to us, I think.
So just to paraphrase that, the suggestion was we actually have like a flagship project from the TAD community. Anyone think that's a good idea? I see nodding. That's good. So that might be something we think about. We can do anything, James. Hey, so another point that was just raised there, my next question. Let's talk about an industry that exposes APIs, uses those APIs to build better user experiences and customer experiences, and tries to monetize it in some way. We call it programmable telecoms. The finance industry calls it fintech. Now, I know we've been talking about trying to do a TADSummit in Asia. Right now, there's about 4,500 at a fintech summit in Singapore. One of the things, and we touched on it before, TAD, is it the right name? It's my absolute bugbear that I see so much more innovation even just in this room, let alone the broader community, around the things that we're doing to take a fairly staid industry and actually creating better customer outcomes, better user experiences, better all sorts of things that can be monetized than I see with someone who's just trying to basically fix, say, a broken direct debit system in Australia. Yet, back to your point, VCs fall over them because they get fintech. They say, oh, you're a fintech. I want to be in fintech. I've reserved 10% of my fund for fintech. So yes, you're a fintech, tick. How do we get around that? What do we, and I guess is programmable telecoms the right way? Any comments from either the panel or the audience? Adam?
I think some of it's around the valuation that people like the VCs and private equity put on things around conversation and voice particularly, and even messaging, because they see those as already being put out into the freemium or free domain. You look at Skype, you look at FaceTime, all these kind of things. They don't see how you monetize it. Yeah. So I think you've got to put it into kind of context. So if you called it something like relationship technology, because that's, person to person, people value relationships, and particularly business to person relationships. That's what people can see as having a value. Yeah, because we've got a lot of stuff about contact centers, that's customer relationship management, all the stuff we've been talking about messaging. The actual value is the relationship of that connectivity and conversation. So I think if we can move on from sort of the more technical side of it, how we actually connect sessions together, and put it to the outcome side, which is around that bonding and relationship, which comes down to trust as well, because that's what we're talking about, all about the way that we do identification and value. We add and underpin that relationship. So if we can get the VCs and people to think about how we add value and trust to those relationships rather than the underlying technologies that make them happen.
Thanks, Adam. That's a really good point. I guess one of my own take-homes from this particular event is the conversational technology piece, because for the first time you kind of start to think about, well, a lot of the times in communications technology we're enabling some communication to take place. I love the conversational technology actually trying to improve, make more efficient, make better that conversation. That's something that I think can have demonstrable value. Maybe that's something we should be doing more of, and when I say as a community, focus more on, promote more on, maybe doing some sort of flagship user project in that space.
Reltech, relationship technology. Anyone from the panel?
Maybe a comment from my side. So it is a bit response to your first question, because and also relationship. And from my perspective, it would be valuable to add business context to the TADSummit and add business to the discussion, and maybe create simultaneous session which is purely business oriented, and bring technical and business guys together and have them in the same room. I remember from my old time, I was really excited coming here and listening about cool stuff, working for mobile operator, but it was quite hard to explain to the business partner what we can get from this stuff. What is the business model, what is the value proposition, and how they can earn money, because they are, at the end of the day, business is responsible for generating revenue. We are responsible for delivering technology. And it is cool to have new toys, but at the end of the day, you have to justify that those new toys will bring money, and nobody will allow you to have cool new platform if there is no TCO at least 3 years.
So it's all about the business case. Thanks, Greg. Lewis?
Okay, I think when TAD started, it was about removing telecom complexity and opening up to the web world. I think this challenge is like more or less solved. What we should focus on more, yeah, it's like you say Reltech, I would say CX, like customer experience, because at the end of the day, that's what we're doing. I showed yesterday some things about design. A user can be like end user or an agent, but it's like, okay, so again, this includes everything which is AI, machine learning, I mean, all the like buzzwords on hot topics, but at the end of the day, if we are going to use these things, it's because we want to improve the customer experience, and that's where, yeah, the democratization, industrialization of CPaaS and telecom APIs leads to that. It became mainstream. I mean, any web developer knows today that he can pick like a platform and build like some cool thing, or build a single feature app and build a business around one strong app. I mean, I was in a large incubator during 1 year, so I saw like tons of projects with bots, with analytics, with I mean, and even okay, there are companies like focusing on Salesforce, pushing data, doing AI and machine learning algorithms to get the best values out of the Salesforce thing, and that's why the use cases today are very oriented to sales improvement, customer experience, because it's there. And I think, yeah, the last 5 years was like creating the thing, and now it's super mainstream. I mean, everybody, the promise is fulfilled. Everybody, every web developer can be a kind of telco guy without any telco knowledge.
Rob?
Yeah, I mean, just threading together a couple of things that I heard, it sort of came to me. Dean, on his way out, said we should call it democratizing communication or something, and I think Lewis's point that's pretty done, actually. We're pretty there. And if you look at the presentations that we've been through and the focus of the hacks, and looking through, certainly through the presentations over the last couple of days, actually, the telecommunications is a kind of a central thread there. But if you look at the technologies, conversational technologies, AI, blockchain, all of those things, it's really about enhancing communication. It is democratized. What we're doing is adding value and enhancing now, and maybe that's what we need to focus on.
So maybe as a community, we've got to stop thinking about how do we make the technology better, but how do we start to think about the user experience, not just being a visual thing, not being the least number of clicks, but how do we make that user experience? Yep.
Again, as someone who's neither a technologist, a programmer, did work in a telco, and as a startup guy, I'm kind of bemused. I kind of look around me and going, I'm beyond. Like, most interesting comment, well, I found it interesting yesterday, was the ability to look at one layer of a platform and go, actually, I can still split that into 2 layers. right? Like, she's absolutely 100% right. Like, logically, it was right. And then I don't care. So everything in conversational interfaces that's interesting is driven by AI. And all the trajectories that will drive what happens in that sector are all sitting in the AI world. And so I remember Martin Geddes saying 10 years ago nearly that the wideband codec was really interesting. And I went, you're nuts. And not to his face, obviously, but just on the internet, and where no one sees it. And he basically said, no, it's what happens is you get more presence in your head. Someone actually, there's more of them in your head, and it creates a feeling of intimacy, a feeling of presence. And when you go to the other technologies, what you're trying to do is you're trying to make somebody more present to somebody else so that you can build that trust and intimacy and relationship, like being there. That's what you're trying to deliver. And that's not what's being sold today here. So while we did have, like, I'm genuinely saying this because I've been around startups a lot, you had exceptional startup presentations where people went, this is where it didn't work, and these are the mistakes I made. That is fantastic gold dust. As they say in Ireland, every success looks the same, right? You only learn from the failures, so they're hugely beneficial to be sitting in front of. But one of the takeaways that I got from it was focus on the user experience, you know, what it looks like, what it feels like, how you get there. That's what's going to make a difference. And so when you're talking to investors, yes, fintech makes money because you can point at it and you go, this is the clip that I'm going to get at the end of this process. It is a reliable, repeatable process. Telecoms and communications are a bit different. I make the call happen at a certain quality, but what happens is a shift within the person where they feel, this is incredible. I feel like I'm with this person. I feel like they're sitting across from me. Everything, I'm paying 10 euros an hour for a one-to-one conversation with this because the feeling is just incredible. So that's my takeaway as an outsider looking at everything here, okay.
Anyone from the audience want to have a comment at this stage? Karel? So I get my step count up.
Thank you. A couple of things I wanted to add, maybe. One thing that I heard that I felt quite close to my experience as a startupper was the lack of being in a identify vertical, let's call it. It's true that when we talk to VCs, I always felt like I'm looking at all the categories, and, you know, as you said, I kind of say, oh, AI, because that's kind of like the only one that can fit, even if I don't do AI, I use AI, which is different. And if I do pronounce the T word, not technology, the other one, the telecom, I'm sure like the guy say, ooh, okay, goodbye. You know, old-fashioned, scary thing, it's complex, it's going to be costly, ROI is not going to be there, I don't even want to hear from you. So I do think there is real branding issue there, and, you know, I don't know if conversation tech is the correct one, but it's true, we need to do something. The second thing I wanted to say is that maybe being a little contrarian, as Dina's left, so I can take over, do we need TADSummit to be much bigger? It's kind of the question is what the goal of TADSummit. One thing that I personally really like about TADSummit, it is that it is small. There is other events that are about telecom or communication or AI or whatever that are much bigger, but the objectives for me is not the same when I go to those events than when I go here. And I think the interaction that we managed to have together is also due to the size. So it might be why it didn't grow like crazy, is because we also like to be able to interact with almost each of the person in the room. Almost, there's, okay. Maybe like 10% of the room, which is still much bigger than in most other events. So, you know, that's also a question. So I think at the end is really the question is, yeah, what's the goal of we want to have with TADSummit? What's the objectives we have? And indeed, there is a part of that which is going to be branding and kind of marketing. So I think VCs is one thing that maybe we like in the room, and also like mainstream analysts, which are the ones that manage to kind of brand, fintech camps, because a lot of analysts have been talking about the fintech industry. So if you want to be the conversation tech, we need those guys to start, putting reports talking about the conversation tech era.
Yep. So I guess our flagship project number one might be, what do we call this? I know Alan's been throwing around programmable telecoms, which sort of sounds kind of like what we do, but maybe it's not using the T word. I don't know what the word to use, and I have wrestled with this many a late night over a glass of wine. So I don't expect you all to have an answer now. If anyone does have a really good answer, please put your hand up and grab the microphone off me, please. One of the things that's come up a couple of times is around investment. Well, I know there's been some great success stories and some failure stories around startups and innovations that have maybe started from a TAD hack, started by someone in the room, gone through various cycles. There's been some acquisitions. There's been some not so happy endings, but and we learn from those. In fact, you learn both ways. One of the things Karel said in his presentation yesterday was, France is not Silicon Valley, and you just don't drive down Sand Hill Road and have people throw checks at you. Is anyone actually here from Silicon Valley? Because I'm told that happens, but I've never really believed it. But one of the things on the other side, and I keep on coming back to fintech, because if you can think of bigger, hairier organizations that scare people more in terms of their lack of innovation than telecoms, it's banks, right? And your relationship with your bank is probably the same user experience interface and the same level of often hatred that you have with your telco. Yet, VCs, because they have that in that, fintech, it's a growth sector, they see it as a big number industry, finance or superannuation or credit or debit or whatever particular sector that you're approaching the fintech. Alan, I think, threw out some very conservative numbers as for the size of the programmable telecoms industry. The broader communications industry is trillions. And yet, and I keep on going back to the Cloud Communications Alliance event that I went to in New York City last year at Alex Kinch's suggestion, there's a ton of M&A activity, private equity activity in the UCaaS space, primarily North America. The fact that there's analyst firms and investment banker types who just focus on that space kind of, the fact that you get a bunch of people in a panel like this and all they do is talk about EBITDAs and growth rates and how they did the roll-ups, and the fact that they chose one platform over another is like a bullet point in one slide on like slide 9. The fact that we've got bigger boxes than you or more boxes in our flow chart than you is just not relevant to them. Yet on the finance side, where I've got this new way to collect 2 cents every time someone makes a superannuation transaction, let's go crazy, let's give you money. And I just don't know if that's an awareness thing. I don't know if that's a branding thing. I don't know if it's just the, and I apologize to Yusuf and anyone from a big carrier in the room, but sometimes the big carriers just scare the bejesus out of the innovation guys. I can see a hand up in the room.
Yeah, I think a part of that difference that you're talking about, I can hide here behind. I think a part of the difference that you're talking about with fintech to telecoms is that when you refer to telecoms to a non-telecom person, you sound like you're trying to sell something that's super commoditized. And Twilio has done like a really good job of making it seem like that, as opposed to fintech, where that's not totally true. You can have, it depends where you want to go in fintech, I suppose. You can have people like Wealthfront and Betterment, 2 fintech. There's like 6 of them now, and they all compete directly against it. None of them have actually really won the space. As opposed to when you talk about telecom, I think that most VCs for sure on Sand Hill, would say that Twilio has won the space. And so we might look at that because we have this different view of the different things that we can do and the shortfalls that Twilio has and things like that. We can look at that and say like, oh, they haven't really won the space. There's all this other stuff going on. When you refer to telecom, though, that's what people are going to say. No matter what you do in telecom, right? If we were to come up, hey, this is what, I do this, I do this. The first question that you're always going to get is like, well, can I, does Twilio do that? Can I build that with Twilio? And so, as opposed to fintech, right? So even though you have some really big players there, especially like the hot startups, you've got Stripe, but to Stripe, there's Braintree, and so there are different players that are kind of getting involved. And I think that Stripe is trying to become, do that almost like commoditization where whatever it is in fintech, Stripe is going to help you do it. But that doesn't totally exist yet. And even still, right, Stripe is not going to compete with robo-advisors. And so that's kind of the difference, I think, that you've got there. It almost helps us when we talk about UCaaS, right, because that's different. Twilio doesn't really do that. But the problem is that when you talk to non-technical people about UCaaS, nobody knows what the hell UCaaS means. So, yeah, so I think that when you ask about the difference between the two industries, and the things that we see, it looks like what we're doing has been commoditized. No VC wants to touch something that's been commoditized. I think that's the answer.
Look, it is a good point. I have said fintech enough times, so I won't say it again. But I just keep on coming to the fact that I don't really care if TADSummit is my dirty little secret. I'm the only Australian that ever turns up. I really don't. It's been awesome over the last 6 years to meet everyone. But I go back and I say, this event was amazing because I got to, learn this and meet this and understand this and go talk to Telstra now about this. And I don't know if the answer is just to try and grow the community. I don't know if the answer is just to try and keep on, keep up with TAD hacks the way we are and, try and maybe get more carriers involved. If you look at the really big sites, usually like Digi for Malaysia. And to their credit, MTN really got behind Joburg, and it was a great event, and Dialogue in Sri Lanka. The largest events we've had have been ones that have been really supported by some big players. The last thing I want to say about Twilio, it's probably the only thing I'll say about Twilio, is they have kind of created a sense of ownership around this space, of leadership in this space. They have spent a ton of cash doing it. And arguably, everything I could get from Twilio today, I could have got from 2 dozen, 3 dozen different folks who haven't spent as much, because I'm in the industry, I know that. They've just tried to bring it into the mainstream. I mean, good on them, right? But I just don't think that the programmable telecoms / TADS community is Twilio. I'd welcome, and I'm sure Alan would welcome them as, up here. As we would probably, there's a lot of other folks who I think that we'd welcome up here, right? Because that's the sort of thing that supports the event, supports the education, supports the growth of the community. But anyway, I can see, Greg?
So one more comment from my side. Thanks, Karel, for your what you said. But so here we are building real relationships, and so from my perspective, as my business is working with mainly mobile operators and CPaaS players, so I'm not able to talk to 2,000 people at the same time. That's why I'm building strong relationships and trying to help them from different angles, solve existing problem and help to grow business. And maybe this is the answer. Having the size of the community which we have allows us to keep this the relationship with people, not having like thousands of people in the same room, because then we are not able to talk each other. Adding more value to the discussion, again, business, in my opinion, is crucial. I'm happy that Martin is here. He's from business side, and I hope so that next year he will come again and attract to other guys from other NATCOs to come here. It will help us, but the size, maybe it's fine.
So you got that, Alan? We need diversity, and I think gender diversity is a number one we've all got to take up. We also need more people in suits.
I have a question for. I have a question for. How many people were at the first TADSummit?
It was about 110.
110?
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember we had Ericsson Huawei, so we had body shops.
Yeah.
Basically
Yeah, right.
So in terms of, we have far greater diversity now, because most people involved with this one, well, BT, one representative.
Yeah.
It's like Ericsson, we had like sort of 10, Oracle, we had 15. Oh, sorry. So in terms of numbers, is it coming through? Oh, there you go. Yeah, so we were about 80, we peaked at 80. But also remember, we stream online as well, so our reach has improved. So reach has been great. We've been roughly the same now for about 3 years. So it's, and everybody, feedback we get is always great in terms of what we're doing here. It's just, back to, I think, whether it's RelTech, and we should, as a discussion point, we have the blog, we have, sort of a number of tools we can use to just roll this round as a discussion. And I absolutely, I mean, believe me, in terms of diversity, male, female, I spent a lot of time going through a whole range of people, and Jean and a number of people were, sort of helping me, talking, and also Patricia, who she's based here. She's basically the person that helped us get this event location. We went through all the basically groups, and we got to where we got to after a hell of a lot of work. So I understand what you're saying, 50-50. There's no way. No way in hell I can achieve that.
Well, at the first TADSummit, we had 2 tracks, I remember. Yeah. So we had more like a business and demo, like solutions track, and then a more tech track.
In fact, this is the first TADSummit we've just had a single stream. Is that correct?
No.
We did it last year as well.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think this was good because you can bring in more people and more community, because at the end of the day, a business guy will always talk more to a business guy, and the tech guy will always speak more to a tech guy. Yeah. Maybe like...
So, having faced the same problem, what we did is we changed the focus of the conference. So, for instance, if you look at the AI machine learning part of the tech world, you actually find a very strong representation of women in that. So that was one thing we did. Second thing we did is we focused on postgraduates in AI and conversational tech, and we said we're going to try and introduce you to companies and show you the real work. And of course, companies are looking for people who have skills, so win-win. And then we try to find companies to sponsor those people to come to the event, so that, because you'd be surprised as a student, the ticket to get there, like the train ticket, even if it's in the same country, it's just not possible for a lot of people. So we got sponsors to do that. Then you can broaden the areas by saying, look, like you're looking at telecoms tech, right? There's telecom experiences now. There's UI. There's other parts of it. So you say, look, I want to keep it hardcore and tech, and that's great. But that's why you end up with a room that looks like this. So when you say it's impossible to do, it's impossible to do if you say that this is my definition. Change your definition and you'll get there, right?
We're recording all this, right? Yeah. We can. So surely we can find an engine that's going to do the text, the speech-to-text transcription of everything, so we can make all the notes.
Just going back to that last diversity comment again. I think what we've probably got here is actually probably representative of the industry, and that's the problem. And TADHack is the place where we fix that. And okay, the TADHack demographic isn't perfect either, but it's better than TADSummit. And perhaps if we're putting our energies into the front end, as Paul said, on the TADHack side, inviting the right people with the right skills and the experienced people there. I'm just thinking back to TADHack London not this year, the year before, where we had people turn up who didn't have any coding experience. They were, social media for a charity, and they wanted to find out what a hackathon was about. And we were able to bring them into a team, and they participated in that. So maybe doing the marketing for TADHack, focusing on those skills where there is more diversity and being more inclusive about that, is the way that we kind of fix the whole industry, and then that percolates through to Summit.
And in our defence, I do just want to note that the winners of TADHack Brisbane was an all-female team.
Absolutely. And that is something we get in feedback that our messaging in terms of TADHack is for everybody. We emphasize the diversity is seen, and just the language we use is seen as very accessible. So I agree, we've been successful there. This has, you know, I understand, just change your definition. It's not that easy, you know, given what we are, you know. But I understand, you know, there are ways and means. And it is something we are working on, and you know, we will try different ways to improve that. But we are sort of, certainly there is a definition. I think increasing that diversity, but in ways that maybe help us around the definition, whether it's real tech or, you know, democratized telecoms or whatever we want to use, you know, because I think the T word we've tried, you know, because everybody runs away from it. Because telco and telecom are different. You know, and you know, I've done the weblogs, done the thought leadership. It's just not stuck. You know, we tried, we banged our head against that wall, and it's just not, you know, basically sort of crumbling down. So you know, we need to use a different definition. So I think.
And sadly, I think fintech is taken. Hey, so before I'm starting to run out of caffeine, and maybe it's time to move to beer. Do we have any sort of final comments from the audience? Anyone else want to say anything at all? Randomly wax lyrical on how much fun they've had this week in Lisbon? Nope. Final comments from the panel, please. Anyone?
See you next year.
Anyone? Rob?
Yeah, see you next year, but also let's have some great fun at TADHack again next year. That's the front end for me.
Agreed.
Just to comment again on some really smart comments, some really smart insights here. The takeaway for me is I think you can wrap those and just brief analysts from what you've seen, raise concerns, not answers. And I think by that you can become part of the conversation and guide it, as opposed to being the expert, but being someone that is trusted. I think that's a great position here. With that comment from the unified communications and the call center players being built on the Amazon infrastructure, I think you could just do a whole track on what does that mean for the industry. You know, is this a slow moving takeover you're seeing in action? What should you be worried about? Where's the money be made in the future? I think you have a ton of stuff that you can bring to the conversation around that.
No. I think you should accentuate on the no bullshit. It's like Alan's signature, no bullshit event. That's good. And also maybe by briefing. I mean, I know your philosophy, so for me it's always easy. It's something I don't do elsewhere. Like what I did with Karel, it's like, okay, we explained what we did last year, what went well, what didn't go well. I mean, this is something I know we are filmed, but we don't really get to say or hear in events. And I think this is something the audiences need, because if you go to events, everything is beautiful. Like everybody steps on stage and life was beautiful for 1 year and everything is, and it's not the truth. We all know that. I mean, we all face some good and bad moments, and I think this positioning for TAD is super important, because it's about your personality, and it's about no bullshit. Let's tell the things. Let's ask for help. Let's get advices, and that's good. That's also because of that there is a community.
Greg?
Yeah, the last comment from my side. Definitely it was a great event. I like it a lot and I enjoyed. And takeaway from my side is maybe also something what I'd like to see here next year. I understood some time ago that from telco perspective, blockchain and AI, there are technologies which will influence heavily telco. And so this is something what maybe should be part of the TADSummit, and have guys from blockchain, from AI, of course, more like to have complete block of the discussion about those topics, and then try to allow people to understand how it can influence their business. And this is something what I'd like to see here next year. And of course, I'd like to see you guys here.
Adam?
Yeah, so this is my first time here. Absolutely fabulous. Excellent people, really good, interesting discussions. Obviously, diversity and other things are needed. One thing as a carrier is, we're not the enemy here, right? People tend to look at, this isn't a zero-sum game, right? If we looked at a lot of what the open source and the over the top and thing, it's been trying to take away value from the carriers, right? And we're not very good at giving it up, so that's okay. But it's not a zero-sum game. We can be more by opening up the APIs, doing applications, moving into parallel and other markets. So collectively, we can using the technology we've got and the skills that we have in the industry, we can collectively make more money. Yeah, it's not just a game of chipping away at the fixed and mobile operators, right?
Look, just going back to that comment Alan had in the slides, together we make change. I think that's as an industry, I think that's as a community, and that absolutely involves the carriers, it involves the software developers, it involves the conversational developers. We've got one more from the audience. Because this is a democracy, right?
It is. Thank you. So maybe a few words to cheer everyone up to close this session. Before I got CEO of Wazo, I was an investment banker during 15 years. So I spent a hell of time with VCs and investors. And so when you raised the question how to get more attractive when talking about investors or when talking to investors, here I can give you some ideas. When, Alan, you present the market size, $100 billion, I believe that what is at stake is much more than that. If you take another perspective, the market for communication altogether is $1,400 billion. And what the people are doing here is reshuffling totally the cards. We are transforming the way companies interact with their customers, with their team. It's totally different. And what is ahead of us is huge, absolutely huge. Twilio is doing well. And they do not talk about operators and the hard parts, the telecom side. What they put forward is the value for the client, the way they engage with the clients. And then you start understanding that it's not about the money you pay for SIP. You think more the way that you spend maybe less on advertising and more on your communication tools to have direct relationship. So I would invite all of you to reconsider the perspective and take it from the final value proposition. And this is huge. This is why I quit my job as investment banker. I see here a fantastic opportunity to build a crazy company and a unicorn. And I hope there are many baby unicorns here. But we should think that way. So forget about telco, but more conversation is a way to go, or communication. Maybe we should take over the word communication. Engage is it's absolutely interesting. And let's be humble and say that we are the enablers. And VCs, they know that the one who make money when there is a gold rush are the one who sell the shot to dig. Huh? And this is what we are. Okay?
That's a great note to close on. Thank you, Jerome. Look, I just want
not standing in the way of beer. I want to collectively and severally thank our audience, everyone who participated in the panel session. I want to thank our panel, who are awesome. And also, Alan, I wouldn't fly for 72 hours to spend 48 hours on the ground for anyone else. So thank you, Alan Quayle.
Thank you so much. Just stay still. Just give me 1 minute just to share with you what's going to happen next year, okay? I'm not saying the names are going to be the same, but the dates will be, okay? So we have, well, this is mostly not going to change. We have TADAC Mini Orlando on the 16th and 17th, so that site's live. We've already got the VoIP Innovations, Apidays brands up there as one of the sponsors. We're planning with Mr. White over there, something in Asia, maybe KL. We're looking at a number of locations, mid-May, details to be confirmed. We managed to get 3 representatives. So we had the SoftBank team, we had Mark, but we've got a big demand to do something for years now. So we're going to fulfill it. So that's going to be most probably mid-May. Global, TADHack 12th and 13th. But of course, there's Columbus Day, so we'll be, maybe there'll be an event the weekend before, maybe not. We are adding in a prototype Skunkworks theme because we want to get greater business focus. We are cooperating with business schools on that. We're also talking to several regulators because we finally got to the numbers and some of the stuff we've done that they're talking to us now. So we'll hopefully be able to do something more, that's not just getting a group of people together, hacking for 24 hours and showing woohoo, and a few of them going through and actually turning it into businesses, but actually doing something that's a little bit broader around the countries that we're involved in. After TADHack Global, we will be having a TADSummit Americas. You saw, Americans don't like traveling. They just want to basically use Hangout. So we're going to do, in parallel with the RTC conference, we'll be having a TADSummit Americas. And again, you've got me thinking in terms of some of the sessions that we're going to be running there, giving your feedback. So that was great. Thanks, Paul. And then we'll do something, TADSummit EMEA, perhaps mid-November, perhaps London or Lisbon. We're discussing a number of formats with a number of people to look at what we do. So just so you understand that we are looking to regionalize it a little bit more so that, and again, the name may change, but at least you've got some dates to put in your diaries. And again, thanks to everyone for taking the time. I'm amazed we've got so many people still here. So thank you, safe travels, and best wishes for 2019. Thank you so much, guys.